Welcome to the stream. Appreciate y'all being here. It is race day from the Atlanta Motor Speedway. We are back again. Yesterday was a day of days. We did 4 streams yesterday. 3 were NASCAR, 1 was basketball, but now we're back for the main event. The main event, the Ambetter Health 400, live from the Atlanta Motor Speedway. We'll be bringing you today the live audio of the race. We'll be bringing you the redeems, the mini chat, the chats in the chat with the in-car cameras and all that stuff. So make sure you guys stick with us today. We're going to have a good time. We're going to be bringing you a lot of coverage today. I hope you guys have fun. The ones that were here for the qualifying yesterday, the ones that were here for the truck race yesterday, the ones that were here for the Xfinity race yesterday. What an ending to the Xfinity race. A lot of people said, oh, it was so boring. It was just single file round and round. But hey, the suspense at the end with everybody running out of gas was amazing. So, hey, that's how it is. Sometimes it's crazy. Sometimes there's a lot of wrecks. Sometimes there's not. But let's take a look to see who's in the chat. What's up, Green Bay Packers? What's going on, man? How you doing? Appreciate you being here. Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. What's up? Bringer says I need the 9 and 11 to go make some money. All right, the Bright Wolf is here. What's up? Zach the Potatoes here. Kenny's here. Kenneth Clark's here. Holly's here. The Super Fast 100. Looking forward to an afternoon in Hotlanta. Richard Carr is here. What's up, everybody? Jamie, our member, is here. Green Bay Packers member as well. But after you saw in the chat, I did put in the 9 and the 22 are going to the back of the pack. So that's right. Logano, who is on the outside pole next to McDowell, is going to go to the back of the pack. 9 is going to the back of the pack. Well, he was kind of in the back anyways. He was around 23rd. But yeah, so they were bad boys. And I'll tell you exactly what their bad boys were. The 22 car will drop to the rear of the field. He served a pass-through penalty at the start of today's race due to violating Rule 14.3.1.1 of the NASCAR rulebook, which means gloves do not meet SFI specs. So there is that for Joey Logano. Now the 9 car will drop to the rear for an unapproved adjustment. So both of those cars got caught, and they're going to be going to the back of the pack. So if you guys are coming in here, make sure you're hitting that like button for us tonight. We're going to try to get to 100 likes pretty quick before the green flag hits. We're going to be bringing the live audio here in just a second for you guys as I'm waiting on the raw feed to begin here. So let me get this going. Hope you guys had a great time the other night, so make sure you hit that like button, see if we get to 100 likes. Become a member as well. Hope you guys would like to become a member. We have some cool emojis in the chat. The pin message shows the emojis. The more members we get, the more emojis we have. So we have certain emojis for members to do. Rowdy Bush says, let's go. He is my pick today. Lovely City Map says, Sam is in. What's up? King CJ says, hey, I'm here. What's going on, Menace? Hit that like button. Thank you, sir. And Rick, NASCAR fan, says, hey, I'm here. Awesome. What's up? Helen says, hey, hello. Welcome in. Appreciate you being here. Kenny says, that's a racing sometimes. That's right, man. It can't be just all action packed all the time, but I think those single files going to the last couple laps, who's going to make the move, who's not going to make the move, who has fuel to make the move. That was yesterday's thing. Who had the fuel to stand, and they were just keep on going and keep on going. And then finally that green white checker really ruined things with the leader Jesse Love. Man, he led the whole entire race and then ran out of fuel. Shame. He dominated the race. He won stage 1. He won stage 2. Crazy, right? So we're going to see what happens here today. Will this turn into a fuel mileage race? Could this be to the last minute? We'll see what happens. Yesterday, toward the end of the Xfinity race, we had over 1,100 folks in here. Let's see if we can bring all those back. I know there's a lot of bots out there, so if you do see the bots, please report them and give them a report to YouTube so they'll shut them down. So they're doing it illegally. So Alex Bowman is the guy today, Daniel says. We'll see. We do have a redeem for Alex Bowman as well. It's exclamation point redeem Bowman. How do you do the redeems? It's exclamation point points to find out how many points you have, and then exclamation point gamble those points or gamble all will get you your favorite drivers. And I added 2 new drivers today to the redeems. It's Noah Gragson and Josh Berry. So I know there's a lot of 4 cars, not of 4 fans, a lot of Harvick fans that were Harvick fans, and now they've become Josh Berry fans. So now we have a Josh Berry and Noah Gragson as our new redeem. So we'll let you hang out with those 2 as well. So hanging out. Hope they don't take down the stream. I'm watching. Now they will. And if not, we will make sure they do. But I know how you guys don't like to see the races, but it's just illegal, man. It doesn't help us a bit. I'm trying to do it the right way. So thank you guys for all coming in here. Hit the like button. Let's see if we can get to 100 likes before the green flag. That's our goal, 100 likes before the green flag, and we have about an hour to do it. But thanks so much, guys, for coming in here from the last couple days. We do appreciate it. All right, so let's see if I can get this live feed. Yes, there's that. Come on, raw feed. Hit up there. There it is. All right, so let's go to the main page. And let's get it going. Let's get it going. 103 of us here already. Thank you so much, guys, for coming in. And there is the lineup ready to go from the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Michael McDowell, his very first ever uh, pole winner for him. And right now on race day, they're talking to Byron and Mr. H. Let's listen into that. Thank you for the like over there on Facebook.
Well, I think in this sport, it humbles you really quickly, and winning the most races doesn't entitle you to anything. And I told my team that. This race stands on its own, but we're going to get back to work.
Oh, so much for that. That was quick.
Great dynasties in all of sports. Hendrick Motorsports, so that 24 familiar. Some of the drivers change. They keep on winning and winning big. Back with the guys. We've moved further down the grid here live from Atlanta Motor Speedway. Why and how has a guy like Byron, we know he's a student of the sport, right? Liberty College, takes his classes here, but he's emerged against a really big group. You got Chase Elliott, who's been a champion, Kyle Larson. How has he come to the top, rose to the top of that?
Well, I love the fact that William Byron has a great work ethic, and that's what I hear from everybody who's around him is just how hard he works, how hard he studies. To be good in this particular race car, you have to know the details of what's going on. You have to be able to pick yourself apart. You have to be able to pick your car apart to be a part of the equation, and I think William does a great job at that. He studies at it and works hard at it.
Well, I think there's another piece of that puzzle. Rudy Fugle. When Rudy came to the table and they pieced these two guys together, right, Rick Hendrick has a knack for that. He's a business guy. He puts the right people in the right situations, and that situation has been lethal to this competition on the racetrack.
Yeah, and he's got some guys to work around and work with. I don't think he's overlooked.
I mean, right,
he's got
keep
the 500. When Byron wins a championship, a cup championship, then he'll be in their company. And right now he's impossible to overlook, and he's done well here in Atlanta, although starting 11th today. Chase Elliott, we're standing in front of his car on the grid, the 9 Chevrolet. He's in the Hooters car today.
You see those 9s.
With him live when we continue as the
Let me
sun
see
is
those
shining
9s in the
Atlanta.
chat, y'all.
Corey LaJoie. We'll also look at the odds for this race. Long shots favorites, and he's been a guy who's run well here. Maybe a long shot if you're interested in that. And on the pole, the front row, I should say,
Michael McDowell
with fellow
Thanks for the
Ford
like
Logano.
on the Facebook, Craig. Appreciate that. All right, so let's look at the rundown already because festivities will be starting here in about 20 minutes or so for all the stuff. So let's go through the top 20 right now. The top 20, Michael McDowell gets his very first pole. He is in first place at the 34 Ford Beantown Dog Treats. Is that what it is? I'm not really sure, but Joey Logano in second. But he is going to be dropping to the back of the pack. Kyle Busch, he's my pick today. Rowdy won yesterday, the truck race. I'm going Rowdy Busch here for today's race. Todd Gillen in there in fourth. Kyle Larson in fifth. Ryan Blaney. Let me see your 12s and the 5s in there. Let me see the Rowdies in chat. Let me see the 8s. If we're talking about Rowdy Busch first, let me see those 8s in the chat. If you're a Rowdy fan, let me see those. And then we got Todd Gillen and then the 5s. Let me see the 5s in the chat. If you're a Larson's fan and you think he's going to get his first win of the year today. And then there's Ryan Blaney. There's Ryan Blaney, the defending champion. Do you think he's going to pull this off today? Let me see those 12s in the chat. Let me see those 12s. Chris Buescher there in 7. Austin Cindric in 8. Chase Briscoe in 9. Austin Dillon in 10. William Byron, the defending Daytona champion right now. Could he win back-to-back? Let me see those 24s for Willie B. Let me see those. Martin Truex Jr. Could he get his first win today? Let me see those 19s. I know we got some 19 fans here. Let me see those 19s. Those 19s. And then Denny Hamlin, my boy. Could he win one? He had it way there. There's Denny Hamlin. Can we see that? Josh Berry. He is in the 4. And we do have a redeem for Josh Berry these days. His brand new redeem, it's Redeem Berry. I believe so. Redeem Berry. Let's see if it works. This is our first test here. You can't test it off the screen, so let's see if it works. Let's see if he pops up here. Josh Berry, do you want to make it a stay? There he is. Josh Berry is our newest redeem here, so you guys can do that during the race if you're a 4 fan. And then Noah Gregson, he's our newest redeem as well. So redeem Noah. Thank you for those subscribes, y'all. As you're coming in, hit that like button for us. We're trying to get to 100 likes pretty quick. So see if we got Noah Gregson there. See if that one works. There's Noah. All right, there's Noah Gregson. Jack says, Little Jack picks Kyle Busch. It's probably a good pick, like I said yesterday, and you commented on the stream. You tell him to go play the lottery. Harrison Burton in 16th, Alex Bowman in 17th, Bubba Wallace in 18th, Tyler Reddick 19th, Ryan Preece 20th, and that is the top 20. So we'll go back here in a little bit to listen to the other 20. Here's it back into the audio.
Hey guys, yeah, thank you.
You know, sports fans, yeah, they remember dates, but the moments stand out. And Kevin, I mean, watching that, I know you've seen it 100 times. It never gets old, either for you, for people in NASCAR, and for fans. I mean, 3 weeks after losing Earnhardt, your first career win and your third run at it, and then you got married a couple of days later. A lot has happened since then.
That was a big week.
Yeah, that was a big week, and to win your first race, it never goes. You can't do that twice. So to come back to Atlanta, every time we come back to Atlanta, obviously you see that race video and you see everything. But I think for me personally, you understand the moment and a lot better than what you did at that particular time, because you were really not in the moment. You were just going from race to race to race and test to test to test, and you realize how much it meant to the sport, how much it meant to RCR and everybody involved. So it was quite a moment, my first win, and that's still the only time I've ever heard the crowd over the car.
It was a perfect scenario. I mean, Jeff Gordon, you couldn't have scripted it any better to beat Gordon by an inch at this place.
Closest finish ever, and you carried the weight for a lot of people. How about today? And we use this track, third year of being reconfigured, but isn't it like repaved? Would that be more accurate?
Well, it's repaved to the shape, but they did add a few degrees more banking, and I think the biggest thing that they did was they added this super speedway package to these cars, and when you did that, it put the cars closer together with the grip level and everything that they put in with the new asphalt. It added this really unique style of race that we don't see anywhere else, and I think today, with the sun out, the asphalt aging a little bit, handling and speed is definitely going to be a conversation we have all day.
You get them both. Yeah. You get these restarts. You get the 2-3 wide moments that we love about a Talladega or a Daytona that we just saw last week for the Great American Race. But you also have that mile-and-a-half mentality of how you have to handle. You know, there is a balance here. These guys can take speed out of the cars to afford them the ability to handle and last longer on a run. So that's balance of trying to figure that out. The cat and mouse game, if you will, with these teams is a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, and tougher to make up ground here compared to Daytona, right? If you're back in the field.
I think it depends on how your car is handling. I think if it turns into a handling race, you're going to see these guys shoot to the bottom and pass 2 or 3 at a time, hoping that there's a hole. But I think after they run a while, we're going to know who chose the right strategy. It's going to be the guys. Is it the guys that don't have the handling in their car that try to get a little bit of speed out of their car, or the guys that are in the back of this field that chose handling?
All right, let's take a look at the odds posted among the favorites. Now, again, Logano having to move to the rear.
750 odds.
Well, I picked Kyle Larson earlier. I like their handling. I like the fact that Hendrick has a little bit of experience here with what their cars are going to do.
Well, mine's pretty easy. We're standing here. Girls, how about a favorite? Who you think?
Chase Elliott.
I mean, duh, guys. Chase Elliott, how about that? Plus 1,300.
All right, we go to the long shots. By the way, William Byron was the favorite last year in this race. He failed to finish. Corey LaJoie, a long shot last year, finished 4th, just like he finished 4th at Daytona.
Well, I'm going with Bubba Wallace for my long shot. I think they do a great job. He had a good finish at Daytona, and everything that they've done just kind of lends themselves to being good at these style of tracks.
You're going to leave the pole sitter, Michael McDowell, off the list? I'm taking him all the way. Pole sitter, Michael McDowell, first pole ever.
All right, and you mentioned Clint, that Chase Elliott was your choice to win today among the favorites. Talk about memories here. Guys, this doesn't get old. The Georgia guy, most popular driver, and part of Hendrick Motorsports at his Napa Chevrolet. for Hendrick winning in Atlanta. He's in the Hooters 9 today, and the orange, very appropriate at joining us live here from the track.
Let me see those 9s in the chat, y'all. Chase.
Doing really good, man. Doesn't get any better. A nice, beautiful day, and we're not in North Georgia, but at least we're in the right state.
Well, you're close to home.
That's right.
And I've told these guys from your preseason interview, just looks like you're relaxed and comfortable and ready to go. I know last season was just a confusing year, probably. Just what's it like racing close to home and being ready to go like you look to be this year?
Yeah, I am, honestly, and I'm excited about it, and just have really boiled off the things that don't matter and put a lot of emphasis on the things that do. And when you really sit back and think about what matters and what doesn't, there's a really small pool of things that do. And I think the longer you do this, you start to learn those lessons a little better. And last year was certainly a good opportunity for me to learn some of those things. So just excited for the season, excited for a great opportunity, driving in really fast cars, and I want to make the most of a good opportunity.
Chase, take me to that really fast car. Obviously, starting back here, part of the plan a little bit. As this track ages, we're seeing decisions made of handling versus speed and with a balance within.
Yep.
Tell me about that decision.
Thank you, Ron, for that like on Facebook.
Yeah, it's a card we got, right?
And, you know, I think that, you know, certainly with our qualifying effort, I mean, I think it's pretty clear that we are trying to make our car drive well for the race. There's probably a little better balance, you know, to be honest, but I think that this is what we feel is the right decision for today. Whether that works out or not, I don't know. We're committed, and we're going to go try and see. But I'm looking forward to it, and we have to go to the back. We had an issue we had to fix this morning too, which we're already in the back, so it really didn't matter anyway. So, but the bigger concern with qualifying bad, as you guys know, and all y'all talk about, is the pit selection, and that just kills you all day if you're not careful. So I think we got pretty fortunate with the way that worked out, but certainly want to try to move forward and hopefully have a car that we can be aggressive with and be on offense. These plate races are all about being on offense.
Yeah, and you won from the back, way back. I think it was a road course if we go back a few years ago. So obviously making up ground. How about what you take most from the Daytona 500 and you're going to bring here in this race, given the weather conditions and the way the cars are run?
Honestly, I was just really proud of our effort and where our team's at. You know, we didn't have a great result, but to be candid, I thought our prep going into the weekend, our pit stops, our communication, like everything was really good. And I think that is such a big deal. And granted, no, my last move on the last 2 laps wasn't the right one. It didn't work out. But everything leading up to that point gave us an opportunity, and I think that's all you can ask for.
So what you're saying is you gathered some points, you had a good week? Is that what you're saying?
He's ready to roll.
Yes,
yes.
That's right.
Now, and we want to hear the siren, or is he Siren? What's the help?
Siren, they said down there.
We want to hear that.
They did not like horn. I was messing with it a little bit and said I'm going to go down there and honk the horn when my man Chase wins.
That's just disrespectful.
Well, apparently it was. I was teasing.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
All right, well, thanks so much for coming by. Good luck. I
got a Coca-Cola in hand, too.
That's good stuff.
Let's get it done today.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, Chase Elliott with us, and we're going to talk to you guys a little bit about some of the expectations after some of the strategy. What is the strategy here, and how does that change? Because we heard a lot of drivers talking about Daytona and the fuel mileage and having to race that way. They weren't real happy. It's a little bit different here.
Well, the chatter is definitely different. As we've walked up and down this grid, you hear crew chiefs and drivers talk about handling, and that is real. Yeah. And I think these guys in the back are definitely leaning more towards handling than they are speed. And I think at some point that is definitely going to come into play.
I love that point. You go to the front of this thing, Chris, you talk to them, we need speed. We're going to handle fine. It won't be an issue. You come back here and hear old Chase talk about handling. You watch these cars back here. They'll march right to the front. Look for long run speed out of these cars in the back.
Yeah, and important, the second race of the season, points. You don't want to get too far back early. And we'll continue with you guys as you head up to the booth shortly and call the race. We'll continue live from Atlanta Motor Speedway on a beautiful day for weather. The sun is shining. Stay with us. I hope you will.
Exactly like he said. I hope you stay with us. I hope you will. Make sure you hit the like button. We're trying to get to 100 likes before the green flag. Let's see if we can do it 15 minutes before the command to start the engines. Let's see if we can get big time quick 100 likes done, and let's get it out of the way. But thank you guys so much. Make sure you're hitting the subscribe from NASCAR. We're going to be doing this every Sunday. We'll try to do what we did last weekend. I think the Vegas is on Friday night, the trucks, and then Saturday's Xfinity. But we'll see how that goes next weekend. But thank you guys so much for everything being here. We'll be bringing you the audio today. We're bringing you the in-car cameras today. and we're going to have a good time. Redeems and mini games in the chat and everything. And be here till I get to the casino. Please wish Marina kick bro luck. Wish you luck, bro. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate that. So, as you guys are coming in, we do NASCAR here. We've been doing it NASCAR last year and now this year. So I hope you guys stick with us, and we'll have a good time tonight. So I appreciate y'all being here. Bright Wolf, thank you so much for becoming a member. You are now eligible for those special emojis that the members have. So you have those now too. So this is a driver friendly chat in here. So whoever you want to cheer on, it doesn't matter. So don't be afraid to cheer on your driver. It is fun to cheer your driver on. Even if it's Bubba Wallace, there's Bubba fans in here cheering on Bubba. So don't worry. It's okay. So we'll be bringing back the audio here in just a second. And let's go through the field for the last 21 through 37. So 21st spot is Ross Chastain. Let me see those watermelon friends out there. Do we got any watermelon friends? The watermelon man, that's our newest emoji. He's the number one. Ross Chastain in 21st. Christopher Bell in 22nd. Daniel Suarez in 23rd. Brad Keselowski. Where's James Moore at? Can he win here finally? Can he get a win under his belt? He was so close last week of getting a win, but let's see if he can get his win here. So Keselowski there in 24th. Ty Gibbs in 25th. Daniel Hemrick in 26th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is in 27th. Chase Elliott, those nines, we just got done listening to him. He said, we had to go in the back anyway, so let's go to it. Let's see what happens. But Chase Elliott starts there in 28th. Zane Smith in 29th. Josh Williams in 30th. Justin Haley in 31st. Corey LaJoie, could he be a spotlight here today? Corey LaJoie, could he go to the front? Could he win this race? John Hunter Nemechek had a hard time in the Xfinity race yesterday. Can he do something in 34th spot? And then there's the rookie, Carson Hocevar in 35th. Let's see if he has a better finish than he did in the 500. BJ McLeod gets his first race of the year. And then Eric Jones, the Richard Petty Legacy Motor Club Toyota, starts 37th. So there is your lineup and ready to go. And during the race, if I usually just show the top 20 or 21, and then if you want to see a driver, let me know. I'll scroll back and I'll find them for you. So let's go back to the audio. Here we go.
Ahead, Goodyear, more driven. Sun is shining, ready to race 400 miles, hit speeds of 185 miles per hour, and he's always going fast. Our Michael Waltrip for the Grid Walk. And Michael, who you with? Where are you?
I have found Chris Buescher, and I'm wondering, would you go in a submarine?
Yeah, I would do that. I'm afraid of flying, but I'll get in a submarine.
You'd go down. I heard you went to Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Are you a skier as well?
I'm a faller. Yeah, I try and ski and then I fall, but we were a little smarter. It was a little too close to season start, so we'll say that a little later.
I got it. Did you see that conveyor belt where the kids were riding up? I looked like Buddy the Elf. I got on that to get to the top of the mountain where I went.
So you were learning, okay.
Burning question in the pre-race show: handling or speed? What do you got?
We're going for handling. Speed's here with us, though.
Have fun. Ryan Blaney, I'm going to say something. I just want to hear what it feels like to hear this. Hi, champ.
Hey, Michael, how are you?
I'm good.
Champ, 2-time.
How about that, Daytona? But you're the big deal. How's the off season been? And I want to get one more question real quick. Your dad, I raced against him. What was it like the first time you saw him when you got that championship?
Yeah, it was a fun winter. Obviously, everyone on this 12 group, they would celebrate together and really appreciate what we accomplished. And having Dad there, my whole family really, and I think every kid wants to make their parents proud, right? And I grew up watching Dad race, wanted to do what he did, and was really lucky to do, the sport of racing and have him every step along the way and teach me a lot. So it was cool to see his emotion. My dad's not a very emotional guy, but to see how happy he was and to have him there, it was just super special. So I don't know if I'll ever be able to recreate that feeling, but we'll try really hard to do that. So we'll see.
You're quite the drafter. How did you get your super speedway prowess? Did Dave tell you about that?
Yeah, he taught me a little bit about it, but honestly, when I came into the Cup Series, having Brad and Joey as teammates, they really taught me a lot. Brad and Joey, great drivers on these drafting tracks, on every track, but I was able to kind of pick their brain on these drafting places and kind of see how they set everything up and their mindset, and sitting in the meetings really helped me out as a young driver. So those two guys taught me a ton, and I've been able to kind of leech off them a little bit of their knowledge and apply it. And hopefully we can apply it today and have a good run.
Go get them, champ. Oh, sorry. I bumped into a cat. Here's Kyle Larson with his family. I tell you a little quick factoid. Kyle Larson races every weekend. Is that breaking news at home? How do you feel about your race today? Hi, buddy.
Hi. Hi.
Hi.
Yeah, he races every day, actually.
Not just every weekend?
Twice a day. I raced twice yesterday. So.
Hi. How are you doing? What's your name?
Audrey.
Audrey, I knew that already. How you been?
Good.
Have you been racing any?
No.
Okay. Well, how do you feel about today? You got handling or speed?
I don't know. All we've done is qualified, so I hope we have handling and speed. I think that's the goal. So we'll see. Try and keep it up front.
All right. It's going to be fun to watch. I want to tell you a little factoid. The last time the first two spots were occupied by the same two drivers in the first two races, 1981. How about that? I'm going to go trackside for ceremonies. We're getting ready to get this party kicked off. It's going to be a great day in Georgia. The sun is shining, and I cannot wait to see the green flag.
Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please
let's see if we can get the 100 likes. We're getting close to green flag.
As the Dawson County
Hit that
High
like
School
button
Junior
for us. We're trying to get to
ROTC Color
100
Guard
likes.
Presents our nation's colors.
And let's go.
Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome from Restoration Church in Bethlehem, Georgia, Pastor Ben Warwick.
Let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you first and foremost for the sacrifice of your Son, Jesus. Lord, we thank you for your goodness and grace. Let it be a competitive race today, a safe race. Cover every driver, every fan, and every crew member. And Lord, be with the officials and let them know it ain't rubbing, it's just racing. And last but not least, Lord, I pray you'd bless every first responder. God bless our troops. God bless NASCAR. And God bless the United States of America. And go Dogs.
Wow. All right, y'all. USA in the chat.
Our national anthem, please
fill this chat with USA as you're hitting that like button and subscribing.
Mary Kate Farmer.
Let's go.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
All right.
Clinton Cavett standing by with Mike Joy to take you 400 miles. Good crowd, good weather, good race, good day.
Go. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you're subscribing. That is huge for us here on this channel. Subscribe. Let's get us to 10K. We are so close. We're not that close, but I can see it over the horizon. There's 10K. It's there. I can see it. I just can't reach it yet. So become a member of ours. Become a subscriber of ours. We're going to have a good time with this year with NASCAR. This is our second race of the year. We covered the entire Speed Weeks last week. If you weren't here with us, you missed a good time, but we're glad you're joined here on the go at CeeLo. So make sure you're hitting that subscribe, hitting that like button. We're trying to get to 100 likes right before the green flag. Help us get there to 100 likes before the green flag hits, and then we will get there and have a good time today. Thank you, Carol, over there on Facebook with the like. Thank you so much. And if you guys are on Facebook and Twitch or Twitter, I can see you guys in your chat. So make sure you're typing hello. Speak up over there too. I can see you guys talk to me too. So we are streaming on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook, our 4 platforms. So I hope everybody has a good time today. And let me see who you got. Let me see who you got. I'm going Rowdy. Let me see who you got in the chat. Who's winning today? Let me see your predictions. You've had all weekend to think about it, and now it's time to put in your prediction. Let me see. Who do you have? I'm going the Rowdy with the back-to-back wins. Let's see who you got. The 12. Bright Wolf's going with the 12 or the 22. Ernest says Larson. Helen says 11. There's Denny. There you go. Jared says Kyle Busch, baby. Bright Wolf's going Penske. I got you, buddy. Let me see who else you guys have. Kenneth Clark is going Chase Elliott. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. Buddy Burgess, as Terry says. What's going on, man? Hendrick Motorsports. Shannon, what's going on, Shannon? It's baseball time, too, Shannon. Melinda goes Chase Elliott. I see you there. Rowdy Bush says Rowdy all the way. Rowdy all the way. So we'll see what happens. Let me see you guys on Facebook as well. Who you got? Facebook says Larson. Carol says Larson. So I see you over there on Facebook. Let me see if you're on Facebook, Twitch, or Twitter. Let me see who you're winning as well. Let me see. 12, 22, or the 2. He's going Penske across the board. Bright Wolf's covering his bases. Helton says, would love to see Noah win. Wouldn't that be something in that 10? Yeah, that would be cool. Bright Wolf says, go bring the Road Braves there. Truth says, Byron Larson, Elliott Bowman. He's going Byron Larson, Elliott's going Hendrick Motorsports. And there's the Braves. We'll be doing some Brave stuff here very soon as well. The 48 Santiago kid going Bowman, of course. That's his boy. Hoping to get a win there. So we'll see what happens there. But it is the Atlanta Motor Speedway time. And we are here live for you guys. We're going to be bringing the live audio, the in-car cameras. And the gentleman start your engines is about to happen. So I hope you guys are ready for it. Have some fun today. I am ready. So let's go back to the audio.
Is removed from William Byron winning the Daytona 500. Micah McDowell moves over one slot.
John
still
says
on the front row.
24, 7, 43, 6, 22, and the 99.
Fastest
Your
this
fantasy.
week
Awesome,
after
John.
being on pole in Daytona. Ryan Blaney, series champ.
Almost
They're
green
all
flag in
ready to
Hampton. That's
tackle
right.
Atlanta
What's up,
in
G?
the Ambetter Health 400.
What's up, buddy? Look, G,
We
we're
are
over
a
9,000.
world away from Daytona, even though it's only been 6 days. This track is 1 mile shorter. The banking is 3 degrees flatter. The turns are just about as wide.
The Joy or Bowman, huh?
A completely different super speedway racing experience awaits 37 drivers. Pole speed almost 179 miles an hour on the reconfigured Atlanta Motor Speedway. Clint Boyer, what do we expect?
Well, if you're down there, Kevin and I were just down on the starting grid and talked to these drivers firsthand. Somebody's wrong, Kevin. You just said it, Logano, McDowell, same 2 cars we saw last week at the Daytona 500 on the front row. Flip side of that, we talked to Chase Elliott, clear back in 28th place. Went for handling. First time you're at a racetrack where you can really rob Peter to pay Paul. We're taking speed out of our race cars to find handling, downforce in these things for a long run,
NASCAR
Kevin.
rule book.
Well, regardless of whether it handles or doesn't handle, this is by far the most uncomfortable the drivers will feel in the car. There isn't anything about this racetrack that makes you feel comfortable. There's the bumps. They're in all the wrong spots. There's the handling of the car. There's the car pushing behind you. And this, as a driver, is not fun because of the fact that you know it's that balance, and they want that car to go as fast as it can, so it's going to be right on the verge of not handling great, and it's just not going to feel good at any point.
Well, now, compared to stage 1 last week, are we going riding or are we going racing?
I think you're going racing. I think as you look at this first stage, you can make it all the way on fuel. So when you look at the points, a lot of those guys, and I know Clinton hates to hear this, but a lot of those guys that are down in the points didn't get any stage points last week, and it's buried them, and I don't think you want to do that twice.
Well, how do we get these points? We talked about the speed versus handling in this thing. This track, it's a super speedway style racetrack. That was the vision by it, right? We've seen that the last couple years, but every time we come, it gets a little slicker, a little more slick, and that's where this handling aspect comes in. I think you're going to see him, much like yesterday, starting to move to the front pretty quick and separating the field.
Beautiful day for racing in Atlanta as we go trackside.
Here we go, y'all.
And now, here to say the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome 35-year lead anchor for the Performance Racing Network, entering his final season behind the mic, Doug Rice.
To all the race fans who have ever listened to NASCAR on the radio, thank you. Thank you very much.
That's what he looks like, huh?
Drivers, start your engines!
Let's go. Fill his chat with your favorite driver. Let's see it. Fill his chat with your favorite driver, y'all. Cheer him on.
Doug Rice brings the heat. We've been kidding him all weekend that The Rock would be a tough act to follow, and he nailed it. Well done.
All right, keep on hitting that like button. We're about 23 away from 100. Let's get there to 100 likes before the green flag. The cars will be rolling here very soon. So let me get the in-car cameras going. Let me get that going. Doo-doo. There's that. All right, so let me see. Fill this chat with your favorite driver. Suzanne's the 22. Kenneth Gart's got the 9 or the 24. Your favorite driver. CeeLo, send you a Facebook link. Thank you. It's over on Facebook. On the Go with CeeLo is on Facebook. If you just look up On the Go with CeeLo, it's on Facebook. But check us out. Rat Fink says the 5. Ronnie West says the 3. Awesome. Good deal. And on lap 3, we're not going to forget today. We forgot. We kind of messed up the last 2 races. We are doing on lap 3. We're going to honor Dale Senior right here on this channel. I'm going to put the 3 up like this. When I put the 3 up like this, we're going to fill this chat with 3s. So on lap 3, we're going to honor Dale Senior. So don't forget, when I put the 3s up, it's time to fill the 3. And I want you to spam the chat with 3s, y'all. Spam the chat with 3s when it's time. So, all right. So Rick Fink says 5. Tammy says 5. Ronnie says 8. Eric Church, the member, says Eric, his 54, Ty Gibbs. There you go. Andrew says the 1 or the 12. Johnny says the 22, Tall Task. He'll be all right. He's got a long race to get back up front, but he'll be okay. What's up, Dallas? The winner is whoever has the coolest looking car. Rosebud says RFK Racing. Sarah says the 5. Gene says Dallas. Melinda, I thought Joey had to go to the back. He is. So he's going to go back because he had illegal gloves, apparently. So he'll go to the back of the pack, but that's okay. It's the first part of the race. He'll make his way back up there. No worries on those parts there. Thank you for that. Jared over there following now on Facebook. Appreciate you, Jared. Let's go Briscoe. Awesome there. Jets Purdy. Jets Pauly. Let's go Briscoe. Awesome. So just waiting on, here we go.
The crowd is on its feet. Going on.
Lock it down, lock it down. On your tight, 2 inside.
Things get heated here in Atlanta.
Who's going to make the move?
Whoa!
Javier Castro, thanks for that subscribe.
We're
almost there. 17 away from 100. Get us there, y'all. 100 likes coming up.
Things get wild here. Welcome back to Atlanta. Let's have a look at the starting grid, sponsored by Ambetter Health.
Keep hitting that subscribe, y'all.
Same front row as Daytona, but a new pole sitter, Michael McDowell, gets his first career pole in start 467, while Joey Logano dominated last year, led 140 laps and won.
Let's dial Michael McDowell up. Hey, Michael McDowell, Kevin Harvick up in the Fox booth. Man, I know how much of a challenge this racetrack is for the drivers. Tell us about your car. You think you got the handling where it needs to be? Because you definitely have the speed, and congratulations.
Thanks, Kevin. I don't know. I'll let you know in 10 laps how the handling is, but really
had
proud
some
of everybody
sticky on
on
him or
this
something.
Pinnabone Ford Mustang.
Helen, thank you for following on Facebook.
So we've got to execute, make it count, get the checker flag.
All right, buddy. Well, good luck today. We know you'll give it all it has, so we'll be watching.
All right, thanks, guys.
Now, outside pole sitter Joey Logano will have to drop to the rear because of a violation in qualifying. Look at Logano's left glove that he holds up to block the airflow. through the open part of the window. Look at the webbing between the thumb and forefinger like a baseball glove.
Right
that
here.
is modifying an SFI-approved part. That is not permitted. Logano will drop to the rear and do a pass-through penalty.
Wow.
Row 2. Kyle Busch returned to the Truck Series and won yesterday, while Todd Gilliland has his best career start ever.
Let's try to give old Kyle Busch a shot here. How about you, Kyle Busch? It's
Let me see those rowdy friends in the chat.
Yes, sir. Gotcha.
And been a good week so far. Truck win yesterday. The old hot rod's fast today. What do you think out here?
Yeah, this Cheddar Camaro looks good up front, so we want to keep it here. We changed some things from what we did last year, and so far so good. So hopefully that helps this year for the race today. We can keep up with these guys and put ourselves in a good spot, take home a trophy.
How about the balance, speed versus handling? We've been talking about this, heard drivers talking about it. Where do you think that's going to play out?
Yeah, it's a little warmer than I expected that it would probably be today, so you definitely want to have the handling go for you, but you got to be fast enough to make that handling work. If you're handling good and you ain't fast enough, you're just sitting stuck where you're at, so you got to be able to make some moves.
Well, you were certainly making moves last week. Good luck out there, buddy.
All right, thank you.
Row 3 will be Kyle Larson Chevrolet and Ryan Blaney's Ford. Ryan, top 10 in the last 3 races here. Chris Buescher ties his best Atlanta start, has a new son at home, Rhett. Welcome. Austin Cindric, 3rd here in July of 22. Chase Briscoe finished 10th in the Daytona 500, and Austin Dillon looking for his 2nd top 20 finish on the new Atlanta. William Byron, the Daytona 500 winner, who's won 2 of the last 4 here. And Martin Truex, not too successful on drafting tracks, maybe today. Regan Smith.
Well, Mike, William Byron was already a star in NASCAR prior to last week, but after winning the Daytona 500 last week, now the word star is lit up in bright lights all around him. And with that win in the Great American Race came a busy week ahead. He had to go to New York and do media. He came back to celebrate with the team at Hendrick Motorsports, and then he finally got to celebrate with his team, the 24 bunch, later on Thursday. With that busyness, William knows that there is potentially a Daytona 500 hangover that can come from this, but Rudy Fugo, his crew chief, told me they worked hard this week to make sure that that would not be the case. They want to come here and go 2 in a row at Atlanta.
Starting 13th, the guy who has a lot of success on these style of racetracks, Denny Hamlin. And starting 14th, Josh Berry, who finished 18th here last spring.
13 likes to go to 100. Y'all help us get to 100. 13 more to go.
15th. Vegas boy finished 9th in the 500. Eddie McGoodwin
Ian,
looking for
what's
some
up,
more.
dude?
Harrison Burton on
Good
his
to see you,
outside
bud.
at 21. Got beat up last week. Needing a better run today.
Row 9, Alex
We've been
Bowman
busy.
was a foot away from winning the 500 on Monday, and Bubba Wallace finished 5th in the 500. Tyler Reddick was 5th in this race last year, and Ryan Preece, that's row 10.
Starting 21st is Ross Chastain,
11 to go to 100. Help us
twice,
get
and
there.
Christopher Bell finished 3rd in this race last year.
Daniel Suarez was the runner-up here last July,
go,
and Brad
James
Keselowski
Suarez,
was
how about?
runner-up here last March. Ty Gibbs finished 9th here last year. Daniel Hemrick, this is his first Cup race on the new Atlanta. Row 14, Ricky Stenhouse, top 10 here last July, and Chase Elliott, who won here last July. Jamie Little.
Well, Georgia's favorite son, Chase Elliott, has his work cut out for him. They had already qualified mid-pack.
What's up,
They
Rick?
had that penalty. They'll have to start in the rear. But I talked to Alan Gustafson, his crew chief. He said despite all that, he is optimistic. He said we didn't focus on qualifying. We focused on drivability of this race car. We feel like we're going to be able to drop to the bottom and make those runs. They're going to have to do that if he wants to drive to the front and win at his home track for the 2nd time. Mike?
Thanks, Jamie. Now, Chase Elliott's team changed an engine sensor this morning. That is why his team, his car will go to the rear for the start here. So, boy, going to be some comers and goers right from the get-go.
Yeah, and as you go through this whole field has a theory on what needs to be right, and I think we'll see that play out right in front of us. Larry, what you have?
Yeah, this is a very fast 1.5-mile track with a lot of on-throttle time. 2 key words we've already heard probably 15 times is handling and speed. Now, something that really plays a role in that is the rear spoiler. So let's go to our Toyota Camry cutaway car, and let's talk about that rear spoiler. Now, here at Atlanta, a super speedway, we run a 7-inch tall rear spoiler. Next week at Las Vegas, another 1.5-mile track, it will only be 4 inches tall. So let's take a look at the airflow with the two different spoilers. Look at the airflow over the car with a 7-inch rear spoiler. A lot of downforce, gripping the rear tires, but a lot of drag. Now, next week at Vegas with that 4-inch rear spoiler, not near as much pressure on the rear tires. A lot less downforce, a lot less drag. In fact, it's 30% less downforce. But, Kevin and Clint, I'm hearing teams do a lot here in Atlanta to take air off that spoiler to try to help the straightaway speeds.
Well, you see the difference in what that did with the air, but that's why they're able to draft the way they are. You can see how it pushes that air, that big spoiler pushes a big hole in the air, enabling that car behind them to really pull up to the car in front of you. But that's when you run into trouble. You get up there, you need the downforce. If air's over your top of you, you don't have the downforce on your car.
And that's the balance that the crew chiefs and the teams have, is how can we get that big spoiler out of the air and be able to get as much speed out of our car as possible. But I'm telling you, you're going to want downforce today to make that baby drive good.
Risk versus reward.
Now, pit road entry here is different from last year. New procedure instituted last July. At turn 3 is the commit cone and the entrance to the start of pit road. And under green, 90 miles an hour from there to the yellow line at the beginning of pit road, where pit road speed is 45 miles an hour. Now, under caution,
one more to go, y'all, to get us to 100. Thank you, Jim P.
Turn 3 down to turn 1 is 45 miles an hour. But under green, going around the apron on 3 and 4, you're at 90 plus the tolerance.
That's getting to pit road. Now you get to pit road and all heck breaks loose here, Kevin. A lot of things going on, different strategies and everything else. Tight pit boxes make it hard for these cars to get in.
Yeah, and those tight pit boxes make it tough because the cars become so hard to turn. They're really lazy to turn at slow speed, and we see everybody trying to get as much as they can, and there's just been a lot of contact. So with the small pit boxes and the cars not turning well, it could result in chaos.
I'm going to go back to the pit road speed you talked about. Mike, you just told us 90 mile an hour coming in and then down to 45. That means gear changes, Kevin.
Well, it does. And if you do have to pit under green, you got to have that spotter in your
Shawn
ears
Michael?
telling
What's going
you,
on?
hey, you got to be in whatever gear you've selected, 4th gear, and be able to go around that corner and then downshift to 2nd gear coming down the straight section of pit road. So it's a little bit confusing. There's a lot going on at this particular racetrack with handling and pit road speeds. So this is the most difficult, the most uncomfortable racetrack to drive on as a driver.
That's why it's so entertaining.
I love it.
Today's race, 260 laps, 400 miles, and the stage lengths are 60, 100,
this is,
and 100.
Keselowski's car way in the back.
So Joey Logano is the caboose in this 37-car train.
Thank you for getting us the 100 likes. Thank you, guys.
Hi, fellas. Got our work cut out for
Turn right, not left, 24. Still hasn't forgot. There it is.
Take every opportunity we can to get back on the lead lap. Make sure we're there at the end to try to win this thing. We know we got a fast car, so we'll keep our head in it.
Joey will carry the Hunt Brothers pizza cam today.
Got different colored gloves on.
Yeah.
Red this time.
Well, it really tells you how small the details of things that they're looking for. Kudos to his team. I love when guys are trying to push the limits and do everything that they can. You know, it's a balance, and it's not exactly what you want at the beginning of this race.
Thank you all for getting us to 100. Keep hitting that like button for us.
Pass-through penalty
Subscribe.
on the initial start of the race. What's that going to set him back?
Let's have a fun race.
I would
Keep
say
it
with
clean
this
in the
long pit
chat.
road, at least a lap.
And let's have some fun.
I would agree. Mike, this is going to be interesting. We were on pit road, and you heard so many different theories about what they needed today. And with the track being a little grayer, it makes me think there's a little less grip, and that sun has been out all day.
So Larry's estimating Joey Logano, when he does his pass-through, will go 1.5 to 1 3/4 laps down. The good thing for Logano is he'll be the only car down. Should there be another caution, he's not eligible for that free pass because of it. Green flag.
Green flag. Let's go.
Michael McDowell leads them to turn 1.
Side by side here.
It's the Kyle and Kyle show on the inside.
Big run coming on the outside. Todd Gill and push McDowell.
Kyle goes down in front of McDowell. Woo.
Michael McDowell swings to the bottom, but Kyle Busch moved up because he knows that that middle lane is going to be the preferred lane. As these things get strung out, you're going to want to be in the middle lane, so you better get off the bottom as quick as you can.
Well, why is that? A little bit more banking. You get trapped on the bottom like you said.
Trouble!
Trouble!
One car slides to the infield. Austin Dillon, and they pile up behind him.
That's 2 weeks in a row early out for Austin Dillon. I don't know how much damage he has, but there's a bunch of them, folks.
Christopher Bell. Oh, Lord.
You got Gregson in this, Bell. There's a right rear. I think Austin may get away with just that tire damage.
Just let us know what we got to work on.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, and Clint, as we go back and look at this, you're going to see them all
Eric
stack
Jones
up
involved.
really bad in the middle of the straightaway, but there is a ton of cars that have damage.
All the drivers that had
Bowman's
trouble in
big-time
qualifying
damage.
are caught up in this.
Always the risk, right? You know, you start at the back of these fields and you put yourself in harm's way, but man, that is not what a lot of these guys wanted to see early. This is a big wreck.
Austin Dillon has not left the scene down there in turn number 1. Alex Bowman with a lot of damage. And Harrison Burton appears to be involved again.
Harrison Burton, 2 weeks in a row.
Again, he was taken out in, lap 6 of Monday night's race.
Yeah, and you talk about Austin Dillon. He scored 1 point last week.
Let's look at what happened. It stacks up on this outside, folks. If you watch here, these cars right in through here all start stacking up as they catch them. Accordion effect. We've saw it at Daytona time and time again. Look at the accordion back here.
What happened was Todd Gilliland trying to make a hole for Michael McDowell to get up in that preferred lane in the middle, stacked that whole lineup really hard.
Those guys had nowhere to go, didn't see it, landed right in their lap.
My gosh.
What a mess.
Aggressive
Watch
start.
Todd Gilliland, the 38 car right here. He's going to check up to try to make a hole for Michael McDowell, and it checks up this whole line. And all of a sudden, that accordion just gets deep.
Denny Hamlin just missed the 3.
Woo.
You see Harrison Burton around.
100-acre gang, what's up? Slow it down.
Under
For this
caution,
Mahaga gang.
just 2 laps into the Ambetter Health 400 in Atlanta.
All right, so a major crash. Bowman with major damage. He looked like he was the worst out of all of it. Austin Dillon went scaling through, but iRacing, exactly. Can Dillon retire already? Exactly. We were talking about his brother yesterday, Ty, in the truck series. Like, though he did have a good finish, give Ty that car. I don't know. People were saying that Ty needs to retire as well. I don't know, but we'll see what happens. Who came out unscathed? Can I watch it from here? Jack cannot watch the race. They will take it down if they show it, but NASCAR is big on that one. The big one on lap 3 already. And you know what? Why is this not refreshing? Let's see what's going on here. See what's going on with NASCAR.com here. Well, I guess it happened so quick when lap 3 that they didn't even have time to get it back to normal. So, Menace says Hacklin missed it by that much. That much. That's right. So thanks you guys much for the likes, guys. I'll see if we can get some more. We'll go to 130 on the likes next. 130 on the likes. Bubba looks okay, fortunately. He went spinning, though, but it looks like he's all right. You're right. Mosh, I looked to see if you were flying this morning. Doesn't know if you went or not. But we'll be going to the audio here in just a second. As they come back, we'll find out exactly who's hurt, who's not. It's early, Mosh. But thanks for all the love, guys, today. Appreciate y'all coming in. Everyone just stacked. Yeah. Now, does this help Joey? It's under caution. Did it help Joey? Let's see. Joey's in second, so I guess he hadn't done the it hasn't refreshed yet. So we'll see what's going on with the leaderboard.
Auto and save. And by Miller Lite, great taste, 96 calories. Miller Lite. Tastes like Miller time. Welcome back to the Ambetter Health 400. We are under caution for a crash on lap 2 as you have a look at our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Powering the race from green to checkered flag and every mile in between. Goodyear, more driven. 16 cars piled up in turn 1.
Wow, 16
after
cars.
Austin Dillon got accordioned, turned, and ended up on the apron down in turn number 1. He has since driven away back to his pit, as many of these 16 cars are under repair.
For as big a wreck as that was, we don't have maybe one car out of the race, Bowman, from what I can tell.
Well, there is some significant damage on a few of these cars, Clinton. A lot of flat tires as we watch everybody come in. And some of these guys were way behind on points already. And I hate to be the person talking about points up here, but when you look at Austin Dillon and Harrison Burton and some of these guys that didn't have a good week last week, these guys all had a pretty solid week.
Yeah, they're fine.
Yeah, these guys are all good. These guys got points and wrecked and took care of themselves because they had a good week.
Now, this one is the one you're talking about. And several of these guys were in that wreck again for the second week in a row. And that's where you're talking getting buried.
Yeah, and Tyler Reddick was the one that we noticed the most that's still sitting on pit lane and having trouble with his car from the damage from the wreck.
Thank you for those subscribes,
It just stacks up, and having 2 super speedway races in a row like this is the fear of starting in the back with a slow car, having a bad week at Daytona, and we haven't seen this before with 2 super speedways in a row. The magnitude of mess that you can be in after 2 races is going to haunt some of these guys.
It takes till late summer to get caught up in this, if you ever do.
16 cars involved in this pileup. Turn 1, lap 2.
All right, commercial break. Thanks so much for hanging with us today. And we'll try to give some new in-car cameras here a shot. I just got it up working here. Hopefully they'll get the 6-hour stream. Gene, we did, 11:15 yesterday, or 10:30 yesterday till about 9:30 last night. 4 streams. It was a total of like 31,000 views. We had 240 subs yesterday. We had about 7 or 8 new channel members. So yesterday was an amazing day here on the channel. So I'm so glad for everybody to be here. I'm here for full stream. Awesome, Jamie. Good to think y'all hanging out here. Rick says, gonna be like Darlington today. Roughed up cars. We'll see who can finish. But keep on hitting that subscribe, y'all. Our goal is to get to 9,400 today. 9,400 on the subs. But thank you so much, y'all. Keep hitting that like button, too. Keep on tapping those hearts as well, the ones that are on an iPad or computer or laptop or phone. I think a phone has tap those hearts as well. That helps with the algorithm, too. So thank you, guys. What's up, Teresa? What's going on? Welcome in. As we're in the Ambetter Health 400. Let's see here if I can make this a little bigger. Shoot, 34. So weird. Only certain cameras are working. I don't know. We'll have to refresh this. Carol says, dropping the hearts over there on Facebook. Thank you, Carol.
Let's go places. And by Credit One Bank. Now, Joey Logano on lap number 1 had to come down pit road after taking the green flag.
Loose at a turn 2, becoming a member. Thank you, Loose at a turn 2. I love that name.
From qualifying yesterday. He did so, and while that was happening, the field piled up in turn number 1. So old Joey comes out of this smelling like a rose. He is the 20th place car. Everybody behind him was involved in the crash.
From that, it was him.
And he has served his penalty.
Oh, wow. So that worked out.
And Chase Elliott planning on coming down pit road now for the
he had
third
illegal
time.
gloves,
Most damage for him was on the nose and the left
qualifying.
front area of the splitter. You see it all taped up right there. They also worked on that hood area. Tough break for Chase Elliott. They got those fresh tires on. They're not giving up yet. They feel like they're going to be okay. They just got to get it right now as you see him wiping the left front side of that race car.
About a dozen cars pitting here. Now, Alex Bowman's car came in on the hook on the wrecker, and the wrecker stopped on pit road to not impede cars that were coming out from their pit stalls. Took a long time to get his car into the stall and they can work on it. I would imagine that NASCAR will adjust the damaged vehicle policy clock to account for the time that the wrecker was stationary, but we'll have to wait and see if they can get that car repaired.
Yeah, I see the hood flap in the crew member's hand right there. That'll be a big issue. You see Noah Gregson's car all tore up. The right front's tore off. The left side's got scrapes and battered up on the left rear there. So just a lot of hidden damage that we can't really pick out in the replay.
Right off the bat, Kevin, obviously
Michael McDowell's car.
That seemed almost too easy. That line really stacked up fast and caused a lot of trouble very fast.
Well, we've got that quad oval here, so the cars are being turned a little bit down the straightaway, so they're already light on their feet right there. And as I talked in the beginning of the broadcast, this is the place where the cars are the lightest. You always feel like you're up on top of the racetrack, you're going over bumps, and everything just happens really, really fast here. So as a driver, you're not comfortable all day, and we see how easy it is to get those cars turned around.
Josh Williams has taken his car to the garage. Repairs complete on Chase Elliott and Noah Gregson. Only Alex Bowman still sits on pit road as a result of...
So a big wreck on lap 3, and NASCAR has not updated the raw feed yet, so it'll come back here pretty soon. No announcers can't hear them. Make sure you don't have it on mute there, Teresa. How petty illegal glove. Well, he had so most drivers when they qualify, they put their hand blocking the one opening where the net is. So he had his wide open, and he had a net, a web that went from here to here. And so he held it against the car, and it kept that air from getting in the car and slowing it down. So that is what it was. So, but thanks for the new memberships. Thanks for the likes, Scout. Keep on hitting that like button. Keep on hitting that subscribe. And we're going to have a good time today. And as soon as NASCAR gets this thing working, I don't know what's going on with it. Okay, so it's working on this other pad. 1 second here. All right. 1 second while I figure this out. This is the second time it's done this to me. It is working. One second, y'all, while I get this working for us. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on here. Lap 2 was a big wreck. That's right. Stand by with us while I'm trying to get this fixed.
women's scoring leader. Can she break Pistol Pete's all-time NCAA record Sunday? It's a huge game against second-ranked Iowa State, and it tips off Sunday, 12:30 Eastern, leading right into our race from Las Vegas. A full day of action on Fox next Sunday.
She sure is fun to watch. Can drain the 3, can't she?
A lot of taunting going on in the grandstands up there.
I love it. What's racing without some trash talk?
That's right.
Well, folks, you just saw the biggest pileup in the history of Atlanta Motor Speedway. 16 cars involved.
All right, here we go. Like green. And this next time around, we're going to do the 3 since it was a big wreck.
And all those crashed cars have to go to tail end of the longest line. That's why it's a short line on the bottom. That's how few got to choose.
Let's go racing, boys!
Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson.
All right, Kyle Busch leads him down to lap 11. And this next time around, we're going to honor Dale Sr. Get your 3s ready in the chat. We're going to spam the chat with 3s.
Well, here we go again, Mike.
As Kyle Busch
we see him pushing
leads
already.
the track down the backstretch.
Everybody wants to be in the middle groove unless you can get clear. If Kyle Larson can get clear of Kyle Busch, it's a good move. He's clear.
I think you're going to see him move right back up into position on that outside.
All right, y'all, let me see him. 3. We honor you, Dale Sr. on lap 11. This should have been 3.
Very happy with his car.
Let me see it. Redeem 3. Redeem Dale.
Hot rod. Got something for him today.
You heard his interview in pre-race. That's a new Kyle Busch. You know, winning is a pretty good tonic. He won the truck race yesterday.
Which Kyle are you talking about? They're both fat. I tell you what, it was the same winner in a pre-race in the 500. Both Kyles putting on a show so far, 2024.
Chris Buescher right with them.
Well, now you see things start to settle in with the cars getting closer together and more evenly gapped. And you saw Kyle Busch work both of those lanes and decided to get up to the middle lane and do the blocking, trying to work both lanes from bottom to top until he just couldn't hold the outside off anymore. But typically, as we go at Atlanta, that bottom lane will have less cars in it, and that middle lane will form with the momentum, and it'll just start to get harder and harder every lap to make those passes on the bottom when they get spread out.
Now the pack, 3 wide into the corner.
Woo.
Christopher Bell headed for the garage and out after damage from lap 2.
Big move on Briscoe, going 3 wide. Can he make it stick? Going to need to get up soon. Here comes some help behind him with Buescher. I think the fight is on for this track position. You know, Kevin, I've heard all these drivers talk about speed versus handling, all that conversation. You know how they handle best? Out front.
And this is a short stage, Clint.
Kyle's the fastest. He's out front.
We see 60 laps in the stage. We've already
run 15 laps, and a lot of those under caution. How many rowdy friends we got here? The 226 that are here.
That they can to work their way towards the front. They all filled up with fuel. Not all of them, but a lot of them filled up with fuel, and you'll have that second half of the field with a little bit fuller tank. But at some point, the handling is going to be more of an issue as we run, as we see them 3 wide through the middle of 3 and 4.
Everybody trying to fly up through the field, 4-track position. Perhaps none more than Chase Elliott. He's already in front of all the other cars that were involved in that crash, and he was 3 wide at the backstretch making passes.
Well, we were a little bit worried about that car. The left front of Chase Elliott's splitter looked like it was a little bit low, but he seems to be making his way towards the front.
And that was according to plan, not obviously the crash, but the handling, having downforce in this car.
Christopher Bell is done for the day.
You're right. We're already starting to see him spread out. As this track ages, it's getting slicker and slicker, and this handling is going to play a role.
I cannot stress enough.
We have a new leader, Kyle Larson.
These cars are to drive at this particular racetrack, as we see Kyle Busch shoot down to the bottom and clear Kyle Larson.
Easily.
And now Kyle Busch. Now let me see those 5.
Wow,
Jamie dropping
again with Truex way up toward the wall. Footnote on Christopher Bell. They made repairs on pit road. He cleared the DVP clock. That is, he reached minimum speed on the racetrack. Now he can go to the garage, make mechanical repairs, and come back out. He's not necessarily out of the race.
Why did it look so easy? I'm talking about that pass for the lead. It's because you're already seeing cars lifting. He was able to hold it wide open down there. Kyle Busch was, and passed Larson with ease. You're already seeing back through the field cars lifting big time. Gaps
Logano, where's my Logano fans? I know Bright Wolf's out there. He's moving through.
In your race car and you can hold the throttle wide
moving
open.
on up to 16th.
And the other thing is the energy from this pack
got lucky
is
on
be
that
a little
caution,
bit less
y'all.
because of the fact that the second half of that field is tore up and probably knocked some speed out of their cars. Probably stopped dragging the racetrack, and that's going to change the complexion of this race because of the energy and not as many cars in the pack.
Looking back from race leader Kyle Busch, the Cheddars on board.
7 left on the track.
Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson, Michael McDowell, and Chase Briscoe's run up the inside. He's now got Ryan Blaney in front of him. So Blaney looking for the front. 18 laps complete. Let's take a look at what's on the menu. Sponsored by Cracker Barrel.
Yeah, Mike, I have 3 little elements here. Now, if the race stays green, run as far as you can on fuel. Do not short pit. Go as far as that tank of fuel will allow you. Now, if you've not run a lot of laps and the caution comes out for that track position, consider changing just 2 tires or doing fuel only. And look at flipping the stages. If the caution comes out near the end of stage 1 or stage 2 and you're not in a position to score stage points, pit. And then stay out at the stage break, and you get that track position, Mike.
Thanks, Larry. Kyle Busch has led all but 2 laps. Kyle Larson led those. Big crash at lap 2. Christopher Bell in the garage. Josh Williams out of the race. Larson to the front.
21 of 60 laps complete, y'all.
On board.
Larson's the leader.
Monster Energy Ty Gibbs onboard camera right here, and you see him going through the
Jerry?
quad oval here where those cars are light. You don't want to push like
Jerry?
they did at the beginning of the race because the cars will spin out easy. You hear him lift off the gas, getting in a corner. A lot of times the front tires won't turn, so you got to lift before you actually get to the corner. And now you see him on the back bumper of Todd Gillen down the back straightaway. That little bump that Ty Gibbs gave Todd there makes a really big help. It's a really big help to be able to get yourself towards the car back in front of you.
That was a big lift on Gilliland. He lifted big time, and that's why you saw him get to the bumper so easy. Having to lift, front end took off.
Clean and green now after a lap 2 pileup, the biggest in Atlanta Motor Speedway recorded history.
All right, caution. No caution on the track. Sorry about that. We're going to a commercial break with Kyle Larson leading. Kyle Busch. Oh, where's Ryan Blaney up there now? Ryan Blaney, where'd he come from? Blaney there in first place. Kyle Larson, Kyle Busch, and Chase Briscoe and Ross Chastain. Oh, no, big one. Michael McDowell back in 6th, Chris Buescher in 7th, Denny Hamlin 8th, William Byron 9th, and Martin Truex 10th. So let's take a look here at the in-car cameras. Let's see who we can find here to watch. 1 second. Let me see if I can find somebody. Let's see. Let's look. Let's see what's going on with Ryan Blaney here, as he is in 2nd place, riding right behind Larson. Let's take a look here. Take a look at the in-car camera of Ryan Blaney following Kyle Larson there in the lead. Thank you for that subscribe. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Oh, look at Blaney going to the outside. On the inside, sorry. Inside. Duh. And there he takes the lead. Ryan Blaney. The new leader. Let me see those 12s in the chat, y'all. 12s in the chat. If you're a Blaney fan, I know the Bright Wolf's going to be dropping them. Let me see Blaney. Blaney fans, let me see you in the chat, as he is now the new leader. And a caution. Just like that. Caution on the track. Oh, we're going to go right back to it. We're going to go back to the... Oh, because there's ads. It's under a commercial. So we're under a caution. You like our new caution flag? Under caution. So they're under commercial right now. Denny on the move. That's right. Denny going to 7th. We'll see what happened here. They're under caution here. And it always happens on the commercial break. Glad to be back for another show. Thank you so much, Jerome. Appreciate you being here. Keep on hitting that like button, y'all. We're trying to get to 150 on the likes. 150 on the likes. Thank you, guys. As we're waiting on the commercial break to come back here. But Blaney had just moved in front of Larson, and then the caution came out. We'll see what happened. Yep, caution lights. Thank you, Chad, for the like on the Facebook. Appreciate you over there. Thank you so much. Everybody like up the stream. That's right, Bright Wolf. All right, here we go. Back to it. See what happened.
400. Did I say clean and green? I spoke too soon. Lap 25, Chris Buescher, turn number 4.
Oh, Buescher.
Well, this is just a lack of grip. And when you look at everything that happens right here, there's nothing that happens. He just flat out loses it. And you'll have that right front fender offset to the car in front of him, and he's already loose. And this corner is notorious for just losing grip like that. And with that right front fender staggered from the car in front of him, it just stepped out on him.
Ooh, Byron almost nailed him. Byron got lucky.
Got lucky? William Byron.
So did William Byron, yeah.
I just said that.
Hey, they're going to put 4 new Goodyears on that car right there and be just fine. Probably an adjustment. I need a round of wedge, Kevin.
Yeah, and you see him just up here in clean air, and that right front fender just amplifies everything that he has going on with this car. I'm telling you guys, this is going to be a long day for a lot of these guys because the handling is not good on any of these cars.
Let's watch him spin out here.
Wow.
Thank you, Teresa, for liking the stream.
He was ready for a wreck right there.
I think he will.
He
didn't hit anything.
Nobody hit him.
Yeah, you see him take his hands off the wheel. He knew he was out of steering wheel. It was all the way to the right, and you heard him working the throttle to try to keep the car down the banking so it didn't shoot back up the racetrack.
One guy.
This is William Byron. Talk about close calls.
Byron almost nailed him. He had the brakes, man.
And William did a great job right there, just not overreacting to slow the car down just enough. I don't think he didn't touch him at all. Just slow the car down and try to judge that speed of where that car is going to go, just enough to not get run over from behind. So great job by both of those guys keeping their cars from getting torn up. More than a
lot of cars coming on a pit road you see in here. Need some adjustments.
Remember, the pit entry is at turn 3. And under caution, 45 miles an hour all the way around turns 3 and 4 on the apron and pit road. Corey LaJoy, the Chili's onboard camera, having a good run up toward the front, up to 9th. Brad Keselowski, the Ford Performance cam, and the Advent Health cam for Eric Jones.
Did y'all see that truck yesterday that lost his roof?
Regan.
Pit stops.
Mike, I'm not sure the start of this race could go more perfect for Joey Logano. Of course, after that penalty early on, the team said that we will be aggressive if we have to in terms of fuel and what we're going to do to try and leapfrog the field some. But think about that early caution. That allowed him to catch up in what they thought was a situation that would put them 2 laps down when it was all said and done.
Free pass goes to Carson Hocevar. He was one of the cars caught up in that lap 2 accident, but he's as the first car one lap down. He'll be the 31st and final car on the lead lap when we restart.
You didn't see the trucks? Okay.
Ryan Blaney's done a great job of getting that bad luck at Daytona behind him. Had a fast race car leading his field. More work on the Chase Elliott ride.
Chase Elliott.
Yeah, when you crash like that, you got to start adjusting things, whether it's hitting the ground or whatever the scenario is that they're in. You got to start making adjustments to the car to cater to whatever situation that you're in. But I just can't stress enough. You see a lot of these cars sitting on pit road making adjustments to their cars, more repairs to their cars. The drivers are absolutely miserable right now. It'll be fun to watch.
I'm here for it.
I'm glad I'm up here because I'm
liking that seat better now.
Those 4 races that I drove here were the most uncomfortable that I've been in a race car in a long time.
All right, let's go from miserable to happy. Spring football. That'll put a smile on your face. And it's about to hit a whole new level as the USFL and XFL.
Anybody watch the UFL?
Unleash the United Football League. March 30th on Fox. USFL champion Birmingham takes on XFL champ Arlington. The UFL this spring on ABC,
will
ESPN,
NASCAR
FS1
have enough speed to get the front of the back? I don't think
29 laps complete under caution.
You might
Let's
be
check
done.
with Regan.
Well, Mike, you guys are talking about, Clint and Kevin are talking about in the booth up there, how the handling on these cars looks. The drivers are a little bit confused inside the cars, too, at times right now. Listen to Kyle Larson.
Ride quality is just normal. Like, you feel the bump. I'm sure if somebody's tucking behind me, it'll bother me, but where we're at right now in the race, it's not a big deal.
Well, I don't think anything's a big deal to Kyle Larson.
He's a different breed. He really is. He can drive a loose car better than anybody in that field. But it's not going to be as comfortable when they start pushing and shoving on you. So it's not the most comfortable you're going to be in a car. Regan?
Well, Kevin, there was a little more to that radio also. He was strictly talking about how weird the car was aero-wise. He couldn't really describe the aero and what it was causing. Of course, he was talking about the bumps after that aero discussion, but a lot of kind of guessing and question marks on his head there, it sounded like.
Well, that's typical for this place because, as we just saw with Chris Buescher, when that car gets staggered to the right, it puts air on that right front fender, and then if you're loose, it'll just turn that car around. If you are shooting low like they were to pass each other at the beginning of the race, you know, you get those great runs from the guys lifting. So this is the weirdest racetrack from the driver's seat, and I don't think that's going to be the last confusing comments that we hear out of the drivers today.
A lot of penalties. Chris Buescher, commitment line violation. Noah Gregson, Alex Bowman, Tyler Reddick, Daniel Hemrick pitting too soon, and John Hunter Nemechek, too many men over the wall.
You knew it was going to be this way. You're sitting here listening to all these drivers when we were down there on the starting grid before the race, Kevin, and you know it's the plan, right? Even within organizations, you had cars that were at the front with speed. You had cars at the back that were planning on, all right, those guys are going to be in trouble, and we're going to blow their doors off 15, 16, maybe 20 laps into these runs, and that's exactly what you're seeing. Some of these guys, it's playing right into their plan, and some of them, boy, they got their hands full.
And that sun has been out. And the other thing that we haven't talked about is the aging of the racetrack. And we see that it's grayer than it has been in the past. And that's the part that the teams can't really measure is, okay, what's that grip level going to be with the racetrack sitting around over the winter, and now we're here. And now the sun, we heard Kyle Busch talk about it on his pre-race interview, the sun has been out. When that track temperature goes up, the track loses grip. So there's a lot of things that go against handling, and we've covered the balance of speed and handling with what you put in the race car, but this is way worse than I think a lot of these guys were anticipating.
16 green flag laps,
pretty much
14
tells the story
caution
right
laps.
there. 16 laps and 14 of them been cautioned.
And we remind you, no practice.
Y'all
not
repeat
before
me.
qualifying and no final practice.
All right, y'all, let's go.
Let's
Pull
try
those
again,
belts
boys.
tight. It's time to go green.
Blaney and Larson on the front row. 30 laps complete.
Let's go racing,
We're halfway
boys.
through stage one, and we're back under green.
$29 to go in this stage. Blaney out front. That white Ford. Al pushing Blaney.
Well, here these maniacs go again.
I am impressed with the speed that McDowell's car had and his ability to stay up there, right? You know that car has the drag out of it because it posted the big laps that it did. And he's holding tough.
Now, the first 13 cars did not pit under this caution flag. In fact, of the top 10, the only ones that have been on pit road at all were Chastain and Wallace back at the first caution.
Well, this will be a good test for us to see how the guys in the back come with the tires and how the guys in the front can hang on with the old tires and the heat in the tires. We still have 28 laps based upon how everything has gone so far in this race. 28 laps is a long ways for us to go.
Another thing, manufacturer conversation. We've seen
subscribe.
these
This is
Mustangs
Briscoe's
out front.
car.
We've seen Busch and Larson out front
Briscoe
with the
in
Chevrolets.
third.
What we haven't seen much of is Toyotas. And don't look long. This Denny Hamlin in 11 is marching slowly but surely
go,
right to
baby.
the front.
The day I don't pick them.
Jamie Little.
How about Ryan Blaney running up front, had a great qualifying effort. And how about having a brand new spotter at 2 drafting tracks to kick off the season? He's got Tim Fedowa. We talked about that. That used to be Kevin Harvick's spotter, doing a great job navigating his driver up front right now. Ryan saying he just needs a little bit front end. He wants it to work a little bit better. We're hearing that from a lot of drivers at this point, Mike.
Well, that's pretty typical at this racetrack, and that's why you'll hear a lot of these guys let off, getting in the corner, trying to get that front end set to make that front end turn. But with this next-gen car, the front end is definitely the end of the race car that needs more grip. And
Larson's going back.
It just, you know, it's hard to make the front do what you want it to do. So you got to let off that throttle, get the front end set, maybe tuck that left front fender out, the right front fender out. Questionable based on Chris Buescher's spin. So
that's what I was going to say. You step over the line that much, and now all of a sudden those front tires are working way better than the rear. Can't keep up with it.
Boston's coming down to see
out. If you watch that 5 car of Kyle Larson, we noticed him down here in 3 and 4. He was up the racetrack. And he's testing the waters up there to be able to let that car sail up the racetrack. And we saw that in some of the couple races here last year. Martin Truex and some of those guys would run that third lane. I think that'll become more used as the race goes on.
We did.
Yeah, in particular on the long runs. When tires wear out, you don't want to shoot to the bottom, because if you don't clear them and get up in front of them, you're in trouble. You can get to the right rear corner, much like Logano did when he won this race a year ago. Like, that's how you've got to get out and get the job done, make the pass for the win.
Now, of the cars that stopped on this caution, William Byron is the furthest forward. He's in 11th place. Now back to 12th. Byron, Logano, and LaJoie are the cars moving forward on fresh tires from this last caution.
Man bun, no more. No more. It's all gone. It's all gone.
But moving forward here, not nearly as easy as it is at Daytona.
Yeah, and you hear Corey LaJoie way out of the gas right there. And like you say, Mike, when these cars get single file like that, there's really nowhere to go. So you just have to, you're at the mercy of the car in front of you, and you just try to do your job and keep your distance the best that you can.
Hearing how much he's lifting, Corey LaJoie riding along.
New to NASCAR here, but I went to Daytona last weekend and was instantly hooked.
Turn 3, you're going to hear him lift again. You're going to see the throttle percentage come down because it's a really flat entry, and you got to keep the nose of that car. You got to get some air on it to let it turn down the racetrack. So that's what they're lifting for right now, is to try to get the front to turn.
And just like Daytona, the double line at the bottom of the racetrack, that is out of bounds.
Did it feel good to do some baseball the other day?
You dip a tire below it, and the penalty police are coming for you.
Thanks for that subscribe. Down the backstretch we go. 40 laps complete.
40 laps
21
complete.
to go in the stage.
Stage 1 is 60 laps, so 20 to go in stage 1. So far, Kyle Busch appears to have the strongest car in Atlanta.
Picking up where you left off in the truck race. Picking up where you left off in the truck race. Thanks for the subscribes, guys. We're over 9,350. Let's see if we can get to 9,400 today. Keep hitting that like button. We're trying to get to 150 on the likes. Appreciate all the love, y'all. Thanks for the new members. Appreciate turning Loose in Turn 2 and Bright Wolf for the new memberships. Appreciate that. Thank you, Teresa, over there on Facebook, liking the stream. Thank you, Chad. And thank you, STR8 Ham21 for subscribing. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, STR8 Ham21. Patricia on Facebook, thank you for liking the stream. Jim P subscribed today. Matthew Cooper's liked the Facebook stream. Helen over on Facebook as well. Lots of people. And Javier with the new subscribes. Thank you so much. And Duck Ricky Funk subscribing over there, following on liking the stream too on Facebook. So thanks guys for everything. Yep, doesn't make a difference what he drives. The kid can just flat. Give him a grocery cart. The kid can win. Give him a grocery cart. Let's see here. Let's go. Let's follow along with Kyle out front. Let's see how he does. Let's follow along with old Kyle. I did it again. Oh, 1 second. Commercial. Let's try that again. Refresh. Refresh, Kyle. See if we can get Kyle Busch on the cam here. Ooh, that's loud. Now we'll do it. Right along with Rowdy. Rowdy Bush riding along in 5th place, right behind Chastain. Watch out for that Chastain guy. And Miss Kurt Busch driving, yeah. Ooh. Rowdy was going to follow Chastain, but something's wrong with Chastain's car. He just dropped 2 spots. Let's follow that Chastain story there. I'm going to bring back the audio here in just a second, guys.
Ambetter Health 400 in Atlanta, 45 laps complete. New leader, Michael McDowell. Drove to the front past Ryan Blaney and Kyle Larson. Pole sitter out front and leads his 3rd lap of the day. All right, we had some radio from the crash back at lap 2, that huge pileup. We'll hear from Austin Dillon and his team and from Martin Truex.
What are we supposed to do? They're checking and he can't check.
The guy behind him didn't either, man. I know. Not over yet.
I know, Rick.
We can recover.
Why'd they stack up so damn hard?
Good question.
I was getting nailed from behind, so I don't know.
Definitely got left front damage. Pretty heavy.
That's Eric Jones.
Pretty heavy nose damage. Pretty heavy right side damage.
Some of the aftermath of the 16 cars that piled up on lap number 2, which began when Austin Dillon went sliding across the track, and everybody behind him piled up. Only car out of the race is Josh Williams. Christopher Bell is back on track, though 32 laps down after mechanical repairs. Here's a look at it in the lower right.
All because Todd Gilliland slowed down to let
Todd
34
Gilliland was
in.
just trying to make sure he didn't fill that hole too fast to let Michael McDowell up, and they were already checking up, like you said, Clinton, and both of those checkups just led to that. So
it happened fast.
And these guys up front, they have been going
MC,
at
baby.
it. While we were at break,
Sandman,
Ryan Blaney kind of slid up the racetrack. It looked like he was in a slide for life, but the non-handling of the cars is making for a lot of passes and pretty entertaining to watch up front.
Welcome to the show, Martin Truex Jr. You heard his frustration, but he is back. He has recovered and has found the front.
Let me see any 19 fans. Let me see those Truex in the chat.
This is where you're going to start seeing these cars. See, he can hold that throttle wide open. These guys are starting to have to lift in the corners.
Truex.
These guys that elected to go for the handling, right? Downforce drag. This is where they're able to hold it wide open, start prevailing and picking them off.
Toyota Cam down on the low front bumper of Truex's car, as you saw him change lanes there. Going to the front, he and Denny Hamlin are the 2 Toyotas in the top 10, and Bubba Wallace now.
Yep. I told you, they get you, man. They won't let you stay up.
Marching back to the front 2 is Joey Logano. We'll have a look at our Xfinity fastest lap, and there's Joey, 186 miles an hour. Hamlin, LaJoy, Byron, and Josh Berry.
Make sure you guys are in 1080p as well.
1 and 2.
Sure
Ross Chastain all the way at the top. We're 3 wide down the back straightaway.
We're streaming in 1080p, y'all.
Have you ever seen a bigger smile than the one on Michael McDowell's face this morning?
Oh, it was awesome.
467 races. Finally got his first career pole.
Good to see him running
well. And he's got the nose of that car in the wind.
Denny Hamlin
goes Hamlin.
Oh, Denny went sliding through the grass.
Sliding down toward the apron in turn number 1, and caution is out.
Menace should be
Hamlin
happy.
Was in 6th place.
The heck? What happened? Who spun him?
Hamlin was up in that lead pack, and
was it Rowdy?
See him trying to fire it back up. The extra fuel in the pipes.
AMR safety team there quickly to Hamlin's aid.
Oh, boys. He's not going to be happy with this one.
And he'll get away just before the safety car comes out.
I think he got spun.
Well, what happened here?
Hey.
Well, you can see him and Kyle Busch on the bottom. Kyle comes up, gets
Kyle
into his
clipped
left
him.
corner and turns him around.
Kyle clipped him.
Yeah, and that would look like the classic case
He
of
got
2
clipped.
one going up, 1 coming down.
What's up with that? What's up,
These
Rowdy?
cars are just, I mean, that was
Rowdy,
pretty
I
heavy
support
contact,
you
but
in this channel.
They're light going through the front straightaway like
Time
that.
to switch hat,
through the
Williams
quad oval.
says.
from the 8.
Let's see what happens.
It pulled him in. You can hear him lift, too. You told me this, Kevin. You said sometimes if you lose your nose and you'll actually lift and it'll pull you up into it. He definitely lifted big time before they hit.
Denny lifted. You can hear it. He was sliding.
Yeah, he did everything he could do right there. I still think that the 11 was coming down a little bit, but when Kyle saw him coming down a little bit, he definitely lifted and got on the brakes trying to keep that from happening, as you heard in that in-car video.
Yeah, big lift, and Larry told us even brake.
Look at that Chase fan celebrating.
Remember that trash talking we were talking about? I think that's what's happening.
All
right
the
there,
Chase
Kevin.
fans
I feel like that's how I live in the TV compound lately. Is there's just
let's
it's all right,
Kyle Busch here.
It's all good.
How is it going? I don't know. I am really, really bad landing. I got to be out of the gas so bad on landing that I can't keep up when I'm in traffic to be a good pusher. You're too tight landing? I'm not too tight. I have no front tires.
very typical, and that's what we were talking about. That's why these guys are lifting before you get to the corner, because the front tires just will not turn. You got that big spoiler on the back of the car, and those cars in front of you poking a big hole, and it just makes the cars really hard to turn because there's no air on the front tires.
Let's ride with Denny Hamlin.
Right
well,
through the grass.
Said he definitely moved down a little bit. Obviously caught Kyle Busch off guard. I don't know if it was a block or just didn't know he was there.
A little karma. Jamie
well, Denny came on the radio and said, I don't know what happened. I thought I was clear. And he also said I was edgy free right there.
Definitely wasn't clear.
Edgy free. That's my favorite word, because
that
is
have some explaining to do after the
comment
race.
that I guarantee you're hearing out of a lot of cars when they're not behind somebody.
Well, nobody's happy about this except Austin Dillon. He will get the free pass. Larry?
Yeah, this may be where we see one of our Cracker Barrel on the menu race strategy. If you're back in the pack and you don't feel like you can score stage points, flip the stage right here. Come to pit road, get your tires, get your fuel, and then you'll stay out at the stage break, which we're seeing right now. A lot of them come to pit road that was back in the pack.
Well, and to his point, Mike and Clint, that's what you want to do. But the guys that stayed out,
they're in 23rd.
They are going for those stage points because they're in position to be able to score points and protect themselves in case something happens at the end.
So the top 9 stay out on the racetrack. We're under the third caution of the day in Atlanta.
Got me spinning right around as Kyle Busch gets it. Bumper of Denny. Denny goes right into the field. Oh, well, that's how it goes sometimes. We'll work our way back to the front. Denny's fault, he lifted. It's no worries. It's all good. I'm glad y'all enjoy it. That's all that matters. Oh, boy. So, let's see here. Let's see. Our social media here, guys. If you want to check out our social media, never miss a race. On the Go at CeeLo is my Facebook page. Most of y'all have already been over there liking the stream. I do appreciate y'all. We're streaming on that right now, so make sure you give that a share on your own personal Facebook and a like on the stream. CLord16 is the Twitter. We're streaming on Twitter as well, so make sure you give that a heart and a retweet. And then On the Go at CeeLo, and also a follow on Twitter as well. On the Go at CeeLo1 is my Instagram, and On the Go at CeeLo is a TikTok. We're also streaming on Twitch. And that's On the Go at CeeLo, all one word. So make sure you follow us on there. If you follow us on all of those, you will not miss a stream ever. And make sure it's all on notifications. So there's that. And then the YouTube, make sure you like it. Make sure you subscribe. Hit the notification bell so you know when we go live at any time. But there is our social media. So thanks, guys, for all the subscribes today. Trying to get to 9,400 before this race is over. The Red Sox beat the Braves. That sucks. We also do some Atlanta Braves on this channel as well. So we'll be doing that come spring training here when we get some on TV. And we'll give some play-by-play for that too. So I can't wait for that too. All right. So just waiting on the commercial break to come back. And we'll see. Maybe we'll have some green flag or some pit stops here. We'll see what happens. Truth says, I'm glad I took the whole team. Exactly. Oh, Denny. He'll work his way back. So McDowell and the two Fords out front, McDowell and Ryan Blaney, Larson, Chastain, Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Busch Your top 6, Briscoe, Bubba Wallace, William Byron, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. are your top 10. Just waiting on the commercial to come back, y'all. We'll be bringing it live to you guys. But thanks for the likes. See if we can get to 150 on the likes, then we'll move on from there. We appreciate all the love, guys, today. It's been a great weekend here in Atlanta. We did the truck race. We did qualifying, did the truck race, did the Xfinity race, and now the race. We're going to try to do the same thing next weekend for Vegas. I think the truck race is on a Friday night, though, so look forward to that.
Everybody was sitting on pins and needles, and then it just erupted.
Gordon got loose. It's Harvick. Harvick by inches.
It was like a spiritual moment.
What could be more special?
I think that's kind of what the sport needed.
Basically healing NASCAR Nation.
Kevin Harvick!
Surprise you guys, yeah.
That's awesome.
Nice to see you guys. How you doing?
Justin, what's up,
So you're
dude?
not the
Appreciate
only one that
here.
can go in the infield.
So you just snuck up behind them as they're shooting that piece?
Yeah, they
Nice.
had me come in and just sneak up behind them. Those were ticket holders, and that campsite that we were at had been there since 1990.
Very cool.
Father,
Father still
son.
here.
Yeah.
Father-son duel.
Same
That's
spot.
That's what the sport's found on, man. There's so many of those great stories in the infield of, the grandpa took the son, and now the grandson's there, and they're all doing it together. Love those. And it's
a good time.
That was a long time ago.
Darn
Kevin.
commercials.
It was a long time ago.
That's probably a grandpa scenario.
And I loved coming to Atlanta and got my first win here. Had a lot of success here. And
Thank you, Jackie,
I can tell
on
you that
Facebook.
This
Thank
is
you
not
so
your
much.
grandpa's
And
Atlanta.
follow this
I know
on-
that's what
on
you want to call
Facebook
me.
as well. Thank you.
1,300 laps led. That's the
You were at that
impressive
race?
stat. 3 wins. Awesome, but you probably should have won 13. You
All
had
right,
13
3 to
of
go
them won,
here
and
in the
scenarios
stage.
just
Who's
going
gonna
to
win this stage?
I remember,
Is it gonna be?
pits
I think it's gonna be
once
Blaney.
and caution,
That's my
untimely
pick. Blaney's
cautions
gonna
would
win the
bite you.
stage here.
Good runs, though. Awesome track for you.
All right, penalties. All pitting too soon. Bowman, Preece, Nemechek, Reddick, and Hamlin will all start at the back. Of the top 10, only William Byron has been in the pits since lap 7. From Joey Logano on back, everybody stopped on this caution flag, and there'll be 2 to go in the stage.
Elbows up, Kevin.
Oh, my gosh.
2 to go.
2 laps to go.
Here we go.
Stage
We're gonna have a
points
big
on
one
the
again.
line.
We'll see.
Look at uh-oh, maybe
Thank
another
you,
lap
Terry,
here.
over
Is
there
he
on
going to be able to
Facebook
get
as
it?
well.
Yeah, lights are on the pace car.
Oh,
They
never
waved it
mind.
on.
One more lap. All right. You already see Logano. Can you believe, starting at the back, the wrecks, 2 wrecks we've had, the big one, he survived all of it. Now he's in a place where he can get stage points in this first stage. Unbelievable.
Well, he had a little bit of fortune go his way, and everything has worked out, but it's going to get dicey here at the end of this stage
You
because
think?
it's 1 lap, and these guys are going to have to push and shove and do everything that they need to do to try to win the stage and get the most points that they can. And most of those guys in the front are on old tires.
That's just it. They actually, Kyle Busch, 5th place right there, they wanted him to pit. He stayed out trying to go for these stage points. Adding another lap to this might play right in his playbook where he can do it. Let's listen along.
Just total 1. He stayed out. Was I not clear? I said if you can restart on the front row, you can do it. But if not, bring it to me. I know. I heard you. That's why I said pit. 5 reds.
Well, that was the crew chief and the spotter.
That extra lap helps this scenario. He'll be able to hold on for a lap here. It's Kyle Busch. Make some good moves here, get some stage points, make up for it.
They will race 1 lap.
Here we go. This is gonna be a good one here.
Exactly.
That's all. I don't even know what else to say.
No, you're right.
It's gonna be physical, and they're gonna push and shove and do everything they can to get themselves
Watch on YouTube.
as close as they can to the
And
front.
follow
but
on Facebook. Awesome,
when this
Jackie.
is over,
Thank
those
you so
first
much.
10 guys or so are gonna get cycled to the back because of pit strategy.
Here we
Those
go.
10 are on
Here we
worn
go.
tires,
Green
new
flag.
tires
Baby,
behind
baby,
them.
Let's go
Let's
racing,
drop the green
boys!
for 1 lap to the end of stage 1. Blaney outside of McDowell.
Last lap here. Green, white checkered. Or green, white caution, I guess. See
Hold
what
your
happens.
breath.
Here we go. McDowell with the lead.
Big gap on that outside. See him locked together on the bottom.
3 wide. Is that Reddick moving up? And Gilliland and Logano on the bottom.
McDowell's going to win this.
Some points here.
Stage 1.
Michael McDowell started from pole. Here he comes to the end of stage 1. He gets the green and white checkered flag.
Green and white, go till I tell you.
Blaney, Chastain, Larson, and Busch, the top 5. Wow. That wasn't so hard, was it?
Wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
All right. 3rd career stage win for Michael McDowell.
Michael McDowell, congratulations. So we're under caution after stage 1 is over. I think that's redeemed checkered. I think I spelled it right. Whatever. But Michael McDowell wins the stage. Ryan Blaney 2nd. Chastain 3rd. Kyle Larson 4th. Kyle Busch in 5th. All right. Keep on hitting that like button, y'all. We're trying to get to 150 on the likes. If you could get us there on that. And keep on hitting that subscribe. It's so important for helping us out on the channel. But thank you guys so much. Hope you guys are enjoying your show today. And I'm glad to bring it to you. We'll be next weekend at Las Vegas. We'll see how that goes with Friday, Saturday. I think Friday, Saturday, Sunday are the races next weekend. So I hope to bring those to you as well. Next week, we'll be doing coming up Wednesday. We'll be doing the Tennessee Volunteers basketball game against the Auburn Tigers. So if you guys are Auburn fans or Tennessee fans, come on. If you're NCAA basketball fans, make sure you join us on Wednesday. And then Friday, for you members, look for a live stream tomorrow. I'm not sure about what time, but look for a live stream tomorrow for you guys. The MVP members, MVP only members will get a live stream. And then possibly a vlog on Monday as well. Not too sure about that one though, but we call them Members Mondays, where from pro to MVP get first access to new vlogs, and then MVPs get members get a live stream, private live stream that not everybody can see, and it's just me and y'all, and we just talk and all that, try to catch up and stuff and like that. So that is what we'll be doing. That's called Members Mondays. And we appreciate everybody's support. We appreciate your hard-earned money given back to the channel. And I hope you guys are enjoying the emojis. We'll be changing the emojis every week with different colors and stuff like that. And the more members we get, the more emojis we get. So, all right, back to the audio here in just a second.
Stage 1 ends in Atlanta with Michael McDowell right where he started, in 1st place, picking up his 3rd career stage win. Let's go down to pit road. Jamie Little.
Well, Mike, every week we always talk about how instrumental the pit crews are in this sport, but we don't tell you who they are or show their faces. Well, this year, we're going to change that. We're going to introduce you to some of these pit crews. So first up, the Daytona 500 Championship team and the fastest overall pit crew in 2023, this William Byron's pit crew.
Jeff Cordero, front tire changer, the New London Waterford Speedball 2019 Cup Series champion with Kyle Busch.
Orrin Osowski, rear tire changer, Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec, Canada, one of the true left-handed tire changers on pit road.
Ryan Patton, tire carrier, the Ohio State University 2-time Cup champion with Jimmy Johnson.
Spencer Bishop, jackman, former tight end for the Wake Forest Demon Deacons.
Landon Walker, fueler, former Clemson offensive tackle, 2024 Daytona 500 champion.
I love this. Where are you from? New London Waterford Speedbowl. That's in Connecticut.
You
nice little 3rd-mile track.
You know, I love athletes. Those dudes are studs. All of
Ty
them.
Gibbs emoji would be great.
Well, we definitely know the athletes
He's
are on
be around
pit road.
20 years. All right, Eric.
That's
you
for
are
sure.
a member,
Every
so I'll
team
make sure that
has
is
somebody
on there
from
for
somewhere. And those guys do nothing but train and study. It's a true art,
like
changing the tires
players.
and putting fuel in these
Some
cars.
of them were football players.
Unbelievable how fast they are. Hands.
Ty Gibbs will have an emoji for you since you are a member.
Tight end out there. How about
Definitely
that?
For sure.
Cool.
I'll get you one, man.
So, Larry, we expect the top 10 on pit road because most of them have not yet made a pit stop today. But what of the rest, those that stopped at lap 55?
Yeah, I mean, if you're all the way at the back, come on in, top it off with fuel. But yeah, we only ran one lap, and no matter what, you're going to have to stop in this next stage because it is 100 laps. And remember, the fuel window is about 68 to 72 laps.
This is really going to...
All right, pit stops coming up here.
The script for these guys. You've seen all these guys have the affordability of the clean air. McDowell winning that stage. Larson's been up there. Kyle Busch has been up there. We'll be mired back in traffic now, Kevin.
Joey Logano is going to be second when this baby fires off to go green.
Yeah, right behind or right next to Todd Gilliland. So here they come, 45 miles an hour under caution around turns 3 and 4. That area 90 mile an hour speed limit on the apron under green.
It's a long ways around there.
So they enter
around the corner.
Pit road in turn 3.
One speed line right in the middle of the corner, and then you come down pit road to go straight here to enter these really small boxes.
And that's Chase now in the race. Chase is in 27th.
4, 3, 2, 1. That's good. We can pin it there. They're coming around to the right. So you ready? The 21 is not coming in. You'll have install. Waiting on fuel. Go, 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 go.
So who's out? Byron? Who made it?
We talked about how short those pit stalls are, Kevin. That was close on exit.
Almost had a 6-car dust up there leaving the new leader. Road. Today, Fox Sports and our entire industry mourn the loss of friend and colleague Andrew
I have
Lorenz,
a Chastain emoji. I haven't seen
Tuesday
anybody use
after
it.
A lengthy illness. An integral part of our team, Andrew worked with SMT, the company behind our driver graphic pointers. Our thoughts with his family, Patricia, Ethan, Henry, and Carissa.
Scary.
Andrew Lorenz was 44.
Ah, 44, dude. All right, so Chastain comes out there. Rest in peace, and for his family as well. Chastain, the new leader, or maybe not. I don't know. They showed Gilliland first. Some of the guys did not pit, so maybe those are leaders. So Todd Gilliland, the leader, with Logano on the outside. We'll wait for it to change here. Yeah, that is young, but let's see. We're still at 146 on the likes. I don't know if the likes are just froze or we're just not hitting it today. That's okay. I'd rather hit just subscribe. Get that subscribe. We got our 100 likes, but there it is, 146. Okay, so keep on hitting that subscribe, y'all. That is the main focus on the day. We're trying to get to 9,400. We're about 39 away from 9,400, and we'll be bringing you the live audio here in just a second as it comes back. But thanks for the likes, guys. Appreciate that. Let's see. If you guys want to go on a trip, go to the race next week in Vegas, or go to this year's Daytona 500, or do you want to go to Disney? You want to go on a trip? Jennifer at Travel Depot is a full-fledged travel advisor, travel agent. She will definitely take care of you. If you have a budget, she'll take care of you. You say, I can only spend this much money. She will plan a trip for you guys. If you go on a cruise, go on any type of trip, anytime you're going away, Jennifer at Travel Depot, there's her phone number, there's her email. Tell Jennifer that CeeLo sent you. She will take care of you. Travel Depot. Make sure you check her out. She's taken care of us multiple times. She is amazing of what she does. So make sure you check Jennifer out at Travel Depot. All right, let's go Chastain. Let's see what he's going to do. I saw him beat out the boys. So, yeah, I guess a bunch of people did not pit. So the faster tires are going to be in the back. Chastain at 16th, McDowell. So all the leaders pitted. So they're back there in 16th, 17th, 18th. So this should be interesting to see how these boys run through the field with these guys on slower tires here. So we'll see what happens. Gillen and Logano back out front. So we'll see what happens. Let's go Chastain. There's not many Chastain fans in there. There's Josh Berry. Josh Berry. If you're just coming in and not know anything about lap 3, we had a huge wreck. And it included Noah Gragson, Alex Bowman, Tyler Reddick, Christopher Bell's put his behind the... he's not done for the day, but I think Josh Williams is. But these cars here, Noah Gragson, Alex Bowman, Tyler Reddick, Christopher Bell, and Josh Williams all done. Well, Josh Williams might be done, but Austin Dillon was involved in that wreck as well, but he's still running.
Coverage is provided by Goodyear, powering every lap, every mile, and every victory on the road ahead. Goodyear, more driven. A lot of congestion on pit road. Watch when Ryan Blaney fires out of his pit and suddenly gets into heavy traffic here.
Yeah, you see Noah Gragson coming down pit road, turning into his pit box with all the damage, and you're going to see Ryan Blaney come out. It might have been Ryan Priest, but he had to stop and check up. And then there's another car on the inside, and all these guys pulling out of the pit box are looking in their mirror, in their digital mirror, and listening to the crew chief at the same time to make sure they know where all those cars are. But it was close, Clint.
Yeah, when they call you clear out of the box, they always tell you clear all the way up, clear 1 lane, clear 2 lanes. That was pretty close to a 4-wide scenario.
Bubba almost nailed Blaney. All right, let's ride along with Martin Truex.
A lot of adjustments this week at this racetrack at Atlanta. So let's recap a couple of them for you. Ross Chastain in the 1. He just told the team, I'm wide open in 3 and 4. I don't know what else to do. I don't know how I can move the air. So they gave him an adjustment just to try to help the handling, a wedge adjustment and 4 tires for him. Meanwhile, Martin Truex Jr., you talked about it, Mike, one of the many cars involved in that lap 2 incident, had a lot of right side damage, but he was able to fight his way up to 6th at the end of that stage. They worked on the car. He said, overall, it's pretty good. Just needs a little more grip. Regan?
Larson fighting a race car that's a little bit too aero tight for him right now. Said he feels like he needs front downforce. Of course, they can't fix that right now. Cliff Daniels said, I'll do whatever I can with other adjustments to help you out there. The 34 of Michael McDowell, very good with his car. A little loose up top, no adjustments. He likes it. And a long pit stop for the 8 of Kyle Busch. They went under the left front of the race car. They wanted to work on the left front shock. Felt like the nose was floating too much. He couldn't get consistency. Take the time now to go ahead and fix it for later in the race.
So the first of the cars that just pitted is Ross Chastain in 16th place, then Michael McDowell 17th. Everybody in front of them, the first 15 cars all pitted at lap 55. We had more cautions in stage 1 than we had in the whole Daytona 500 Monday.
I've got some bad news for you, drivers. We're not fixing your push in the corner, so suck it up. It's not going to get better.
Stage 2.
Here we go. Green flag. Bangity, bangity, bangity. Let's go racing, boys.
So much better from up here. I've heard your radio before.
Todd Gilliland inside of Joey Logano. Corey LaJoie inside to push. Chris Buescher up on the outside.
Here we go. 3 wide. Daniel Suarez with Ty Gibbs pushing him down the back straightaway. Corey LaJoie down to block.
I like what I saw right there. Ty Gibbs' spotter told him, all right, coming to LaJoie, talking about Suarez in front of him. That was heads up, spotting and driving there. Big run on them. He lifted, gave Suarez an opportunity to not get wrecked right there. That's exactly the way it works. Textbook.
Todd Gilliland in the lead.
Can't see through those cars. When you're pushing somebody, you need to know what's in front of him.
Well, and to your point, Clint, the spotter will be telling you what's happening in front of the car that you're pushing. As we go on board with Corey LaJoie, we hear him lifting to get the nose set and get down the racetrack and get full throttle.
Thank you for those
subscribes. How about Josh Berry in 5th? And Zane Smith in 4th. Drivers that flipped the stage and pitted before stage end now having a chance to shine here.
Josh Berry in 5th. Let me see those 4s in the chat, y'all.
Josh Berry's car there. Those guys obviously flipped the strategy and put themselves in position to be able to run at the front of this pack, and that's where you want to be. It's less dangerous up there, but we know anything can happen. But as the run goes here, that handling will become harder and harder to come by, and you want to be as far forward as possible.
I like what you said right there. Think about Kyle Busch in his scenario, really losing the nose. That was out front, Kevin.
Right.
It's going to be way worse back there.
Well, and that was my point a little bit, to be able to say when I said suck it up, drivers, because the further forward you're going to be, the better that's going to be because it's less turbulent. So you want to stay as far forward as possible because that problem is not going away in the corners with that push.
They sure try. You never give up. Certainly, Randall Burnett made that lengthy stop because he thought he could do something to fix it.
Noah Gregson has taken his car to the garage. He was involved in the lap 2 pileup. Boy, Harrison Burton keeps grinding it out on the inside. He'd pop up into the high lane when there was a spot, but now 4th car on the inside. Logano to the top, so 3rd car on the inside.
Ooh, he's in the wall. 77.
Zane Smith in the wall there. He put that car in the 3rd lane going through turns 1 and 2, and there's just no grip up in that 3rd lane in 3 and 4.
Well, I think Logano moved up to block him as well. Took the air off that nose that we've been talking about, and man, it took off right into the fence.
And we'll hear a lot of people talk about the air block.
That 11
and that is a real thing.
Yeah, 71's got a tire going down.
Real trouble here.
He's got a tire down.
Zane Smith.
Or a bent toe link, something.
One more to come inside.
Bent toe link. You can see the rear tire towed out there.
Yep.
So Zane Smith will make it to pit road as we stay green. Look at the
Chase
drivers up front who have rebounded.
Up to 10,
Chris
right?
Buescher had a solo spin. Denny Hamlin went for a spin. And they're both up in the top 10. Harrison Burton involved in that big pileup. And Joey Logano served a penalty as the race started. But now they're all up with the front runners.
Harrison's got a hot rod. This Wood Brothers machine's fast. He's able to hang tough down there on the bottom.
And the hometown hero, Chase Elliott, up into the top 5. He had to start in the back after they changed an engine sensor this morning, an unapproved adjustment.
Let's
and
ride
he
along
also
with
got
Chase
caught up
Elliott.
in the first melee of the day.
They have worked on that car. You can see how low the splitter is on the left front. They've been under the hood on that thing, under the right front. Whale of a job by that 9 crew getting that thing back on this racetrack and competitive. Look, it's ground the splitter plumb off.
Chase there in 3rd.
Yeah, when you have an accident like that and you have something that's wrong, like the ride height of the car will be different now because that left front is so low. They've gone under and, like you said, make a lot of adjustments on that car to make it drive with what you have. I mean, once you start the race, you got to adapt to whatever you've got. 3 wide.
Austin Cindric trying to shoot the middle in the number 2.
Oof.
Wow.
Right along with Chase Elliott, y'all. Ooh, slow car on the inside. Who's that? $150 on the likes. Let's go to 200 now, y'all. Help us get to
Michael
200
McDowell
likes tonight.
on the inside. Came out 2nd among the cars that have pitted, and he's already up to 7th.
He is
McDowell's
on the move.
fast,
This car has
man.
the speed and has the downforce, making moves left and right, passing them.
Look at that, right in front of
place.
Chase.
And I think we need to give these guys credit.
Here he goes.
This happened a lot last year with Michael McDowell and his team running well. They qualified on the pole here. They ran well at Daytona, qualified on the front row there. And this didn't just start in these 2 races. This started last year with these guys really putting their cars up front and racing up front and winning races, and they're doing great with everything that they've got going on so far this season.
Wants to go to the front row.
Well, it's hard to do both. They have the speed and the handling.
Any 34 fans?
When you
Kelly
got
saying
that,
she's proud of that 34. Let me see those 34s in the chat.
Todd Gilliland is leading this
if
pack.
you're a
with Joey
McDowell
Logano
fan,
right
or just
him.
like him in general.
Not only is when the 34 is running better, it's helped Todd Gilliland be able to do what he's doing at the front of this pack as well. So this is a kid that does a great job and works really hard at it, but I think he's a little bit underrated with everything that he's done over the last couple of years and the performance in his car. And we saw him lead laps at Daytona with Joey Logano right behind him, and here he is again at Atlanta with Joey Logano right behind him leading again.
Kevin, front row. Talked about, we saw the announcement of them
front
getting
row
a better
McDowell.
service.
Curtis likes 34.
That's got to play a big role in this, right? Both cars are lights out fast.
Well, and they have an alliance with Penske, and you see a Penske car right behind that front row car, and you see Michael McDowell making ground and making moves on the bottom of the racetrack, and he's got the handling and the speed, like you say, to be aggressive, and that's what you want as a driver, to be able to be aggressive and work your way forward.
2 weeks in a row now, Todd Gilliland has set a new personal best for career laps led in one race. He was out front, I think 16 at Daytona, 17 here right now.
Well, it starts in the shop with preparation, and both of those hot rods are extremely fast. This Michael McDowell went from all the way at the back at will, could pass them wherever they weren't. They wanted to block low, I'll pass them on the outside. It's harder to pass on the inside. Kevin's been telling us, you get down there, you have to lift. You're trapped on the bottom. Not that car. He can hold her wide open.
Yeah, and he's got a You see Denny Hamlin get tight and go up the racetrack right
Look
there.
Look at the two front row motorsports in the
What
lead.
message does this send to the rest of the field that Michael McDowell can slice and dice right from back to front?
I want what he's got.
Yes. All right. 82 laps complete. Todd
Fords in
Gilliland
the top
has been
10,
out
that
in front
one
for the
lone
last
Toyota.
19.
Who is that, Menace?
Michael McDowell, Joey Logano, Chris Buescher, 4 Fords leading the field in the Ambetter Health 400.
All right, so commercial break. Thanks for all the love tonight. Thanks, over 300 in here now. See if we can grow that here a little bit. It's rigged, Menace says. Ford's 8 of the top 10. Just some hack. All right. Thanks, guys, for hanging out tonight. Todd Gilliland and Joey Logano. Michael McDowell, who's come from, 15th spot all the way through to the front. Those front rows are looking pretty good right now. Those front row Fords looking very good. So we got some 2 Penske's up there as well, and then Denny Hamlin. Look at Harrison Burton in 6th after crashing there on lap 3. He didn't really have much damage, but good for Burton to be back up in there again. So, but thanks so much, guys, for everything. And we bring you the whole live here today, and hope for a good finish. Just some hack. Byron will win, Truth says. He'll win. He'll lead the last lap, right? Just like he kind of did at Daytona. He'll lead the last lap. T-Van says, being a tiller, one Ford team is paying off for front row. Tony has to be pissed. Yeah. Burton is a pretty racer, Jamie says. So where's Keselowski? He's back in 17th. I'm really disappointed in the RFK cars. So 60's not running today. He ran the 500 only. But the RFK cars haven't showed up like they were last year. Keselowski in the 17, Buescher. Well, Buescher's in 3rd. I should take that back. He's in 4th place now, so he's looking pretty good. Chase will win, Mike says. Chase will win. See here during commercial. We'll go back to Chase again. Let's see here. Go back to Chase as he's running along in 12th spot, right behind Ty Gibbs. Eric Church, our members boy. Ty Gibbs. Riding along here. 86 laps complete. Chasing that 9 Hooters car. Because we'll show you the cams during the commercial breaks. Something to look at. Isn't 38 and 34 tied to Penske? I think they are. I believe so. It's in my... I talked about Front Row Motorsports in Built by Penske. All right.
'89 laps complete. 6 Fords at the front of the field. Gilliland, Logano, Buescher, Burton, McDowell, and Blaney. Denny Hamlin, the first
dark horse
Toyota,
is looking good, isn't it?
about 7th. William Byron, the first Chevrolet, in 9th. And up top is our Fox Race tracker showing the caution periods and the green flag periods as this race unfolds. Todd Gilliland out front, leading more laps today than in his Cup career.
Starting to see some noses floating off the corners, Kevin.
He's good at super speedways.
Chris Buescher there off of 4. Thing really took off on him.
Yeah, and sometimes it's that air block. He might have saw the guy on the outside coming too, but these cars are not going to handle well tucked up right behind each other getting into the corner, especially into turn 3 because it's flat over there. There's a bump over there, and it just has everything go against making the car turn left.
Denny working his way back after getting lifting in front of Kyle Busch. Kyle Busch couldn't do nothing about it. Kyle went sliding through, Denny
Well,
went
the
sliding
mid-pack
through the
run
infield.
some of these drivers
He's
are getting.
back
Ross
now.
Chastain was wound up on the high side, coming out of turn number 2, past a couple. He's going for more up here in turn 4.
Chastain.
And we talked to Ross Chastain before the race, and he talked about how he was so uncomfortable last year about spun out in qualifying. As you see him go to the top side again and not have to lift off the throttle, he's obviously told us that we had he put a lot of handling into his car based on how uncomfortable he was last year.
Right
and
along with Chastain.
To see him be able to utilize that in that third lane.
Yeah, the number one thing he told us pre-race was, I wanted all the handling I could get. Told my crew chief, forget the speed. We need handling if you want me to win this race.
Come on now. The commercials.
Said he made that mistake last year, right, Kevin? Didn't have enough handling, didn't have enough downforce in that car, slipped sliding around on long runs and couldn't hold on to it.
Then you see Denny Hamlin more and more go up to that third lane as more and more of those guys are seeing, hey, that's a choice that I have, that I don't have to let off the throttle so much by staying behind the guy in front of me. And the cars that are handling good are going to be the ones that can go up highest and be able to hold the throttle down.
Starting to see Harrison Burton struggling on the 21 car on that outside line, stacking them up pretty good, getting into the corners. Tells me he's lifting, getting in. Watch them come right to his bumper.
Ooh.
He almost stacked him up and got in trouble.
Those cars not
that's
working
a product
here
of
for me real quick. I'm
Harrison
just going to
having to
reset
lift,
it
getting
again.
into the corner. That was close.
8's moving.
Big shot by Chase Elliott to the back of Kyle Larson there.
Allen 17th. There's Chase and Cindric.
As we get towards the end of these runs, in the middle of these runs, Austin Cindric all the way up top as Kyle Larson has a little bit of trouble there in the middle of the corner. Austin Cindric takes his run and
thank you for the subscribe,
doesn't quite complete the pass down the back straightaway. But as this run goes, the handling of the cars just gets worse and worse and worse every lap, and the checkups start to be bigger and bigger, and it starts to cycle through with different cars.
Keselowski, we're riding along with him here in this 6 car, finally getting the speed figured out, and his scenario just keeps getting better. Driving to the front, up 8 spots since the caution, and boy, he has finally found the front.
Jamie
clean
dropping
air,
those 5s.
liking what he sees.
Had a good chance to win this race here last year. There's his teammate Chris Buescher. BuildSubmarines.com, Cam.
You hear that big lift. If he can get to the outside.
Look at Keselowski. I just got talking about hey, he wasn't doing, but he's up there with his teammate now. Did they hear me talk about RFK Racing? Where's James Moore at? We see those 6s for
Larry,
Brad
the first
Keselowski.
stage was 60 laps. The last 2 stages are each 100 laps. What kind of different strategies does that give you as a crew chief?
Yeah, again, pretty much everybody's equal right now. Even those 15
Brad.
that stayed out because we only ran
Thank
one
you
green
for
flag
subscribing
lap.
there,
You'll
Kevin
have to
Carpenter.
pit at least once in stage
Kevin,
2 at
thanks
that
for
final
subscribing.
stage.
Appreciate it.
Mike, we went back racing at lap 68. Somewhere around lap 130, 135 is when you'll make your pit stop. As I said earlier, you want to run as far as possible. You do not want to make a short pit, green flag pit stop with how long this pit road is.
Jamie?
And an update on the teammates Chris
Logano.
Buescher and Brad Keselowski running together up there in the top 4.
Right,
Chris
Wolf.
Buescher, he had that
Your
spinner
boy
there.
is the new
Much
leader.
better handling now after that pit stop.
Let me see
Meanwhile,
those
Brad
22s in the
Keselowski,
chat.
It's been 100 races since he last went to victory lane. They felt like this was a good one to get it done. Finally, I talked to his crew chief, Matt McCall, and he's like, man, we just want to run consistently, but I'll tell you, it's really hard to work this hard in this sport when you don't have a victory and a trophy to show for it.
Nobody's worked harder in the garage than Brad Keselowski in the last few years. Came in, turned that company around, put his name on it, is making the difference. Not only behind the wheel, but behind the desk on Monday
22,
morning.
Jackson.
And 100 races, that's 2.5 seasons.
Hendricks, let's go.
He's going to put this car in victory lane this year.
Says he's not counting the races.
I am. It's going to happen.
He's counting running well every week.
It just, you can't keep that car out of victory lane. Not running the way it has last year.
Well, he's done a great job with the company, and like you say, it's just a matter of time before they put it all together. 3 wide again here.
Oof. Be careful, Denny. Uh-oh. Chastain on the inside of Denny. Watch
See
out.
Harrison having to lift again on that outside. Stack Denny up behind
three
him.
wide. Denny,
Harrison
Kyle,
Burton,
and Byron.
Joey Logano trying to hold them all at bay. Logano's been out front for 3.5 laps now.
He better not put his hand out the window.
Had to start in the back due to a qualifying infraction. Has made his way to the front.
Here comes those
and
RFK
talks about
Fords.
this season so far.
It definitely bothers me. I look at it and I go, yes, we led the most laps. We led all the wrong laps. We got 9 points on the whole weekend. That stings. Honestly, one of the best cars I've ever had there. One that I can drive to the front at any moment. It was so good. Handled great. Did everything I wanted to do. That's what made it hurt a little bit more.
Boy, I agree. Monday in Daytona, Joey Logano appeared to have the best car. Just not all the way to the finish.
Yeah, we see him at the front here again, and I feel like he got around Todd Gilliland because of the fact that, he felt like Todd was lifting too much, and now Todd's on the bottom, and he's got clean air on the front of that car again and can control that line a little bit better when he doesn't have to lift with being behind a car. But, man, these guys are all over the racetrack, and I think what's happening is those runs are getting bigger because guys are lifting more and they're able to just carry that throttle. But we see more passes happening throughout the pack.
They're definitely stacked up too wide, way more than they've been the last 10, 12 laps.
104 laps complete. 5 make it 6 Fords out in front of the field.
All right, another commercial. Appreciate everybody being here. Gene says, gotta run, work is calling. All right, buddy, thanks for hanging out. Good to see you, bud. Brave soon, I promise. Brave soon. So we're moving on up here in stage 2, 105 laps complete, 155 to go. Joey Logano, let me see those 22s in the chat as Chris Buescher, Todd Gilliland, and then Chris Buescher's partner, Keselowski, RFK Racing showing up today. And then Michael McDowell in 5th place. Chastain, Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin, Austin Cindric, and William Byron in the top 10. So there is that. I don't know if anybody can drop this link in the chat. Our good friend Samuel B12, The Experience, he is just went over 10,000 subscribers. Someone of y'all subscribed to him last night. We asked a favor for y'all to help us get him to 10K. He definitely went over to 10K. Make sure you check out my good friend Samuel B12, The Experience. He does NHL hockey like no other. He does great play-by-play. He brings the audio in there as well. Now I think he's starting to do that. But make sure you check out the Samuel B12 Experience. He does hockey. He does baseball. He'll be doing the Blue Jays plus Toronto Maple Leafs. He's a big Maple Leaf guy, so make sure you follow along. He does some Disney stuff too, but make sure you check out Samuel B12, The Experience. If someone can drop his link in the chat, that would be awesome. All right. Justin says, Logano out front makes me wish Smoke was still racing. He would show Joey the wall. That's right. Yeah, I like that. There you go, Justin. Oh, that's funny. Buescher. Yep, Jamie likes Buescher. But thanks for the likes, guys. We're trying to get to 200 likes tonight. Keep on hitting that like button. And subscribe. Thank you for the subscribes. Appreciate it. We're trying to get to 9,400. We're 28 away from 9,400, y'all. Appreciate it. It's that 10K mark. I can see it above. I can see it there on the horizon. I can't touch it yet. So it's getting close. What's up, Richard? Coming in here. What's up, dude? Welcome in. Someone dropped the Amigos, I think. I saw that. Justin hit me with the Amigos. There you go. That one's for Triton. We are in stage 2. 360 in here tonight. Thanks so much, guys, for all the love. Good to be back doing some NASCAR. Back at it.
110 laps completed. The Ambetter Health 400. 6 different leaders. 20 lead changes so far. And 30 cars of the 37 starters still on the lead lap. We've had a lot of 3-wide racing mid-back as handling deteriorates and other drivers try to fight their way to the front. That's your progressive race summary. Joey Logano in front of Todd Gilliland. Ryan Blaney, Chris Buescher, now Ross Chastain. Chevy is in 5th with Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin's Toyota.
Let's see. Let's ride along with Corey LaJoy.
So let's have a look at what's new on Kevin Harvick's podcast.
Corey LaJoy.
The week before, my wife and I, Delana, got married in Las Vegas.
That was on the documentary.
Yeah.
Did you know they got married in Vegas?
I didn't know.
I didn't either.
Actually didn't know you guys got married in Vegas.
Because people always joke, like, let's get married in Vegas. They actually
Corey LaJoy's car.
Join Kevin every Tuesday and Thursday as he gives his opinion on top NASCAR storylines and brings big names in sports and entertainment into the racing world. Kevin Harvick's Happy Hour.
We're going to have a lot to talk about this week because this is as wild a
The
racing as
Ford's
you're
in
going to see
saving
all
mode.
year.
Yeah,
on
they've
this
kind of
schedule,
spurned
and
out a little
these
bit.
guys are 2 wide, 3 wide, runs coming, runs going.
Yeah, Gilliland slipped up right there, got in the middle, lost a few spots.
Let's watch him go through the turn. We'll turn it off through the back stretch.
Chris Buescher on the
Corey
outside
LaJoy.
for the lead.
Lot
Oh,
going
Buescher
on
now
here,
the leader,
Kevin, behind
huh?
the wheel. A lot of moves. Whoa, Cindric way up on the outside.
He likes that old Harry Gant groove right up on the wall.
Harry Gant.
Things
Who
really
likes
get
Harry
big runs
Gant?
off the bumper of a car.
I got to watch Harry Gant win when he had that 5 in a row. I was at Martinsville when he won the 5 in a row.
They are busy.
You see Ross Chastain shoot by in the middle lane there. We keep talking about the handling of his car, but as this good block right there, we saw how good he could
Number
block
one on
last
the move,
week. He
and
shut the door on Ryan Blaney there
Buescher
going
was
into
in the
turn
lead for
1
a
and right
second.
back up to almost the 3rd lane.
Logano back at it again.
Now Michael McDowell dropping back a bit. Regan.
And it says
Well, like a
watermelon.
few laps ago, Michael McDowell, of course, running up front. All of a sudden, like a light switch, started falling back. The report from the driver after about 2 laps of losing positions was it just got tight all of a sudden. That car had been a little bit loose most of the day, so that's something new for them right now.
Both their cars
He was
side by
last on
side.
pit road at lap 64, along with the 10 other 9 cars that stopped at the stage break.
This is exactly opposite of what I would think we would be seeing on a long run. Here we are deep into this run, and these guys are on top of one another, 2, 3 wide. I thought it would be all spread out.
That's why. Look at Brad Keselowski's feet right there. You're going to see him working. You saw him working the throttle. You got his foot on the brake. They're going to go down the straightaway here, and now he's on the bottom, so we'll see how good his car's handling as to how much he lifts into turn 1 by himself in clean air.
How about that Chastain? Yeah, he's looking good, man.
The point of that comment
Third
was
place.
he's pushing the air, and he's got the air on the front of his car.
We
Now
have a
that
redeem for
one car
Chastain.
moves down,
It's
gonna be- see, he
redeemed.
has to lift, and that's the difference
Chastain.
between having the clean air on the front of the car, and as soon as Ross Chastain dropped down in front of him, the front of the car didn't turn as much, and the only way to make it turn is to let out of the throttle.
Yeah, that was spot on right there. Didn't have a car in front of him wide open through 1 and 2.
Yeehaw,
As soon as that
Scott
car
says.
moved in and got that wake in front of him, he had to lift big time.
Right back to wide open there now that he's got the clean air again on the front of the car, and he'll probably just have a little lift into turn 3. Nope. No lift because of the fact that he's got clean air. Contact.
Yeah, this is a
Cindric
hornet's
getting a
nest
little
right here.
loose.
Cindric, they've been on both sides of him for about a lap and a half.
Well, and Austin's been pretty aggressive with that third groove, and now he's in the middle and probably not where he wants to be and having to do exactly what we showed with Brad. Once you're in that hornet's nest, it's just a matter of the timing of the lifts and where you have to lift as to where you wind up as far as on the racetrack and as far as what lane you're in.
And you lose the momentum.
Right.
You get stuck in the middle right there. You don't have the help behind you, and you're trying to get up or down. Just get back in that wake so you can get that
41 to
momentum
go
going
here
again.
in
Well, you
stage
lose
2.
that momentum and you wind up in places that you don't want to be.
Martin Truex making some gains
Chastain
on
might
the
get
bottom of the
hacked.
racetrack while
Backlund.
many of the drivers fight for the top lane.
This is fantastic racing we're seeing today at Atlanta. So much fun to watch these guys battle. There's a lot going on inside these race cars. The runs they're getting, the blocks, the handling issue of this is so fun to watch.
So later this summer, the second stop in Atlanta will be the first race in the NASCAR playoffs.
Playoffs.
So, building the notebook here for playoff racing later on this summer. Joey Logano, Ryan Blaney, Ross Chastain, 1, 2, 3.
All right, so that is that. Let's see if we can find an in-car camera. Who we got? Who we want to watch? Let us know. Who do you want to watch In-car camera 5's moving on up. We rode with Larson yet today? Larson's in 4th. Let's see. We done Logano. We looked at Blaney, Larson, Gilliland. Who you want to look at? We looked at Truex. Let's see. Burton there in 12th. Ty Gibbs. Let's look at Ty Gibbs. My man Eric Church, a member. Let's look at Ty Gibbs. See if it works here. Let me find him here for you. Ty Gibbs. Let's see. Here's Ty Gibbs riding along. Ty Gibbs riding along in 16th place. Let's take a look at Ty Gibbs. Let's down a little bit. Ty Gibbs. Need to clean his in-car camera spot. Got a bunch of rubber up in there. Or bugs, one or the other. Ty Gibbs riding along here, coming out of turn 4 into the dog leg. Running in 15th spot. There's Chase right there on the other side. McDowell right in front of him. You see McDowell in 13th. There goes passing Chase. Menace says Larson. All right, we'll look at Larson here in a little bit. Eric Church, 54, baby. Ooh. There you go. Stay behind Kyle there. I am wearing my, see if you guys see it, my Joe Gibbs Racing shirt today. I got all the cars on the back. Going into turn 3. So, all right. So Ty Gibbs trying to move on up too as well. He's in 16th spot. But just waiting on the audio to come back, guys, and we'll bring it back in there for you. Keep on hitting that subscribe. We're trying to get that 9,400 subscribers. Keep hitting the like button. We're trying to get to 200 likes. So thank you guys so much. A young legend there, Eric says. Huh? Stick with Joe Gibbs Racing. You should be all right.
100. In Atlanta, Joey Logano in front of Brad Keselowski. Kyle Larson right back up in the mix. Ryan Blaney, Austin Cindric.
Justin says, I hope that the one car can get to Logano bumper. We all know what happens.
The first time Logano ever drove a NASCAR Cup car was here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. They had come to test their Legends car on the quarter mile, but somehow they had brought a Cup car with them. And Joey says, can I just go out and do just, a couple of exploratory laps, just kind of, see what this is all about? He did. They kicked him out for going too fast.
Such a neat story with him. And I mean, what he told us, he lived here for 6 years of his life, was right here at this very racetrack.
Thank you for those subscribes, guys. Appreciate it.
It's got to feel good to be leading.
I think Logano, he had a hand out the window.
Logano's coming in.
Green flag pit stop.
And Blaney.
All right, guys, so a lot going on for the drivers here. Now the pit road speed is 90 miles an hour around that corner. So you got a downshift twice coming to the straight
Logano and Blaney in the pits.
And that's going to kick off the pit cycle as we go through this segment of the race.
So
someone didn't tell Cindric
here on the actual pit road.
Here comes
Fuel
Gilliland.
only for Ryan Blaney, so that's just a time
Gas
thing.
only.
They don't want to stay on pit road any longer than they have to because you're already going to give up a lap and a half just coming to pit road. So you want to do everything you can to just get right back off of pit road.
Same for Logano, and they'll come out together. Not quite as critical as it is at Daytona, but still. Now their teammate Austin Cindric, he is hunting the lead off turn number 2. Shoots by Brad Keselowski into
Someone
second.
didn't tell
now
Cindric.
against Larson.
Let's go,
and Larson
Blaney.
drops to the bottom to hold the lead. Todd Gilliland making his stop.
I know what you meant.
A really tight side draft. Keselowski and Chastain off of 4. I think they maybe brushed a little bit there. Chastain's been watching him for the last few laps.
And Larson now to the lead. Here comes Cindric.
Pit road here.
A couple laps too late.
Very hard to come on the pit road that fast and then
all
down.
by himself.
There's markers to aid you, visuals, Kevin, but that straight-on shot like that, that's very tricky to gauge your depth perception.
30 to go in stage 2, which has been all green flags so far.
You see Kyle Larson pull down right there.
Larson thought he was trying to block Blaney.
To pass him, and he went down there to block him, and Austin Cindric kept coming to pit road. Now you see a huge run from the 1 and the 6, and Brad Keselowski up on the outside of Kyle Larson for the lead.
Gosh, I love this. It takes me back to the way they used to be, the good old days of racing.
Oh, no, that's Keselowski.
These guys and their options, right? Brad Keselowski pre-race told us this is the plan. We have drag, we have downforce in this car. I don't have the speed to take off with these boys, but it should come to me as this race progresses. It should come to me on a long run, and that is exactly what we're seeing.
He's coming to you in the pits.
He took the lead. Now he's coming to the pit.
Chastain.
Whoa!
Somebody has.
I think he got down to the wrong pit road speed right there. 90 mile an hour. He went 45. That was almost a big wreck.
Well, and that's what we talked about. The driver and the spotter have a responsibility to change that up, and we go from 45 under caution to 90 under green, and I think Brad got that wrong, like you said.
Wow.
And more
Chastain went in
pit road
hot.
this time.
He did. Well,
as these appear to all be
Keselowski slowed down.
only
It made it look like he was
I
coming
think
in
he did
hot.
the same thing, Clint.
That'd be easy to do. Different pit speeds for caution scenarios, green flag scenarios.
Well, now also, we talked about the radius of that apron. And if you run the inside, you're really at a different speed than if you run the outside, because NASCAR measures time over distance. Could each of those drivers have a different number in mind?
No, but when they do make a mistake like that in front of you and you're down low, that's where it's problematic.
Oh, Byron just spun out.
And Michael McDowell have crashed.
Michael McDowell and Byron.
Get back going if you can.
No caution.
No caution yet.
No caution? How is that no caution?
Because of the scenario that it would unfold. They're going to keep it green.
Yes, we stay green. Not sure how much damage was done there.
There's got to be debris all over the place
point,
over there.
Say they stack up on the outside of you and you're forced down. Your pit road speed and everything you've practiced is off of that outside line around there. If you're forced to the bottom, you're merely guessing on your speed, Kevin.
And you would typically just slow down to make sure, because the time versus distance, you just slow down to play it safe.
Wow, Byron wrecked.
Big damage for McDowell
Almost
there on the right
gained
front
cha-ching.
as he got into the wall when William Byron hit him.
Oh, Byron hit McDowell coming in early.
And Josh Berry speeding on pit road. They will do a pass-through penalty, and that is going to be very costly given that pit road starts at turn 3.
I can't believe he doesn't have any damage.
Turn 1.
Well, we saw Ross Chastain shoot by Denny Hamlin, so obviously Denny was doing right and Ross was going too fast.
Bubba Wallace is the race leader.
Bubba.
He and Ryan Preece
Bubba Wallace
have not stopped since the stage break.
Haven't talked about him much.
So let's see what happens here. Michael McDowell.
Yeah, watch this.
And William Byron slowing for pit road behind Kyle Larson. And McDowell locks him up.
Rear tire. You saw the smoke come out of the rear tires right there, and that thing started sliding, and he just lost control of his car and hit William Byron.
Once again, no caution flag. BJ McLeod too fast on pit road, and now the leader, Bubba Wallace, is coming to pit lane.
Oh, I can't believe it. They
Just
hit
that
the
right
wall.
rear
I
tire
can't believe they didn't call it
shot the thing around on Michael McDowell.
He's back.
Wallace in for fuel only.
Man, that car's tore up, Clint. I didn't notice the damage on the front of Bubba Wallace's car, but that splitter on the front of Bubba Wallace's car is pretty tore up.
That happened back
You
in
love the
lap 2.
Bubbles name?
And Ryan Preece in as well. He was the only other car that had not stopped under this cycle.
Well, here are your leaders after everybody pits. It's going to be Austin Cindric, Joey Logano, Ryan Blaney, Todd Gilliland. 4 Fords there at the front of this pack, and now we're going to see things really strung out as these guys come to pit road and come off of pit road, and all the things that we saw happen have really spread this field out.
Cars.
See McDowell lap down there because of that mishap on pit road.
Ricky Stenhouse speeding, Eric Jones uncontrolled tire.
And that's the last thing that you want to have is a speeding penalty right here, because now you're going to lose a lap and a half. So I'd rather be too slow than get a speeding penalty.
20 laps to go in stage 2. Austin Cindric out in front of the Ambetter Health 500. We're going to take you, Fox, side by side.
All right, let's do in-car camera here. Let's ride along. Let's ride along with Blaney. Let's ride along with Blaney here. 1 second here. Get Blaney on the horn here. The leaders. Let's take a look at Blaney riding right behind Joey and Cindric leading the way here. 3 Penske cars on their move here in first, second, and third. Can you get me a drink? Yeah.
You haven't had a drink this whole time?
No. So 3 cars here leading the way. Austin Cindric, Logano, Blaney, and Gilliland. All 4 Fords. Moving on up. Come on, Truex. Truex there in 9th place. If you don't see your driver, let me know. I can scroll in there. Make sure you're hitting that subscribe and the like button for us. Trying to get to 200 likes tonight and 9,400 on the subs. Thank you guys so much as we're getting more and more folks in here and make a big finish here tonight. Is Byron done? He hit the wall so hard. I can't believe he's not. Where's he at? Where's the 24? Why can't I see? Oh, there he is. 24. He's 1 lap down. He's running, though, on the 1 lap down. With McDowell, Kyle Busch. These all pit, though, so they are going to be 1 lap down. But there is that. But you're right along with Ryan Blaney, in-car camera, as those 3 teammates riding together. Look at Logano wanting to push past Cindric a little bit. So, thank you. So we'll let you look at the in-car cameras here during the commercial breaks, and we'll be back to the live audio here in just a second for you guys from the Fox broadcast. I appreciate all hanging out with us. If you guys like NASCAR, make sure you're subscribing to us because we're going to be bringing you a lot of it. Also, check out my 2024 season preview vlog that I did. Talks about all the drivers, all the race teams. Needs a couple more views on that, so go check that out for us. It's on our channel as well. So if you don't know who went where, who's doing what drivers are out of the race, okay? So right now, thank you for that like on the stream on Facebook. Josh Williams is done, and Gregson is done, and Zane Smith. Christopher Bell's 45 laps down, but I don't think he is out of the race yet. So
Cindric, Logano, and Blaney in Mustangs. Caitlin Clark trying to beat Pistol Pete Maravich's NCAA all-time scoring record. It could happen Sunday in a huge game against second-ranked Iowa State. 12:30 Eastern, leading right into our race from Las Vegas. Next Sunday, a full day of action on Fox.
14 to go.
Let's check with Regan.
Oh, thanks, Dennis.
Well, Mike, just following up on some of these pit stops we just saw, the 22 of Joey Logano. He had been to the tight side the entire run prior to coming down to pit. They took fuel only. Now he is all of a sudden very loose with his car, so a little bit of complaints there. And the 5 of Kyle Larson, one of the only guys that took tires. He took 2 right side tires. He's been pretty good this past run. Hadn't really said too much about his race car. Keep in mind, he was struggling with the car being very inconsistent earlier. Jamie?
Well, Regan, going back to that commitment area inside turn 3, every team got to practice 1 lap
pretty
yesterday.
Good for a Denny fan,
going down to 90 miles an hour, going down to 45 miles an hour. Denny Hamlin, one of those that checked up. They had a hard time yesterday. They actually said that commitment cone was very difficult to see. Denny had checked up. They were forced to take right side tires. Now he's saying he's bottoming out. They told him the pace is up. Just hang on here.
Thanks, Jamie.
Denny back there in 11th
I'm wondering
place.
If those Henry County motorcycle cops,
done the Denny
you said it. North of the Speedway on 1941, are they here working overtime? Funny. Because on those green flag pit stops, Josh Berry got nabbed for speeding twice. Ross Chastain, Kyle Busch, and Bubba Wallace, and they all got caught for speeding right where the speed limit changes.
What happened to Busch earlier?
At the head on,
came in contact with Kyle.
You said it right there.
But it wasn't his fault.
The speed limit changes from 90, Kevin, to 45.
Oh, Kyle Busch,
what
speeding penalty.
There's a lot
Ross
going
Chastain,
on right there.
Josh Berry, Bubba Wallace, Ricky
in order to get it
to the straight pit road speed here. So going from 90 to 45,
penalty.
you're trying to get all that you can by making those downshifts as quick as possible and as late as possible to gain all that speed in the 90 section, but you got to get it slowed down.
And two different scenarios on your dash. You're so used to having your dash and your lines, right, Kevin? Only one pit road speed. Now you have to have, some guys have two on their dash, and some guys even change pages.
So these Fords,
all in that same scenario while you're
Logano's
downshifting
doing,
and trying
but
to
he
slow
keeps
this
on
thing
coming
down from
out of
90 mile an hour to
line.
45.
Yeah, green flag pit stops here are very difficult with everything that you
10
have
to
to
go.
navigate.
Who's going to
You
win
heard
this
Jamie talk
stage,
about
y'all?
the pit road cone.
Who's going to win
There's
this
no
stage?
cone. It's a square box painted
Who
on the
led the
ground,
most laps?
and you have to visually be able to have markers to pick all that up.
All right, we're listening on Joey Logano.
Logano and Kyle Busch time.
We're good to go. We are good to go. Blaney is clear. Larson on the outside line. Blaney.
We heard a lot of that last week in Daytona, but I don't think you're going to be able to hold these guys off here.
Big gainers on this cycle since the pit stop. Austin Cindric up 8 positions. Daniel Suarez plus 11.
Me too, Kyle. We'll be doing some
Chase Briscoe
play-by-play here pretty
4.
soon, Kyle, so make sure you're ready for that.
Well, we see this pack
Where's
has
Ty
grown,
Gibbs?
Clint.
He's in
the lead
16th.
pack has probably got about 12 cars in that pack. I'm not very good at math, but that's just a visual guess. So it's brought them all back together. If Austin Cindric is saving gas, that's definitely made it better for these guys to pull
Speedy
up on
Gonzalez in the top 10.
Larry Mack.
Danielson.
I can absolutely confirm Austin Cindric is saving fuel because he's not wide open at any part around this racetrack right now in that 2 car.
Wow, even down the straightaways. Look at that.
Well, his teammates are being nice to him then, because it's mixed up behind him, and I'd say that probably won't last as long. When somebody else decides that they want to drive in front of the pack and lead.
That's somebody else going to be Todd Gilliland. You see him on that bottom. Here he comes. He's not a teammate. I'm not following. I want to win.
Oh, Kyle goes to the inside.
Very close quarters there. Crossover move again by Chase Briscoe. Back in the game. Saw a lot of him early on in this race, putting his 14 car back in the show.
And once again, the Team Penske cars controlling the pace of the race, which with 3 of them out, 3 together, you can do.
Well, we hear Chase Briscoe and the Mahindra Tractor's onboard camera right there. He didn't lift, and he's just in the wrong line right now with those guys getting the draft off of each other.
Did you hear
Larson
that car
again.
pick up on the
Larson
in car? You
again.
could hear it pick up, and why it did is Todd Gilliland right behind him. He picked up the help behind, and you could hear the difference that
Robert says that 2
And
car
look how far back
maybe
Todd
too
Gilliland fell, because he got
smart
tight
by
getting in
one
the corner and
saving
had to
some
let
gas.
so far off the gas that he lost 4 or 5 car lengths there to Chase Briscoe.
Logano wants to pass him, though.
At the back of this group, Brad Keselowski
Betty,
trying to
over on
become
Facebook.
relevant once again. That pit road miscue getting onto pit road cost him 8 spots, and he's still with this lead pack as the lead changes hands and Logano goes back to the front.
Finally, he took it.
Hey,
He's like,
Chevy
enough
wants to
is
play.
enough.
Here comes Kyle Larson.
That was almost too late of a block by Cindric. It got pretty close right there, getting into 1.
Oh,
He
Blaney.
didn't like it. I'm coming back.
Blaney's like, no, I'm taking the lead.
Clear up.
Yeah, you see that
New
little bit of
leader.
shot that Ryan Blaney gave Austin Cindric there is the same thing that happened the lap before. You get a little bit of a shot, and you're able to shoot in there and clear the car
he was in that
and
wreck.
get back up in the right lane.
So he is many
12
laps
cars
down.
have pulled away from the rest of the field now by a full 5 seconds.
6 laps
With
down
3
for
laps
Bowman.
to go in stage 2.
You could see it ratcheting back up. Going for it. Truex making some moves. These
Yeah, they're
guys aren't
moving along
wanting to
on,
wait.
aren't they?
Get this track position. See a lot of people dive to the bottom and try that slide up, the slide job. Get up in front of them. Try to get them cleared. That's the decision you have to make. Do I lift and go to the next corner, or can I clear
can't
them?
believe.
Pit road is closed. The points
Cindric's
pay
like, I'm
window
gonna take the
opens
lead
in
now.
2 laps.
2 laps to go here. Who's going to win this stage?
And look at it really ratchet up.
And you see Austin Cindric change lanes. There he goes from the bottom to the top as Joey Logano.
Oh,
had a
big block.
Oh.
No, he got pushed below the yellow line.
Briscoe did, yes.
The double line.
Yep.
I'm still on Daytona time, boys.
Yeah, Briscoe and Truex got together there. If you get pushed below the yellow line, the driver that does that may incur a penalty. It's optional. NASCAR
Who's going to take
review
it, Blaney or Cindric?
If you drive below the double line,
Larson making a move on Cindric.
You will get a penalty.
He certainly got rammed.
Logano crashes. And his teammate
Hamlin
and Denny
pile up on the last lap of stage 2.
Yeah, and that was just a late block from what I saw right there.
Is that Busher?
Austin Cindric will win the stage.
Oh.
How many times today?
Logano crashes on the backstretch.
Did not see that one coming. No. Kevin, I think you nailed it. Yes.
Yep, and Hamlin involved as well.
Yeah, and you see Joey Logano stuck on the rub blocks right there. You see the wheels spinning, so they're going to have to get the tow truck to bring him to pit road, and he's going to lose a couple laps.
He was leading 2 laps ago.
He was on the bottom. He was on the bottom of
Suzanne's
Busher.
like, no.
All right,
Right,
we'll come back and
your
review.
boy. Let's see
Cindric
what
has
happens.
won the stage from Kyle Larson. There you see them out in front as Busher got into the wall, and then Logano swept up, and boom.
It's like Logano was trying to put himself in between, trying to clear, and it didn't. So, man, oh man. So we're just stage 2 ends. Cindric, Austin Cindric. I don't think I have a Cindric. I'll have to do a Cindric emoji there. So thanks for all the likes, guys, all the subs. Appreciate it tonight. Thank you so much. Firestar says stage racing brings another wreck with a surprise. Yep. Richard Carr says, oh, mercy. Maybe 11 and Hertz. We'll see what happened to Denny there. Looks like Joey Logano had the worst of that wreck there. But thanks so much for the subscribes, guys. And there's 200 likes. We did it. Thank guys. We'll move on to 250 now. Thanks for the 200 likes. Thanks for almost 18 away from 9,400 subscribers. Thank you guys so much. Thanks for the new members as well. Bright Wolf, Loose, out of turn 2. Thanks for all the likes on Facebook. And if you're on Twitch, make sure you're following us as well. And give us a follow on Twitter as well. So thanks for all the love today. Kozlowski for the win. Still possible, Gator says. Could happen. But Busher just wrecked, so he lost his running mate. But we'll see what's wrong with Busher and Logano when they come back from the break. Watch Truex, Robert says. We're going to watch Truex. He's in 5th. Could he win this bad boy? We'll see what happens. Cal says, I don't know who are the rookies this year. Okay, I'll show you right here. So the hashtag Kaz Grala in 14th. Carson Husavar in 16th. Josh Berry there in 29th, who is 2 laps down. And then Zane Smith, who is out of the race. Those are your rookies. BJ McLeod, he cannot get points because he's not running a full season. He has the I next to his name, so he is ineligible. And it also tells you down here on the denotes rookies required to qualify on time and then not eligible for points. So those are your markings on the raw feed. So about to come back from a commercial, and we'll be ready to go. Let's go Larson Chevy, Richard Carr says.
Stage 2 ends in chaos as you watch from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Powering every mile and every moment on NASCAR's road to victory. Goodyear, more driven. Joey Logano said on the in-car radio, it just kept plowing up the racetrack.
Oh, so it wasn't him that did it.
Yeah, and as we see Joey Logano on the bottom here, you're going to see him come up the racetrack, and as these cars get close, both of them are going to get tight. You see the flames come out of the pipe of Joey Logano's car, and those cars are almost stuck together. They aren't stuck together, but from an aero standpoint, they are stuck together and just want to go straight.
Well, the air off the 22 changing direction there is why the 17 got tight, right? He goes up, it was pretty obvious to me that he was trying to fill that gap, slow
That's
the
what I'm
block.
thinking. He was trying to get between
run by
17
Buescher,
there.
And as soon as he moved, not only did he get tight, Buescher did as well.
Yeah, and you see
Buescher, boom.
See him sliding down the back straightaway here.
And
the
then
11
Denny
car
had nowhere to go.
Denny Hamlin had a lot of contact, but you're going to see Joey Logano come up, and when he gets behind this 12 car right here, that's when the thing takes off.
You can hear him lift even before the contact.
And that's what we've been talking about all day, is when these cars get behind one another, they just lose all that front downforce, and the front tires take off. And as soon as he got up the racetrack like he wanted to, he got behind that 12 car, and watch this thing. He's going to have the wheel cranked to the left and just straight.
Yeah, he got lucky
hands
again.
Never even checked up. It was just turn left, and the arrow just got so bad right there on the front of his car that
Logano's
it just
gonna
wouldn't
throw
turn.
punches.
Denny Hamlin.
See how bad Denny had it here.
That air is so important, and you could see it firsthand right there with Buescher. As soon as that 22 car moved in front of him, he went to move, and that thing was along for the ride.
This is Chris Buescher.
Logano took the blame. Ooh. So Denny does have some damage on the front end there.
And from on board, the BuildSubmarines.com cam.
Appreciate the subscribe, Chad.
Pretty frustrated there. What was that? You could see him looking down, too. He knew he was in trouble with that 22 coming up the track.
Oh,
I hear you, buddy. Bummer.
One of those days.
So little guy. That's funny.
Hate that for Chris Buescher, for both of them, really. Joey Logano, he was going to be a factor if he could get this thing to the end.
Thank you,
been.
Carol,
Daytona
over on
was the same
Facebook
way.
following us. Thank
Crashed
you so
out
much.
going forward on the backstretch.
So Logano has been towed to his pit.
Bad damage on the hood.
Brad
right.
Keselowski missed
Firestar says,
the
I
11
mean, not much
by
Logano
about
could do
the
either once it
thinnest
started
slice of
plowing
bread you
its
could
tough.
imagine.
Yeah, exactly.
You're saying the 22 almost destroyed both of his cars?
No, I'm saying the 6 just barely got through there. It was a near miss. Well, next Sunday on Fox, the NASCAR Cup Series heads for Las Vegas. Catch America's best drivers in an all-out battle for the checkered flag,
Next
beginning with the
Sunday
pre-race at 3 Eastern,
Okay,
and
this
the
will
engines
be,
fire at 3:30, only on Fox.
2 o'clock Central, we'll be bringing it to you next Sunday.
Going to be another good one out there. Fast racetrack. Downforce is king.
Well, I can tell you what, Clint.
How many laps
this race today
is Eric Jones
has turned
behind?
into a survival race, and even if you don't have a good car,
Eric Jones
you can get a
is
good finish out
5
of this, and
laps
that's just by
behind. He's in
keeping yourself
31st
running
spot.
and doing the things that it takes
He's
to
gotta
not make
make up
mistakes
some-
and keep yourself
make up
on the
some
lead
way
lap. I
here
looked down
before
at
he
Chase Elliott.
gets back
He's
on the
wrecked.
lead lap.
Harrison Burton, his
Kyle
car's
Busch
been
one lap
okay.
down.
Not great all day, but when you start looking
And
at
Mike
13th,
McDowell,
14th,
so
15th place,
next
Gibbs,
caution,
Gralla,
probably
Haley,
Kyle will be on the
Carson
back on the
Hocevar.
lead lap. Not
I
good
mean,
of
all
my
those
pick.
guys are going to get a decent finish probably because of the fact that so many cars have wrecked today.
Stage
All
2
right,
went
pit stops.
caution-free
Stage
right
2.
to the backstretch of the final lap. Austin Cindric picks up his 3rd career stage win and his 2nd here at Atlanta.
Man, they're crawling around there now under caution.
Scott says he drives a 87
Long
Monte
pit road.
Carlo SS.
At 90 mile an hour green
Nice.
flag stop. Sure paints a different picture.
Where's the race? It is in Atlanta.
Michael
First.
McDowell got the free pass on the stage-ending
Why is
caution.
Kyle Busch
so
lap down?
here
Well,
are
he
the
had to
lead
pit
lap
under,
cars coming to pit road.
Under green and just hasn't
Jamie.
made it back up yet.
99 of Daniel Suarez
No, he
finished
was
second
speeding.
here
I'm
in
sorry.
the fall, having a nice
He was
run
speeding
here.
on
He said
pit
he's
road.
a little bit tight, though. Hard to make some of the runs he wants to make. They're going to wait a little longer on fuel. The 12 of Ryan Blaney just wants the turn to be a little bit better so he can get on the throttle in turn 3. Feels like he's losing a little time there. Regan?
The 5 of Kyle Larson still struggling with the nose of the car turning.
still
Has
going
to
Kyle
find
Busch.
clean
He's
air
gonna
when he
figure it
can.
out.
Doesn't really need an adjustment for it right now. And the 2 of Austin Cindric, he's good. Best that he's been all day right now. The car is stable. It's doing what he wants. Maybe just a little bit loose with the back in traffic.
Todd Gilliland out first, picks up 5 positions, as does Brad Keselowski.
Great stop by Keselowski. I think that's that fuel scenario. Who had to wait on fuel and who didn't? Speaking of wait, long wait on the 5 car.
3-car pileup at the end of stage 2 takes out Joey Logano and involves Chris Buescher and Denny Hamlin.
All right, Thanks so much for hanging out, y'all. We go to another commercial break. Let's take a look here under caution. Let's go over here. Let's look at someone coming out here. Who is that? That's the Larson. Let's take a look. I guess Cindric. He is the leader. Let's see. He is the leader. Austin Cindric, the leader now. We lost some people. All right. Oh, I hate when it does that. It freezes up. I'm not sure why it does that. Logano can't repeat from last year's win. No, he will not. He's got a lot of damage. But you never know here. You never know. I have to let that catch up here. But thanks so much for the subscribes. Thanks for the likes. Appreciate y'all. Your Cobra says, good Logano. Jerome says, how many cars are on the lead lap? We are at 22. Chris Buescher now back on the lead lap. McDowell got that back on the lead lap, now in 11th spot. So he was one lap down. He got the lucky dog. So next caution, Kyle should get back on the lead lap. Next caution. Get with the programs with Deborah says, what happened to Logano? So he was coming down the backstretch. Car went up into the wall. I looked like to me he was trying to get in between one of the guys and Chris Buescher and just did not. It closed faster than I thought. Also, where Chase cool enough, I've seen at a restaurant work multiple times of a helicopter in the country. Nice. All right, back at it.
Here in the Race Day studios, Shannon and Jamie getting ready for the start of Stage 3. 28 lead changes so far in this wild race in Atlanta. Maybe a little crazier for Joey Logano, who started, or qualified, I should say, on the front row. Had to drop to the back of the field because of that glove in qualifying. And Jamie coming down pit road for that pass-through might have been the best thing for him.
Oh, it couldn't have worked out any better if you were a Joey Logano fan. As he's coming down pit road, you see we have this massive 16-car pileup, the biggest wreck ever at Atlanta. Shannon collected a lot of great cars, guys that are still damaged.
Just outside the top 10, 12 for stage 1 and, of course, Joey Logano, one of the fastest cars on the track. He was able to take the lead on lap 99. Remember, started in the back.
Yeah, and Paul Wolf made a great decision, stayed out at the end of that stage, was able to get the lead late on, but his day was over. As you see, he and Chris Buescher get together. It seems like Joey Logano, no chance of winning now, Shannon.
We talked about happy and heartbroken at the beginning of the race.
He was both today.
He really was. Heartbroken right now for Joey Logano. Had one of the fastest cars. Still on pit road working on that race car. Mike, we'll throw it back to you for Stage 3.
Thanks, Shannon. How about we take a look at today's Credit One Bank ones to watch? Clint, who you got your eye on?
This number 6 car. It's been 99 races since Brad Keselowski has put that baby in victory lane. I like a King's Hawaiian roll. Who doesn't? I think you're going to see that baby.
Y'all change this to Stage 3?
I like Todd Gilliland. He's been up front the whole race. He ran up front at Daytona, and I think it might be a day that he contends for his first
win. Who's going to win? We always pick the Stage 3. You're going to change your mind?
Maybe.
You know where you're going to get him? You're going to go to Hooters because that's Chase Elliott. And let's just fill this up. Chase Elliott didn't qualify well. They changed an engine sensor, so he had to start in the back. He got involved in the wreck at lap 6. Been working on it, getting back to the front. Now he's in the top 3.
Jamie's going 5.
George's favorite son. Pull this off.
Don't you know Chris Myers does all the jokes around here?
Darn.
Hey,
Chase may win at his home track.
That car is beat up pretty bad, and they've been working hard on that thing. They've been under the hood, Kevin. They've patched the left front up. A lot has happened for that car to be running as well as
a lot is an understatement.
Yeah.
We have torn up a lot of race cars. We've had a lot of things go wrong. We've had speeding penalties. We've had chaos. So just keeping it clean today might be the recipe for a win.
And we've got nearly 100 laps to go. Let's check with Regan.
Well, Mike, a little bit more chaos down here on pit road. The 5 car of Kyle Larson had to come back in for a second pit stop. On the initial stop when they came in to try and change 4 tires, they could not get the left rear tire off. They finally decided to send him, went back around, came back in just a moment ago. They were able to get that left rear tire off finally, but you see there, the nut was almost welded onto it. They couldn't get it off and had to restop again.
So the cars involved in the accident all pitted early, as you
Where's
would do
Kyle if he's
before
out?
pit
I
road is
want
open
Chase
to
to
get
win.
more work
Kyle is
done.
not. He's 1 lap down.
Penalties
Duck
there.
Ricky over on Facebook.
Michael McDowell.
You want Chase to win.
Pitting outside the box.
There's just, I don't even know what's in the air today. We don't have the sun's still out.
This is the biggest difference. We've seen this racing. They really started to get spread out on those longer runs, and all of a sudden, halfway through that last run, you look over your shoulder like, what's going on here? They're all grouped back up. They were lifting and things like that. But the cloud cover, this track cooling off, gaining grip is enabling these guys to put on an even bigger show.
So Todd Gilliland is your leader. We listened in on his radio.
Track position's important for me here. You know what I mean? We're in a game of fuel right here. We got to pick our poison, but track position, clean air, we control the race. We'll see how this shakes out right here.
Ryan Briganti, the crew chief. Britt Anderson, the spotter. For Todd Gilliland.
Yeah, and now, we see Denny Hamlin right there. He's going to line up P3.
He was in the wreck, Kevin.
We saw him in the wreck, and I think that shows you how durable these cars are. I mean, we saw
Denny.
the hood pop up
and
everything that's happening, but look at Chase Elliott's car.
T-Van, Joey Logano on the last lap of stage 2 wrecked with Chris Buescher. Denny Hamlin was involved, but looks like he's fine. He's in 4th place. What's up, Coach? What's going on? All right, stage 3 has begun. 170 laps complete.
On, getting
91
ready for
to
the
go.
Final stage here.
Hit that like button and subscribe.
We're going to listen to Britt Anderson, Todd Gilliland's spotter on this restart.
Here we go.
This is the most
Biggity. Let's go racing, boys.
60 and counting as we go back to green.
Off in front of the 6.
I can't believe we're looking at Chase Elliott running up front of this car. That car has a lot of damage to the left front. It is completely dragging on the racetrack, and he somehow, some way keeps putting it in position.
Oh, Blaney gave him a little push.
Denny Hamlin in front of them. Unbelievable. They were the last caution, Kevin, that car was completely sideways. He was the caution.
Yeah, we saw him have heavy contact with the side of Joey Logano and Chris Buescher as they wreck, but he's up there racing for the lead.
You been to Dawsonville where he plays pool? Let's ride along with Denny.
Well, we see Todd Gilliland leading the race here, and the energy in this pack clean is going to be different compared to what it was before we went to the stage break there, because of the fact that we have all the cars back together. So that the way that those guys raced at the end of that stage is going to happen a little bit quicker now that we have all that energy back with more cars.
I think the grip level moving up in this racetrack is going to enable them to do more with their race cars. You're going to see tighter racing, which means you're going to see blocks, and then you're going to see them stacking up again. Not having to lift as much.
Well, not having to lift as much, we saw everybody put, for the most part, 4 tires on their car, and this is going to be back to resetting the handling on their cars and being able to go really hard at the beginning of these runs.
Now you're riding with Martin Truex. He's been a catfish today, a bottom feeder. He's not come off that double line on the
Denny
bottom.
Hamlin right along.
For 2 laps
Denny
the whole
in
day.
second place.
But he's been making it work.
Well, he's made
Blaney on his inside
there. To your
there.
point, yes. All the passes he's made, he's been back to the front,
Oh, wow. Oh, trouble.
Oh. There it was, too. It was on the outside of Kyle Busch. You saw him fly down in there to the inside. Casgralla.
15.
Caution is out.
Caution.
First caution of stage 3 comes at lap 174. The Massachusetts native was 9th at the time of caution.
Tires up.
Yeah, you could see Kyle shoot to that bottom, putting Kaz in the middle. I think he made a correction there.
Bright Wolf. I'm going to go Matt Olson.
You can see him at the top of your screen.
See what happened
Kyle gets
here.
in on the bottom. Actually doors him a little bit.
Kyle.
Up into the
Another
outside.
incident with Kyle Busch
and
in
around
it.
it went.
Well, guess who's the beneficiary of all that? One Kyle Busch.
Oh,
gets the
did
free
he cause
pass
a
back
caution
on
to
the lead
get back
that
on the
explains
lead
why he was
lap?
being so aggressive. He needed to put himself in a position to get the lucky dog.
So you're saying he needed a caution and
I don't think he was trying to cause the caution. I think he was just trying to stay in front of the guys behind him. So
did Rowdy cause a caution?
Just got tight there. I mean, in space wise, he didn't
got
get
in a
tight.
bad spot.
Yeah, it just put Kaz in a bad spot, and Kyle was trying to do everything
Kaz
he can do to keep going forward. And
rookie.
I honestly think Kaz gave him room.
He said he needed a caution.
In a bad spot. He was clear down at that moment.
How did I hit your driver get up there?
And ended up
exactly
hurting himself.
That was the nose of Brian Priest just
I
getting
love
by.
that.
We've had a lot
Look
of
at
near
Kyle.
misses today.
Yeah,
Kyle's
you
like,
see the nose of
"Excuse me, I'm trying to
Kaz
get
Gralla
through
is
here."
just underneath the 9
Kaz
car
came
there.
down.
So he couldn't really, he knew he couldn't go up. So he did the right thing, not going up the racetrack and spinning Chase Elliott out. But Kyle Busch didn't know that he couldn't go up
There's
the
the
racetrack
caution right there.
and kind of wound up in a pretty tight spot there.
We get 10 more subs to 9,400, y'all.
Man, I told on myself.
All right,
Ladies
Coach.
and gentlemen at home, I do have another screen. I saw that replay ahead of time, and man, I started calling the shot for it before everybody at home could see it. Mike, got to do better,
So
boys.
in stage 3, we always pick who we decide to go with. You have to stick with it in stage 3. I'm still going Kyle Busch. He's going to get his lap back. He's going to
So
come
Larry,
back.
84
Who do you
laps
guys
to
got
go.
to
What
win
would you
this
like to
thing?
do
Are you
here?
keeping who you picked
Yeah, this is
earlier?
interesting, Mike, because we're still a ways away from the window opening to be able to make it to the end, about
Blaney.
anywhere from 12 to 14 laps. But you know what? With 23 drivers on the lead lap, if I'm near the back, I'm coming and getting fuel. That way I've got to take less fuel under the green flag pit stop that comes up a little later.
Terry's going 5. Your Cobra's going
yeah, if you
48.
get stuck in
Well,
that
I don't
green
think,
flag
or
pit
number
stop
5. I'm
scenario
sorry, number
like we
8.
saw
I'm sorry.
earlier,
I
we
got that looking
saw
for.
Joey Logano and a lot of those Fords get
38
kinda
for
out by
Dustin
themselves
Walker.
because they
Wow,
had
that's a
clean
big
pit
pick
stops
right
and
there.
they were able to do the
Gillen,
things that they needed
even
to do.
Craig
See
Webber
Ryan
is going
Blaney
Gillen.
dive down on the pit road.
Yep. Larson, Jimmy's going Larson.
Blaney, Cindric, and
Bright
others.
Wolf's going Blaney.
Coming this time.
T-Van's going the 6.
You like that strategy?
I think at this particular
Aaron's
point I
going
do
Chase.
because of the fact that it keeps the car full of fuel and you're just
Come
trying
on.
to time it so that you have a quicker stop at the end of this race. So if it goes green, you want to have the quickest stop possible in order to lose as little time as possible to get back up on the racetrack.
All I heard there was, if it goes green. I'm not.
No chance, you're saying?
Well, we'll see.
All right, here
Fuel
comes the
only here.
leaders.
This
in
is
the
why
pits.
you save when you can. The more you save, the quicker your pit stop. Gain a lot of ground right here in the pits, free of charge, if you did a good job saving.
I think they're working
Denny
the left side
stayed
of Chris
out.
Buescher's car, trying to get things all straightened out there.
Then he stayed
Right
out.
side tires for Austin Dillon. 4 tires for John Hunter
Thank you,
Nemechek
subscribing there.
and Ryan Priest.
Roger Maynard.
This
Thank
shows
so
you how
much.
tough these cars
Appreciate
are,
it.
Kevin. That's 2 race cars that were involved in a pretty significant impact off of 2 in that last caution.
Number
and both
9
of
the
them are still running.
99. Helen says Denny's my pick.
So Todd Gilliland, 3rd generation racer, is the leader in Atlanta. 83 to
Sandman's
go.
going 6. All right. So there's Denny. And I'll see who that is. Gillen in front there. And Truex, Keselowski, Chase Briscoe, the top 5. Let's see. Justin Cole's going Blaney. Does the McDowell have a lot of damage? He hit the wall pretty hard, but he's in 15th. South Virginia. What's going on in South Virginia, Ron? Keselowski. He's going Keselowski. Let's see here. Kyle says that's Rowdy. Some call him like the new number 3, the new Intimidator, huh? Aaron says Chase Elliott. Bright Wolf's going Blaney, of course. Jerry J's going Chase. T-Van's going Keselowski. Jackie Ferris is going Cindric for the upset on the 2. Kelly's going Denny or Blaney. Loose out of turn 2 is going Truex. Shannon Russell's picking that chase, number 9. So, man, oh, man, this is going to be fun. Good finish here. We got 82 laps to go. We'll see if we can get some more folks in here before it's over. We're trying to get to 9,400 on the subs. Appreciate all the love. And we're trying to get to 250 on the likes. So, thanks, guys, so much for everything today. Making a great stream. And we'll be back next weekend for Las Vegas right here next Sunday. So, I hope to see you there. I think the truck race is on Friday night, and then the Xfinity race is on Saturday. And that's going to tie in on the basketball, too. So, big basketball game for me on Saturday. But we'll see how it goes. Maybe Denny got enough fuel on his pit stop. We'll see. I'm not going to say who because I always curse the drivers, Rose says. So, there's Denny. Thank you for the subscribes. 4 more to go to 9,400. Appreciate y'all. Dave has liked on Facebook. Mike has liked on Facebook. Thanks, guys, for the likes over there. Appreciate it. How many laps do we have left? We have 82 laps to go. Kelly Duncan says Truex is there with no damage. Could be the winner. Yes, him and Keselowski looking good. Might go to Vegas race. 4-hour drive, plus it's Vegas. That's right, Yurko. Hope you have a good time if you go. See if we can get into 500 folks in here again. Back to the audio. I think it is 9,400.
NASCAR on Fox is sponsored by Credit
Thank you,
One
guys.
Bank.
600 subs to go to 10K.
At the choose, Todd Gilliland to the inside.
Thank you, Matt, for subscribing. Appreciate it.
Very important choice now. Get down to the closing laps of this thing. Where do I want to be? Who do I want to be there with?
Ty Gibbs will start in the back. He drove through too many boxes on the way into his pit.
Oh, that's right. Thank you, guys.
He was 13th. All right, Ryan Blaney is the first car in line that just stopped on this caution. He is in 10th place. What's the plan?
All right, I need you to take care of gas pretty aggressively here until I'll tell you otherwise. Save what you can.
And what if Kyle Busch just got back on the
Thank
lead
you,
lap
Garrett,
with the
for that
free
subscribe.
pass?
Appreciate it.
So a lot of these drivers at the tail end of the lead lap. Larry, do they have a chance to make it without stopping again?
Austin Hill last night in the Xfinity Series race made a believer out of me. I'm not going to rule it out. Absolutely not.
Totally agree. And what of a job. Like his teammate, everybody ran out of gas except for him. Not only did he save enough to get to the checkered flag, had a huge burnout, did a good job saving.
Well, this comes down to the driver. You're going to hear, or you probably heard Kyle Busch's car shut off, and they'll shut the car off, coast with the clutch in, let it pop back out of gear, turn the car back on. And the other thing that they're going to do is they're going to come and try to go half throttle, 60% throttle, in order to put themselves in a position to hear the crew chief say, all right, you're good to go.
This is where experience is going to start paying off.
80 laps to go.
Green, green, green. Let's go. I forgot to do that. There we go.
Gilliland,
Here we go.
Hamlin.
Green flag. Biggity, biggity, biggity.
Take 'em back to
Let's
green.
go racing, boys.
Keeping the track position, knowing when to save and when not to.
Gilliland out front there.
That's where
Truex
experience really pays off.
goes to the
Well,
inside.
just like last week,
Oh,
if
he
you're
was
in a
going to the
position to where
inside.
you
He
know
tucked
you
back
can't
in.
make it, you want to run this pace as hard as you can run it. You want to push the thing as fast as it'll go at the front of the field so that the guys at the back either get detached from that draft and things start to spread out.
Or have to pit themselves.
That's right.
Todd Gilliland, cannot say enough about him. Awesome job. They brought both of those cars are extremely fast. Looks really good out front. Todd Gilliland.
Not only has he set a career high for leading laps, he's led the most laps today of anyone.
Gilliland's still out there. Could he win this thing?
Led the most laps.
Someone said 38 earlier.
Teammate set on the pole. Job well done.
Might not lead the next one, though. Truex, that bottom feeder again.
Clear up. Look at this 14 car Chase Briscoe back. Short run speed galore, Kevin.
Well, and right at the beginning of these runs, it allows you to play that checkup and go on the bottom of the racetrack and be able to pass 2 or 3 cars at a time. But when you don't clear them like he didn't clear them, and they decide to get more organized, then it kind of puts you at a disadvantage. But these first couple laps is the time to make up ground on the bottom.
Look at this, Kevin. What's it like racing this car here in this late afternoon sun?
Well, as Clint would tell you, I was half blind anyway. So, but this is one of the worst racetracks going into turn 1 with that glare on the window. You got all those pits and grime, and I know you just got a fresh tear off from the
Go Brad, Mount Billy says.
As you go into turn 1, it gets really, really hard to see, and you have to start picking markers off the wall or just go off of instinct as you go into the corner.
Who's the new leader?
Right
Let me see those 19s
really
in the
bright,
chat.
and that camera doesn't do it justice from inside the car.
Sunset about 40 minutes away.
It's going to get worse, too, as the sun gets lower.
Martin Truex now caught
Rowdy's
on the top
back
side
on the lead
Gilliland
lap,
comes
too.
back for the lead.
Good job. Back up. Clear up. Good job, Todd Gilliland.
Gilliland back right in there.
Here comes Keselowski back, too.
He just keeps hanging around, Clint.
Sure does. That 5 car had trouble in the pit area with a lug nut. Couldn't get the left rear off. Got that fixed, remedied, and it's right back to the front. Kyle Larson. The 14 Chase Briscoe, again, that short run speed, it really takes off good. Seems like he gets in trouble, falls off a little faster than most. Keeping that track position, holding steady and
right along with Truex here on the
scenario.
outside, following Gilliland in second place.
The inside of Suarez.
Let's go Briscoe,
Yeah,
Mike says on Facebook over there.
line.
I see you, buddy.
The slide job.
Truex
clear again. Truex
for the lead.
on Gilliland.
All one big pack now, with 23 of those being lead lap cars.
That's crazy. Look how
Martin
close he's
Truex
at.
Jr. out front at
Garrett,
lap
thanks for the
186.
subscribe. If I
We'll take
missed
you
you.
Fox side by side.
So we're going to go commercial break. Thanks for the subscribes, guys. As Truex is out front, South Virginia Ron. I thought Truex was a couple of those early ones. I don't think so. He's back. And he's leading this race. Not much damage either. Are we there yet? Exactly. Toyota now winning, Rowdy Bush says. Toyota in the front there, riding along. Thanks for getting us that 9,400, guys. Appreciate it. Trying to get to 250 likes. Help us get there. Thank you, Prasado 302. Appreciate that. Thanks for that. Thank you so much. Oh, Gillen going in for the lead now. He takes the lead into turn 3. This boy's not going away, man. Front row. He likes to be on the front row. He wants to be on the front row. Bush is still closing in. He's my pick. He's in 11th place. He's back on the lead lap. He is coming. He is definitely coming. Back on the lead lap. This is going to be exciting. Might turn into a fuel race now that they've all pit and 70 to go. It's going to be interesting. William says we need a caution for Chastain to have the lucky dog. Look at that glare on that sun going into turn 1. Truex now dopping in there to the lead. Oh, Larson gives him. Truex misses the place there. And now Larson. All right. Got you look a little bit in there in the commercial break. Commercial about to come back here. Make sure you hit that like button for us. Trying to get to 250 on the likes. Dark Horse Gillen, that's right. He's always been good at like mini super speedways, all the super speedways. He's always there. Don't count out.
8 laps to go. Todd Gilliland will not be denied. He came back, took the lead. Now he's going to have to battle Kyle Larson to keep it.
Ooh,
One
Larson.
thing that he has done up there is done a good job, obviously, with his speed, but has he
Now
saved
Larson
any
in the
fuel,
lead.
Larry? How close are these guys to the end? You told us maybe.
Yeah, all those that topped off, straight up fuel numbers, they should be around 8 to 12 shy. Those that did not top off, like Kyle Larson,
think
like
anyone's
Martin
trying to
Truex
save?
Jr., you got to add another 5 to 6 to 7
you think they're good to go
that.
for the rest
But that's straight
of
up
the
fuel
night?
numbers. And right now, I'm watching throttle position, and I'm watching
Not
a
a
lot of
bad app,
drivers
but
that are
Browning
saving a lot of
Energy
fuel
is a
right
good
now.
drink.
That's a tall order. I thought you was going to tell me maybe 1 or 2 laps.
Well, I'm watching them bang doors there, so they might not have to worry about fuel.
One driver who is not saving is Kyle Busch. He got the free pass on that caution,
Rowdy.
and he is moving through the field. Busch is up to 12th place.
Well, they pitted earlier for what they thought was an ill-handling car, and it didn't really get better. They just got buried deeper in the field, so they've got themselves back to the front. Jamie, what do you have on the 11?
Yeah, what a day for Denny Hamlin. Remember, he spun all by himself on lap 53, came back from that. The end of stage 2, he was involved in that incident with Joey Logano. The car is so good, though, coming into this race. Chris Gabehart told me they learned some things balance-wise with this brand-new race car at Daytona. They brought it here.
What's up, D? Dropping that
Don't count out the
19.
11 yet, Regan.
Well, Jamie, the guys
Larson
just mentioned
leading
Kyle
this
Busch and
race.
him working his way back through the field.
Jamie's-
Keep an eye on him. When he
Jamie's
gets a little
boy,
bit further
Larson.
up, he will go into fuel-saving mode at some point there. Crew Chief Randall Burnett told him, get me as many spots as you can, get with the main pack, and then we will start trying to save from that point on.
Well, he is there, Regan. He's
Busch.
tacked on to the lead group, and those positions just keep changing at will.
Traffic jam in front of him. 2, 3 wide here, getting in to 1. Riding along with Corey LaJoie. 3 wide in front of you, Kevin, off of 2. Tight quarters. Not exactly what you want to see.
Well, and I just can't overemphasize enough how hard these cars are to drive when they're behind each other, and you're looking for a lane to put the nose of that race car in. That might just give a little puff of air if you're not the leader of the race. So it is all about timing. You want to get these pushes down the straightaway to try to get your lane going, but when you get to the entry of that corner, you see those cars spread out a little bit. They got to lift off the throttle to help get that nose to turn.
And look at Chase Elliott and Austin Cindric on the pylon. That 21, that's how long it's been since they've been on pit road. They were the cars that topped off that are highest in the order. Elliott, Cindric, LaJoie, Blaney.
This door-to-door action between Larson and Truex on this front is awesome. Truex has tried to clear him. Kyle knows that that's what he's wanting to do. He is not lifting, getting into the corner, keeping that car on his door, not letting him up. Going to see a clear up here. There he goes. 1 lift is all it took. Starting to see Gilliland.
Truex back to the lead now. Gilliland on the outside with Larson
Oh,
behind him.
big spin
Car
down the
spin.
apron. Up
It's
toward
Chase
traffic.
Elliott.
It is Chase Elliott.
Did a good job keeping that car down.
Caution.
Chase.
Caution is out.
Caution is out.
Didn't overcorrect that car. That could have been bad for a lot of race teams.
He was in 8th place, and he may have been tagged.
Uh-oh, Ty Gibbs. Eric Church's boy.
Contact from Ross Chastain.
Well, now you see the left front really been up on Chase Elliott's car.
Yep, 61 now.
And it just felt like that was going to happen, Clint. They were definitely not in fuel mileage mode. They were in, how do we get to the front and stay there? And they were pushing and shoving and doing everything they could do for track position to get forward.
2 and 3 wide everywhere, heading straight into the sun. Have a look here.
You see Chastain Chase Elliott 3 wide. Chastain gets to his bumper, getting in the corner.
He got Chastained.
Turns him around.
Yeah, and that's right in that vulnerable
Elliott
spot of the bumps and where you're trying to
Chastained.
let off the throttle. So hard to tell exactly what happened there. Obviously, the one car is in the back of him, but did Chase lift?
Well, for one thing,
Here we go.
Chastain and Bubba Wallace are racing for the free pass position.
Yeah, and you see the one
He
car
got
really,
Chastained.
really hard into the back of the.
He could have slid up into the
spot.
track.
I think you nailed it. He was 3 wide getting
Thank you.
in.
There's
Needed to
Rafa
lift
King,
a little
one of our
bit to
members.
save
What's
his
up, dude?
car. Chastain ran him over.
And then someone spun Ty Gibbs.
All right, Larry, what do we do now? Do we pit or do we stay out and go for it? We needed some help.
Well, I think you're going to have a mixed bag here, Clint. There is no doubt. There's going to be drivers that feel like they can save enough under this caution, and who knows?
You got Bubba at first instead of Chastain, so
100%.
I think Bubba's going to get his lap back, not Chastain.
You saw him and heard him, everything he did with the throttle, and you saw everything that he did with the steering wheel right there, but he gassed it up to keep it down off the racetrack. He started to unwind the wheel so it didn't snap back to the right and overcorrect, so that was a great save.
Bubba Wallace gets the free pass. 37 cars started this race. Here are the cars that have not crashed today.
Chastain,
yes, not.
Austin Cindric, Josh Berry, Kyle Larson, Brad Keselowski, Corey LaJoie, Kyle Busch, Ryan Blaney, Chase Briscoe, Todd Gilliland, and Ricky Stenhouse are the ones that have not wrecked.
The day and how this race has gone.
You got this.
Get the engine off on Kyle Busch.
Wake up.
Saving fuel.
There are guys who do this on the highway. They call them hypermilers. And they coast downhill. They take the car out of gear. They shut the engine off.
60 to go.
You know, you're looking at me like I have three heads.
This is Rowdy's in-car camera right here.
Here's the thing. You can tell when you get right up behind somebody who does that. I can't say I've never done it, but not often.
All you old guys are always worried about fuel mileage. My dad's the same way. That thing gets terrible.
Jimmy says,
fuel mileage.
Chastain ran him over. Sound familiar?
Well, there you go.
I hope he's not listening, because that's what you just explained is what he'll be trying tomorrow morning.
Okay. Martin Truex. Last top
menace.
5 for Truex was Michigan last August. And on the drafting tracks, which now include Daytona, Talladega, and Atlanta, goose egg. So far.
Got a good
Kyle,
car. He's got it where it needs
Rowdy,
to be.
Where's he at? He's in 12th.
All right, pit road will be open.
What's up, Steven? What's
and
going
looks
on?
like everybody who did not stop at lap 177 is in now, along with some of those who did.
Melon Menace Rebel says, if you're just coming in, hit that like button. We're trying to get to 250 on the likes. 250 on the likes. If you guys could help us out, 500 of us here. I think we can get to 250 pretty quick. We're about 12 away. And thank you guys for hitting the subscribe
Chase
as well.
Briscoe. We're running third and
Keep
fourth.
on hitting those. Pit stops are about to happen.
Jamie.
A lot of crew chiefs telling their drivers we're right in our fuel window. Saw some tires on the wall for Denny Hamlin, but it sounds like it's going to be fuel only, about 3.5 seconds for the 6. You see it there. The 19 said his car is better this
watch
run.
Rowdy's crew in action here.
Kyle Larson, the 5 car, continues to get
Ricky
grip with the
spin
car.
out,
He likes how the
exactly,
car is. It's going to be two tires for him, and the 14 to Chase Briscoe. Fuel only, wanted a quick stop. Had been a little tight most of the day.
Let's watch
Chase
Kyle
Briscoe
right
with
here.
a bit of a gain here as he comes out alongside Denny Hamlin. Truex first out.
He's in.
Austin Cindric and Kyle Busch among the big gainers.
Oh, just gas
58
only.
laps to go in Atlanta.
Gas only.
And we'll take you Fox side by side.
All right, so we have 58 to go, y'all. 58 to go. Let's go, Team Rowdy. Kyle says Ross Chastain wouldn't last very long if he drove that way in LA with all those road ragers. Oh. Can I get a ticket there? Demetrius says. But thanks for the likes, guys. See if we get to 250. 7 more to go on that. Keep hitting that subscribe button for more NASCAR coverage coming up here very soon as we're under caution. Ross Chastain gets into the back of the bumper of Chase Elliott. All you Chase fans should be mad. Kaz needs a full-time ride. So the 16 is going to have a different driver all the time. 16, is he even racing? 16, where's he at? The 16, Josh Williams. Of course, AJ Allmendinger not in this race. He's running Xfinity full-time. So the 16 has a bunch of drivers. I guess Josh Williams and Folk will be right in that race. Wrote that car. But there is your lineup. Michael McDowell shows in first. He's back out front. Thanks for the love, guys. today. It's been a great stream. Great hanging out with you guys on a Sunday again. Thanks for subscribing. SCHL5932. Thanks for the subscribe. Appreciate that. I think how the smart move for Team Busch, if not many more cautions. So who got the lead? Who got the lucky dog? Byron. So the next one is Josh Berry, who's 2 laps down. So get a couple more cautions and he'll be back in it. All right, just waiting on the audio. Who wants Jello shots? There you go, me. So let's see what happens here in the closing moments here in Atlanta. Braves lost 5-4 today. Oh, I can't win them all. But thanks for the subscribe, newest subscriber SCHL5932. So keep on keeping those subscribes coming, guys. And we're almost at 250, almost there. Thank you guys. And then we'll move to 300. See if we can get to 300.
7 caution flags today, including the stage breaks. All but 11 of the 37 starters involved in 1 crash or more today. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, powering the race from green to checkered flag and every mile in between. Goodyear, more driven. Well, we have 27 cars on the lead lap to settle this. With 56 to go, we've got some Bubba Wallace radio. He is back toward the tail end of the lead lap in 22nd.
I think that's why the middle kept opening up. I think everybody was kind of, hedging one way or the other.
Yeah, about 2 car lengths before that shadow starts right there. You're just blind.
Talking about that glare getting into turn 1. I'll tell you what, guys. This one race has gave us a year's worth of highlights. Watching these things happen, it's unbelievable what's happened today at Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Been a tough day for a lot of drivers, including
Bubbles,
Tyler
Menace
Reddick. That's the Xfinity Mobile onboard cam. And Reddick has spent most of the race 15 or more laps down. Out of the race, Christopher Bell in the garage with crash damage. Zane Smith, Noah Gregson.
All right, here we go. Green
flag. 55 to go.
Here we go. Green flag. Buggity, buggity, buggity. Let's go racing, boys.
Michael McDowell did not stop on that caution. The only driver that did not.
I don't know how Denny keeps on being up there. Thank you, Lenny, buddy. We're on Facebook. Appreciate it, bud. Here we go. Truex and Briscoe. Could Briscoe win this?
He was wanting clear up so bad right there. Almost cleared Michael McDowell in front of Truex.
Did Byron lose
one more
Liberty?
From Hamlin.
I don't think so.
He can get the job done here.
Well, we know how fast that car has been.
I mean, he graduated from there, right?
And you see Truex just dip down and get just a little bit of side draft to pull him back there a little bit. But
so close.
Oh,
Austin
hit the
Dillon
wall.
in the wall hard off of 2.
Who was that? Austin Dillon.
Way
Austin
off the pace,
Dillon
no
in the
caution,
wall.
trying to get
no
out of the way.
caution yet.
He was 14th. That car just shot up the racetrack on him.
Stays on the racetrack.
53 to go, y'all.
Kind of lost in the shuffle is Todd
Where is
Gilliland.
Logano?
He came out 9th from pit road, and with McDowell not stopping.
Where's he at?
Puts
22.
Gilliland back in 10th.
Oh, there he is. 9 laps down, Logano, after hitting the
leading
wall
more
at the end of
laps than
stage
anyone
2.
today. 4 Fords, 2 Toyotas battling in the top half dozen here.
McDowell finally got clear of Truex, got up to that outside line. I think that's
Denny on the outside.
he wants to be.
Teammates battling.
Definitely the preferred line as you go through the middle of the corner as he goes back
You're
to the
welcome.
bottom just to prove us wrong there. He
No
can
caution.
do whatever he wants.
Yeah, I
but
couldn't believe it.
I think you could get away with that in 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Here's Michael McDowell's radio.
Man, you're going to manage, just go race hard. It's going to be really close on field here.
Oh, Michael McDowell.
As we go here, but had to make this call to get back up front.
Well, and that's purely a track position thing, and they thought that they were pretty close on fuel if they did that. And we see Austin Cindric get the 11 car loose and wiggle him up the racetrack, put him 3 wide, and here comes Kyle Busch 3 wide on the bottom to follow him.
2 rows of 3 wide.
Truex battling for the lead.
Back on the outside of McDowell for the lead.
What a stack up here. You'd think there were 2 to go, not 50 to go.
Denny.
He got really tight.
Yes, he did. Had to move up the racetrack. Brad Keselowski gave him a room.
Let's try 4 wide.
4 wide.
Yeah.
Lead getting into 1. Look
That's
out.
not gonna work.
Cindric, clear. Woohoo! Still 4 wide. Kyle Busch on the bottom coming with him.
What a move.
What a move by
not
Kyle
gonna
Busch.
work.
Still 4 wide.
And I tell you what, folks, that is the craziest position
Oh my
you can
gosh.
possibly be in, and these guys
McDowell
are not
gets
lifting
himself
4
out of that.
wide around these corners at Atlanta Motor Speedway is
No,
not
4
something that's easy to
wide.
do. You see Martin Truex get loose.
Not a good lap for Martin Truex to the lead.
He lost
all
a
the way
lot.
back to
He
the
was
pack.
in first. Now he's
Wrestled
not.
up from both sides.
And when those cars are all side by side, all these cars that are behind them, it just gets harder and harder to find a spot that you
Cindric
can
on a
even make the
mission.
corner because of all the air that it's taken off.
First place now. Austin
Here
Cindric.
comes Kyle Busch.
And Todd Gilliland from 10th to 3rd.
Wow. Rowdy.
Justin Haley down there on the bottom of the racetrack in the 51 car, pushing Todd Gilliland to the front. We talk about Justin all the time on these super speedway racetracks and what a great job that he does. So here he is showing up at the front at the end of this race.
He's got a win at Daytona. And Larry said he took 4 tires on his last stop, and it shows.
Larson almost shot to the
Corey
middle there.
LaJoy
That hole
coming.
closed up on him. Thought better of it.
And guys, we still
see
have
those
40
rowdy
laps to
friends
go.
in the chat. You
How
see
long
those
can they
8s.
keep this up?
The sun's going down. Grip level's coming up. So is the intensity. They're able to get away with way more. I never thought in a million years that 4 wide was going to work.
Yeah, when that sun goes down, Clint, the cars
47
become, the track
laps
temperature
to
goes
go.
down, so the cars just gain grip. And when these cars gain grip, they get
gain
more
confidence.
comfortable. Yeah, they get more comfortable and start pushing each other harder and harder.
Clint, I can't remember.
Here
4
comes Chase
wide
Elliott.
Atlanta that didn't
Come on,
end
Rowdy
up in a
USS
pileup.
Montana
Well, the
says.
first one worked, so why not? Let's do it again. They followed suit for a whole lap, 4 wide. Unbelievable.
What a
Awesome.
shot. That's awesome.
Division of Marcus Smith changed this racetrack. A racetrack that every racer loved at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Nobody
Let's
wanted
go
to repave
two,
this
Jackie
thing. He
says.
repaved it for the fans, thought he could put on a better show. The
Then he
vision
goes to the outside.
has worked, and I'm a fan of
Cindric
it.
goes down to block.
I love the move. It enabled us to have kind of a hybrid, so to speak, of a super speedway, 1.5-mile situation. And boy, does it put on a show.
Oh, we see the 12 car Ryan Blaney into the left rear of the 51 car Justin Haley there. So that was close to a wreck. We're working on that list. That's the short cars that weren't involved in a wreck. Trying to make it shorter yet.
Praise Rowdy. I haven't heard that before.
Denny Hamlin to the outside for the lead on Austin Cindric.
Denny. Let's go, Denny.
He's got the push.
Rowdy's giving him the push.
Kyle Busch behind him going into turn 1.
Keselowski's there too.
3 wide right behind this group. There is no let up here.
As we start running more and more laps, even though the sun has gone down and the track's getting cooler, I mean, the handling is still going to come into effect, and you're going to see the Brad Keselowski.
Rowdy's car right here running in third place.
Shoot down
Rowdy
to the bottom
Busch.
of the racetrack to take the lead, try to take the lead from Denny Hamlin.
Oh, he pushed him up.
Oh, Denny in the wall.
Woo, that was a close one.
Not clear.
Rowdy's
Not
pushing
the
him,
leader.
though.
Not now. All right, we're going to take our last scheduled side-by-side break as they come to 42 to go. Denny Hamlin out in front.
Woo, let's go, baby. So Denny Hamlin, we're riding along with Kyle Busch, riding right behind Denny. Going to be another big one, he says. We'll see what side by side now. Denny and Kyle. There goes Kyle to the inside. Ooh, it's getting good. 42 laps to go. McDowell's on fumes. Might not have enough. Keep hitting that like button. We're trying to get to 300 likes. There's a crash. Caution on the track. Keselowski goes around. James Moore again. Larson's involved. Larson's involved as well. Caution on the track. The big one happens. 42 is involved. John Hunter Nemechek. Larson's got a big chunk out of his right tire. As we're under caution again. What is the deal with the commercials and cautions? Someone's in there on the pits with the, oh yeah, Larson is tore up. Larson is tore up, like in the stream over there. Make sure you're hitting that like button. Trying to get to 275. I don't know. He's had 4 wrecks and he's still up there. I have no clue. I have no clue. He got spun in the triangle, in the dogleg. He got wrecked when he got with the Logano one. I don't know. So Hamlin, Kyle, Cindric, and Gilliland in 4th. This is going to be good, y'all. Keep hitting it coming in, y'all. If you're just coming in. Bubba back to 12th. Bubba's back in 12th. Larson's got some major damage to the tire. We'll see what happened. I'll show you the spin here, what happened. See what happens. I picked Kyle to win this. Addicted says, hopefully Kyle Busch retires sooner than later. See what happens as they're in a commercial. Thanks for the subscribe. Dustin Patterson over on Facebook. Like the stream. Thank you so much. Keep hitting that like button on all our platforms. Try to get to 275 on the likes. Thank you for the subscribe. Appreciate you. Elaine over on Facebook watching as well. And let's listen to what happened.
As the sun sinks slowly in the west, so does our list of cars that have not been involved in an accident. 8th caution flag. You saw it all on our side-by-side coverage. Lap 220. The 5, 6, and 7. Larson, Keselowski, and Corey LaJoie. Here are the cars that have not been in a crash today.
So Cindric, Barry, and Kyle.
This has just been a wild race, and it's just it's everything that we talked about.
Bear.
So let's take a look and see what happened here at the last caution. You're going to see the 6 right there of Brad Keselowski. He's going to go in the corner here, and he's going to get loose, and the 5 and 7 just had nowhere to go and couldn't check up fast enough and wound up just getting involved as well. See him go in right there, go up the racetrack, get a little bit loose. The car gets away. 7 and 5 pile in.
5, 6, and 7.
Oh, James Moore again. Doug, I think.
And that's how close these cars to being on the edge are.
You see Brad
just wiggle a little bit, but every single corner is just like that for these drivers. You are making small corrections with the wheels lap after lap, and with all these cars and all this energy, you're doing everything that you can do. As we take a look from the back bumper of Brad Keselowski, you see him wiggle, start to slide.
Late race caution hit for Keselowski.
You hear him. I mean, he was still in the throttle. Watch this.
Yep, all good. In your tracks. Watch you don't touch it. All right, hold the brake. Straight, Brad. Keep coming straight. Caution's out. Get it rolling straight here. Yeah, you get it on straight. Don't hit again. All right, hold the brake.
Brad spotted TJ Majors on the radio there. Here's Corey LaJoie's view.
The only Chevy in the top 10 is Kyle Busch.
Minor damage to LaJoie.
There was just nowhere to go.
3. Stop. Watch him.
LaJoie was there, and now Rex.
This is
coming
the
off as a
fifth
play
race
ahead
on the new configuration of Atlanta, and Kyle Larson has been involved
7
in
is
a
okay.
crash
Come on,
in
Ty
every
Gibbs. Eric
single
Church says
one.
he's in top 10, man.
Not of his own doing necessarily.
Landed right in his lap. Had it where he needed to be, right? I mean, it's all you can ask as a driver.
And that's all you can do. You just got to know as we go on board here with Kyle. Brad steps out. He's just wrong place, wrong time. And that's just bad luck. And you want to race at the front of these fields as much as you can, and you just got to play the percentages. I used to always tell myself it was a 50% game. You had 50% chance of wrecking. Obviously, that's not working for Kyle, but I guess if you add in all the other super speedway races, maybe it works out for him.
Now, Micah McDowell, who did not pit on the last caution, has made a pit stop under this one.
RCR fans are happy to finally be relevant
again. There's McDowell, who will be a guest on Race Hub this coming Thursday on FS1. And Austin Cindric up in the top 3. Here's his radio.
Couple of haters.
These guys have already realized, but I can follow a lot closer than most of them, so it makes me valuable and dangerous. I like it. Car's good. Copy.
He can push. Feels comfortable doing it. Has the grip behind cars in the wake.
And he's got a fast car.
That is rare.
Eight caution flags today,
Kyle Busch
including the 2 for the stage ends. The action began at lap 2 when the 3.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had the wrong button.
Biggest recorded pileup in Atlanta Motor Speedway history. Chris Buescher goes for a single car spin. Denny Hamlin off the front bumper of Kyle Busch. Then this coming to pit road. Micah McDowell locks it up. Collects Daytona 500 winner William Byron.
Everybody's a hater. Buescher, just keep it clean, y'all.
Joey Logano, Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, you're right. You're not allowed. Yeah, everybody doesn't like Denny. I'm cool with it.
Ross Chastain into Chase Elliott.
Everybody's allowed to hate everybody. Like, I have drivers I don't like. It's okay, It's a driver fan-friendly chat, so you guys can cheer on your driver and just keep it clean. That's all I ask.
Kaz Grala went for a spin, and then this involving the 5, 6, and 7.
And that was the scoring loop that set the leader
I'm a
for
Denny
Denny
fan.
Hamlin
I know
to get
there's
the
a lot
lead
of
right
people
there.
out
So
there
you
that
see
don't
how
like
close
Denny,
it is. But now he's got control.
It's okay.
So he gets to
you know?
make his choice of lane. You see Kyle Busch following him. Those cars
so
made
let's see what
good
happens
ground
here.
going to the front of the pack. So
how about Kyle Busch picking behind him on the bottom? Did that surprise you? Not going to that outside?
I think he feels like that he might be a good pusher. It just depends on the scenario of his car. He might feel like the bottom lane is better for him. I don't know everything. There's a lot of decisions that have to be made from those choices that they have talked about. But it seems like these bottom lane can get going for a couple laps.
At least on the start of it for the first corner, for
like
sure.
Denny?
But
Yeah, a lot of people
and
do.
as
Some
strong
people
as his
don't.
car is, I was a little bit surprised that he didn't elect to go to that outside.
I don't get all upset when you guys are like,
and try to
Denny
eventually
crashed.
be in that preferred line that we've seen.
I have fun with it.
Work so many times on the outside.
Larry, if we run enough caution laps that fuel is no longer a concern.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think when they topped off most of them back there on that caution
lap
202 right in there, I think that pretty much covered everybody, Mike. I think we're good to go. Even McDowell elected to finally come to pit road under one of these cautions.
Trying to get to 300 likes tonight on this stream as we are at 36
when we restart,
to go. See if we can do it.
25 cars on the lead lap.
500 of us here.
The first and only car one lap down right now.
All right, coming to the green.
It'll be 35 laps to go. Hamlin and Busch.
Here
on
we
the
go,
front
green
row,
flag,
Cindric and Briscoe, Gilliland
let's
and
go racing,
Truex,
boys!
Burton and Blaney.
Let's go.
And let's crank it up on the restart.
Yeah, let's crank it up. Crank it up, guys.
He's off you now, 3/4, focus on 11. Still full top, door, quarter. Bumper, top clear, half off. They're still locked together in top lane, one back, 2x2. 2 back, 3 wide now. 1.5, 3 wide, 2 and 14 close to your top lane. They're just now coming detached. Back now, 2x2. 12 close to you off the bottom lane with no help. The help's in the top lane right now. Still 2 to you. They're 3 wide, 1.5 off your corner entry. Still there with the 12. 12 by 1 to the 2 now. You're back to even, both by half to your help. They're tight outside now, no hole. 1/4 to the 38. Still even 12. He's by half to the 2, still out there tight, 12's closest 2, but he's got no help.
Hamlin continues to lead here.
Going to push from the 2 now, corner entry, still by 1.
Kyle Busch, Blaney Briscoe.
Still by 1. Ribbon grab. Still inside. 1 out front. Still inside, still 1. Within 1.5 of him. He's going to bite up in the whole time.
Looking around, relying around with the leader, Denny Hamlin.
Well, Clint, we saw exactly why Kyle Busch picked third. He shoved Denny Hamlin to the lead, and these guys behind him have just gone crazy racing side by side. But now they've kind of settled out, and here comes Ryan Blaney.
Trying to go on the outside of
Loose
Kyle.
off of 2. Probably a push, loose, snap loose scenario.
And now you're going to have to deal with pushes that you haven't dealt with all day because guys are going to start hitting you harder. They're going to be more aggressive than they've been all day trying to get their car and your car, whatever the positioning is, towards the front. So this is going to get more and more aggressive as we get towards the end of this race.
They're not only going to hit you, they're not going to lift when they get off of you.
They're going to ram you at this point.
31 to go, y'all.
No more letting a guy in.
Blaney and Gilliland in the 38. His grandfather, Butch, was the NASCAR West champion, Winston West champ in 1997. Today is Butch Gilliland's 66th birthday.
Well, I've raced against David and Butch Gilliland, so I've raced against Todd Gilliland as well. So I've raced against 3 generations of the Gilliland family.
See if we can get 600, 700 people in here.
Yeah.
And there goes Rowdy for the lead.
Here we go.
Blaney goes to the outside.
Stalled out. Busch got stalled out on the inside of Hamlin, and here comes Blaney with a huge run on the outside.
Thank you,
Can he clear
SML.
for the lead? Off the bumper of his teammate, Cindric. These Fords, boys, very strong. That Gilliland car, whether he's in the front or pushing, is a factor, has been all day long. Here he's going to do the crossover, get down and help Kyle Busch. Does he go by him? Does he use the momentum, or does he push him?
Denny going backwards.
Pushes him back to the lead. Blaney steaming around the outside.
Well, we talked a lot before the race, and 3 wide with Chase Briscoe on the bottom.
He has a tough time holding it down, too. You see him shoot up the racetrack. That was a heads-up move by David Gilliland. Excuse me, Todd Gilliland.
Denny comes
you
on the
messed
inside
up with
now.
David, but he gave him room, lifted, and look at the distance he lost on it.
Cindric just had his nose chopped off by the 14 of Briscoe, who stopped that run right in his tracks.
He's giving these guys fits. He gets these big runs, and he can't hold it down in the corner. That'll get him in trouble if he's not careful.
And he's been very aggressive with his blocks and everything that he's been doing. So you see those guys hang him out. We see Ryan Blaney on the outside. We see Austin Cindric behind him, his teammate. We heard Austin Cindric tell his crew
There's
that
Austin
he is dangerous
Cindric's car.
because of the fact that he can push and he has a fast enough car to go by you. So he feels like he can be on offense at all times in the 2 car.
About Bubba Wallace, 3rd car in that outside
Briscoe's
lane.
gonna
This
cause
thing
a
has
wreck.
Massive damage to the front of it, lower splitter, and man, he's still able to get it up
That
front
wrap-
and make
that-
some hay. I think that scenario will change if he's the lead car in his line.
Well, he's in the majority, Clint, so most every car in this field has damage. So
Right. Oh, Briscoe.
Whoa, big lift out of Hamlin, got in trouble.
Briscoe might have scraped him there.
Again, because of the same scenario I was talking about with Briscoe earlier. He gets those big runs, and he can't do anything with it. When he gets in the corner, cannot hold it down, pushes him up the racetrack.
well, and the other thing that's going to do with the whole field, as you start making those moves over and over and over again, you're going to get less and less
from
help.
Ireland.
So you might be
Awesome,
able to
man.
make them on the aggression, but you're
Appreciate
also
you
going to
being
get
here.
hung out.
Martin Truex was the loser on that one. He was on the
that
high
like
side,
button,
had
shoot
to
the
lift.
300 likes,
got
y'all.
backed up because of it.
26
Well, we see
away.
the 4-car, Josh Berry right there. We talked about his dual speeding
go.
penalties under green. He's been able to get the lucky dog and get himself back in contention. He's running 11th right now.
T-Van.
Larry Mack, you got some trends for us with 24 to go?
I do, Mike. We've had 4 races on this Atlanta configuration, and the average of the final caution is lap 238, which is 22 laps to go. Right now, we've got 24 to go, so we'll see.
Well, and that's exactly what those guys up on the pit box do. It's exactly what Larry is telling you. Every time there's a caution, they play the percentages. They go with the analysis of the race and figure their fuel mileage. But, man, these cars are all over the place. Up, down the racetrack, 3 wide, 2 wide.
These big runs they're getting and not being able to hold it down, like we've talked about
Truex
with
and
Briscoe.
Bubba.
He's not the only one in that scenario. That's where the trouble's going to happen.
Right. You don't have any trends or any
23 to
analysis
go.
for how hard Chase Briscoe is pushing that number 14 right now.
They're all going for it. It's those runs, Mike. They get massive runs. It's like
3 by
4's
3.
been into somebody. The
Pick
right
is
side.
9 if the top 15
No
wreck.
markings on those tires.
Cindric with a run underneath Kyle Busch.
Cindric, here comes
Crossover. Watch
Cindric.
this push on the outside for Briscoe.
And what you saw Kyle Busch
Right
just do
along
right
with
there,
Cindric
to drive
again.
up in front of, as he tries to go to the outside of Ryan Blaney, but he put himself in front of that 14 car as it had a big run, and Chase Briscoe had no choice but to push him. So as we get later and later in the run, as we saw Ross Chastain do last week, you're going to have to block and pick and choose where you want to put your car in front of those lanes coming at you.
21 to
And
go.
there's still 3 abreast. A couple of rows deep right there.
The speed in the 14 is what makes him dangerous. He's able to puts him in bad spots. There he goes.
Oh, there goes
He's
Briscoe.
around.
Oh, and Denny got collected
Denny
again.
Hamlin, who also was involved. Chase Briscoe.
Oh, Chase was doing
Larry,
so
you missed it by a
well.
lap. I'm sorry, buddy.
Well, and that's exactly what we talked about, Clint. You know, Briscoe just kept putting his car in position after position, bad spot after bad spot.
Caution
and
on the
finally
track.
It has bit him.
Well, the speed
And
in
Denny
his
Riggs
race
for the
car
4th
enabled him
time
to do
today.
that. You know, I'm
now
not
he's
putting
done.
that on him. It's the package, right? Denny Hamlin, he was a contender. That car was capable of getting the job done.
See if
Finally
you can
did him in.
See his car is pretty messed up.
Going back to that, tons of speed in that car, but it was kind of a dart without feathers. That thing could get down there and force him in a scenario to have to make a move.
I would say Denny's
time
done.
and time again, the speed down the straightaway land a problematic situation in your lap by the time you got in the corner.
And there you saw Denny Hamlin's right front wheel is locked. He's just going to try to nurse it around to pit road. Full moon this
There's
weekend.
Denny.
Anybody surprised? No.
See if we can
Not
find
me.
Briscoe here.
Chase Briscoe climbs out after a very eventful day.
There's Chase Briscoe. He was in the top 5. And now is going
Well, you
to...
see Chase Briscoe right here.
Let's take a look real quick.
Got up in front of Bubba Wallace. Tried to go through the middle, and they were too wide below him, and he just lost it.
4 wide doesn't work
Shots
in
got
Atlanta.
one too many times.
Yeah, and you want to be aggressive.
Denny
and you want to
almost
keep
got
doing
it, then Chase
everything
got
that you
him.
need to do to go forward, but at that particular
Almost.
point, he just got a little tap from the 11 underneath him there because they were 4 wide. There was just nowhere to go and wound up getting spun out.
Yeah, look at that.
Can't say he wasn't going for it.
And then he tagged
Ninth
Denny.
caution
and that
flag
was
of the
it.
day.
Yeah. This is Chastain sneaking up. Denny will be back, right? He'll be a leading here in about 10 laps. he'll be back, just not today. Appreciate all of y'all coming in. Let's see, we're at 276, so we're 24 away from 300. There's 535 people in here. Let's see if we can get to 300 likes. 26 likes to go to 300. And keep on hitting that subscribe. Very important to do that too as well. We're trying to get 9,500. That's our next goal for the next stream or this stream, whatever it is. Watermelon's going to piss everyone off with the win, Rebel Soul says. With Chastain in the top 10 now. And let's see who gets their lap back. So Justin Haley. William Byron. Byron might be back on the lead lap. We'll see what happens after this. As we're in a red flag conditions. Red flag conditions. I guess there's a crap all over the track. Thank you, Brenda. Brenda J. Ernest for becoming a rookie member. Thank you so much, Brenda, for becoming a rookie member. We'll dance for Brenda for becoming a rookie member. I'm surprised Denny's still in the race. I know, he's had like 7,000 wrecks today. East of the Mount. Wow, that's awesome, Andy. Welcome in, everybody. See if we can get about 600 in here before the race ends. We're down to 19 laps to go. We're under a red flag condition right now due to the big wreck. Chase Briscoe tried to force four wide and in that turn, and it just collapsed on him. He went spinning. Denny came up. He hit Denny again, and then Chase went flying. But we'll see what happens here. The Watermelon Man. We got an emoji for the Watermelon Man. Chastain. There it is, the number 1. What happened to Brad? I had to step away. Brad got into a wreck. He got into a wreck as well. You grew up in Lake Tahoe. Nice. All right, right here. Here we go, right here.
From Martin Truex.
Truex. Oh, Truex just missed him. Wow. Truex.
Other than Briscoe,
close.
looked like Denny Hamlin got the worst of it here.
Yep. So Denny.
Yeah, and that's
Here's
just
Denny's.
they're too wide below Chase there, and Spotter's got to be telling him too wide. I don't know what the spotter said, but they were too wide
Right
below
there when
him,
he turned in. Boom.
Hold on. Yeah, he went too low, and Denny Hamlin was there with the car below him, and he couldn't go anymore, and the 14 wound up getting spun out right there.
Yeah, Daniel Suarez had a run to the inside of Hamlin, so they were
Suarez
stacked
is
up
in
4-1.
second
Well, it's
place.
one thing to shoot a 4-wide gap if you've got momentum. No momentum getting into 3.
Yeah, and you see him let go of the steering wheel with this rag and pinion steering on the front of these cars. It just whips the wheel back and forth. So a lot of guys choose to just let go of the wheel and not get their wrist hurt.
Let's hear from some of the drivers on just that. What to do with your hands when you're in that situation.
If you're involved in it, typically I will, I don't know, a lot of people take their hands off the wheel, but I just kind of grip it, just kind of get in a tuck position and hold on for dear life.
You don't want to get your hand caught in the wheel. That's a done deal for a while. If you break your wrists, break your hands. If I'm in an impact, I'm letting go of the wheel.
You try to do yourself a service.
I'm surprised it took Briscoe that long to cause a wreck.
And it does not care what's in the way. It will break stuff.
Chase was, what did you say?
Yeah,
Chase was...
Chase just choose to do that. And for me, I was a hang-on for dear life type of guy. I thought I could drive it all the way to the end of it. That changed a little bit in these cars because it does rip the wheel out of your hand so hard. So
for me, it was exactly what you said. I just need something to hold on to. We're in a wreck. Just being along for the ride without holding on to anything is kind of scary.
Truex been one lucky one today. He has, South Virginia.
He's thinking, sitting here in 4th place under the red flag.
How about you, Kyle Busch? Boring the boys. You got a minute?
Well, yeah, actually.
Well, good. Holding pretty wheel out there, Cowboy. So far, so good.
That's Kyle Busch right here.
Yeah, it's been a little up and down. We've had a fast car, that's for sure. So all the guys at RCR and ECR should be proud of what we got going right here with our stuff. Made a mistake on pit road there. It's bad. Got us behind, but we've recovered nicely. So all in all, Cheddar's Camaro looks best out front, but the rest of these guys have a problem letting me lead laps. So we'll see if we can lead the last one.
Well, talk to me about that a little bit. We've seen a lot of carnage. We've seen a lot of runs. We've seen moves go wrong, blocks, all of the above. What lane do you like to be in, and moreover, what company are you trying to get with?
Well, I'm running out of friends. I didn't have any to begin with, but the ones that I kind of had are diminishing. So I don't know. You know, I feel like I just got to maintain or choose my best situation, not necessarily who by any means. So, you know, just trying to play that chess match the best I can and make the right moves and plan and predict. It's so hard with the anomaly of everything happening, and the race changes each time. these characters crash and knock some of the players out.
Well, you've already brought home one trophy this weekend. Let's do it again today. Good luck out there the rest of the way. You're doing a great job.
Yeah, man, thanks. I've had my fair share of brooms. I'm sure the Atlanta Motor Speedway's got another one somewhere.
That's the Kyle Busch I'm looking for.
The broom referring to a clean sweep of the weekend. He would be 2 for 2. He won the truck race yesterday. William Byron's going to get the free pass under this 9th caution flag.
Andy, just as long as they clean
Jamie?
it up.
Well, defending series champion Ryan Blaney has led 21 laps. He's the current leader right now. Jonathan Hassler is crew chief. Jonathan, do you feel like at this point you guys have enough friends around you, and is the car strong enough to keep it where it is right now?
Yeah, I think so. We got the 2 right there. He's been good, working with us, and I think Ryan, regardless of who's back there, has done a good job kind of managing each of the lanes and putting himself in a good position. I think he's one of the best, speedway racers in the garage. So I think we'll be in a good spot.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Regan.
Austin Cindric's been up towards the front the good majority of the day today. Brian Wilson, the guy on the radio, helping him to do that. Brian, you got your driver in a great position with a teammate up there. What do you tell him as we get this restart shortly?
Yeah, I think our spotter kind of summed it up the best. He said, this is a similar position to what we were in last week, and it really doesn't matter unless we finish it off. So, last week was a great week for us, but unfortunately we got a wrecked race car. So trying to finish this one off, and I think the guys have really done their homework to be able to do that.
Thanks, Brian.
There is Austin Cindric in second place.
Chase going to come back like last year.
Awaiting the command to restart engines and come around as they clean up with 19 laps to go. Now, for most of this track's history, since it was built in 1960, they've run 500-mile NASCAR races here. The spring race recently shortened to 400 miles, and yet we are 2 lead changes away from an all-time track record for Atlanta for lead changes. Todd Gilliland's been out front for 58 laps today. Austin Cindric for 32. Kyle Busch for 28. Michael McDowell, the pole sitter, for 27. Same for Joey Logano. Ryan Blaney for 21 and Kyle Larson for 17. Blaney, the leader right now. Who you got on the dial-a-tone here?
Well, we're going to try to dial up Martin Truex here. Hey, Martin, Kevin Harvick up in the Fox booth. Tell us about this day, man. It looks like it has been wild from up here. We see carnage everywhere. Where's your head at right now for the end of this thing? Oh, try that next channel. Boyer is in charge of the radio up here. Let's try again. Martin, Kevin Harvick up in the Fox booth. Tell us about your day, man. It has been wild. What's the plan here for these last 19 laps?
Yeah, hey buddy, it's been pretty crazy, unbelievable, like just how aggressive everybody's being. But yeah, strategy-wise, just we're good on gas, and we got the tires we're going to end the race on, and just trying to figure out how to be in the right position there. So my car seems like the bottom. Hopefully we can pick up a few spots here, get back right there near the front, and then stay there. Hopefully they wreck behind us, not in front of us. That's the key, I think, from here on out.
We've been telling all the fans at home just how hard these cars are to drive. Tell us how it feels from the driver's seat. I know when I drove last year, it was just up on top of the racetrack and sliding around and very strange getting in the corners with the arrow. Is that how it is still?
Yeah, you nailed it. It's a bit of a surprise party every corner. So, yeah, the thing is that just the traffic. There's so much air moving around. It's one lap you're sideways and chatter in the right rear about to crash, spin out, and the next corner the thing right front takes off for the fence. So it's you got to be real mindful of what situation you're in and try to anticipate that. But as crazy as it is, it's been kind of
one soon.
So
I don't know.
I think my Bassburg Camry's pretty strong, and hopefully we can make it to the end.
These instructable cars breed.
All right, buddy. Thanks for talking to us. Keep her straight.
Yeah, I'll try.
9 caution flags and 1 red flag so far. Sunset about 10 minutes ago here in the greater Atlanta area.
Look at that. That's pretty.
Pretty pictures. Not so pretty what's happened down at the racetrack, and wherever the dumpster is, the cheap metal goes. Well, it's going to need more than a dumpster. This is
Blaney.
It's been a mess.
Blaney's
but
my second
the
favorite.
racing's
I have a
been
hat,
great.
too.
I'm not sure how we balance that. You've
Blaney's
had
my
7
second
cars,
favorite.
just 7, that have not been involved in one of the crashes today.
It's rare that we have a list that is shorter of the cars not damaged than the ones that are damaged, but it has been a wild race, and I think going into
Every
this,
time I change
we
my
knew it was
hat,
going to be
I
wild because of the temperature, because of how the cars drive here, the pushing, the shoving, but we didn't even make it to the first corner before we had some carnage. First lap.
Well, you heard Martin Truex Jr. right there. He said it, right? He put it on the drivers. It's amazing to him how aggressive all these drivers are. Just saw it with Chase Briscoe. You hate to put it on him, but that probably could have been avoided. It was coming. I saw it for 10 laps. He was trying, and he finally got it done.
But does a driver say, well, hey, that worked okay the last time I tried it. Hey, 4 wide. We can go around 4 wide here. I'll try it again, and I'll try it again, and try it again. Until you can't.
Well, sometimes that momentum and a fast car just puts you in the kind of take the bait type of mode to be able to shoot this hole and shoot that hole. But it has definitely become a survival race. And I think as we get to the end of this race, we still do have a couple of fast cars up in the front for sure. And I think as we go later and later, the pushes, like we talked earlier, they're going to get harder and harder and might not be the last yellow.
It's the package. I like what you just said right there. The option's on the table. It's up to you whether you take that option or not, right? It's put people in trouble time and time again. We've seen that, but
2 rookies in the top 12.
What? I mean,
yeah,
it's
look at
the
Josh
highlight
Berry.
reel's longer than the race. It's unbelievable.
You're almost speechless? Is that what you're saying? Almost? Close. You got more. Okay.
I know, right?
Let's check in.
Well,
with
I mean, he got
Shannon
some
and Jamie.
experience last year.
Well, we got the highlight reel for you guys.
up.
He sure did. He knew that we were coming. We were actually trying to write down all of the drivers that were involved in wrecks. We figured maybe just go the other way. I think there's about 5 guys who have not been involved because this started early, Jake.
Yeah, lap 2, you see one of the biggest wrecks at Atlanta Motor Speedway. 16 cars involved in that, eliminated a lot of good cars before they even got to start. And this was common, Shannon. We saw guys get loose. You see Chris Buescher on lap 25 moved up just a little bit, got his right rear in the dirty part of the track, and spun around.
Denny Hamlin, he's had an eventful day, right? This is the first of it. Lap 53, he slides through
like
that
10
infield.
wrecks today.
I mean, we've seen this a lot, right? We've seen guys just 1-car wrecks.
Yeah, and this here was green flag pit stops. Michael McDowell locks up the rear brakes, gets into the Daytona 500 winner, William Byron. Both of those guys lost a lap in that instance.
Heartbroken Joey Logano, lap 159.
Byron's still
he
1 lap
qualified on the
down
front
here.
row, had to start in the back of the field and was all the way up at the front, and then his day was done.
Denny Hamlin was involved in that one as well. This is Ross
5 more
Chastain
likes
getting
to
in the back
300,
of Chase
y'all.
Elliott. Spun Elliott around. Only a 1-car wreck, but Shannon, we have seen so many spins today.
Yeah, at 219
I think so
multi-car
too,
wreck,
Kyle.
and we're seeing this. I mean, over and over again, wreck. We've had 9 cautions so far. We still have under 20 laps to go as we just got back to yellow
It's
flag
not
out
over.
there.
It's not over yet.
What is the cause of this? I mean, we saw the 4 wide, right? We knew that these guys are getting aggressive out there. We know that they're taking chances, but it has been just wide open since the start of this race.
Yeah, and as it gets down to the end, you're seeing right here Chase Briscoe going around. Guys get more aggressive because it gets more intense as the race gets down to the end. But I would say this has been one of the most fun races to watch. And listening to Clinton, Kevin talk about it in the booth, the racing, typically you see the leader have this massive advantage because of having clean air. It's almost as if the cars behind have the advantage because of the draft they're able to generate. No one's safe.
And lap 2, when that first wreck happened, I remember you said, oh man, I don't know how this is going to affect the race. I don't know if this is going to be as good because of all those cars that were out of the event.
Well, I was just worried that if you eliminated 15 or 20 cars, what kind of a speedway drafting type race are you going to have? But we've seen a lot of those guys that were involved in wrecks be able to come back and have great runs.
Mike, what do you think the odds are that we see 4 wide again in these last 18 or so laps?
I give that about a 7 out of
Blaney
10.
to hit the pace car.
I think we have enough cars left to do it. I also think we have not seen the last caution flag.
I would agree with you on that, Mike. I think you are 100% right on not
All the
seeing
above.
Yeah, 4 wide and not the last caution.
All right, here comes Daniel Hemrick, Todd Gilliland, and
I think that was
more
a
to pit
mistake
road.
there. That was funny, Justin. The cars are rolling here.
We see Todd Gilliland with some damage to the right side of his car. Daniel Hemrick there changing right side tires, damage to the right side of his car as well. But as we get towards the end of this race here, I think you're going to see everything that we have seen, but probably a little bit of what we saw last week with Ross Chastain, as he did just an absolutely wonderful job of blocking. It's just become part of racing. But as you see Joey Logano here, he's got Ross Chastain shoved out, and he thinks that Brad Keselowski is going to help push him by. But Brad has other intentions, and that is to win the Daytona 500. But you see the 1 car in the front there of Ross Chastain working those lines, trying to put himself in the best position possible to keep those
Delta
lines
Mike
behind him.
1990. Thanks for the subscribe. Thank you.
Comes from the bottom.
Who was the other one?
He blocks it, and right here at the end.
Vicky Sellers, thank you for that subscribe.
Here we'll see Ross, and you can just watch the intensity in his hands as he's trying to block these lanes. He's got
One
Brad
more to
Keselowski
300,
behind
y'all.
him. Brad
Thank
up
you
the
for getting us
racetrack, and you
there.
see him jerk the wheel, trying to block the run, and now he's going to follow him down the racetrack as Brad starts to go underneath him, locked on the back bumper. And honestly, guys, if he doesn't wreck right here, Brad is underneath the one, but Ross Chastain has just done a great job. He did a great job last week of blocking, and blocking is going to be a part of this game. I don't know that you can do it exactly like you did in Daytona last week because of the speed of the runs, but blocking is still going to come into play pretty much everywhere we race now.
That blocking
Jamie's
on
praying
display
for-
right there was doing part for the two-way system. Brandon McReynolds in his ear talking him through those runs and which one to block. That communication is so important. That was spot on.
This is a live
and
stream without
they
any
did a
junk
good
to
job.
block the
It
race.
was wild to watch that. Moving three lanes.
This is a live stream without any junk.
12 and the 2,
block
Ryan
the
Blaney and
race.
Austin Cindric pick the bottom.
This is a live stream.
Will we
that
see
you
the
get to
teammate
listen.
restart?
Can't show the
Well,
whole
no,
race.
no,
We show
they're
bits and
nose
pieces. We
to
show
tail
in-car
right there.
cameras.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
I'll
sorry
show you
about
like
that, Mike.
little
But I don't think you
cautions,
can do
but
it
that's
anyway. I
about it.
think you're going to get locked on both sides. We've seen that on these restarts. I didn't think Kyle Busch not taking that outside. I was like, man, I think I'd have took a look at that. He elected to stay on the
Thank you,
inside.
Larry
covered it.
Hayes.
Kevin last restart was able to push to the lead and stay there.
Thank you, Vincent.
All right, we've got some radio traffic from drivers on the craziness on track today.
Dude, this is unbelievable. I'll be happy if there's no speedways the rest of the year.
Doing good, bud, man. I know that's some crazy racing, but you're doing a good job.
It's like fun, but I'm also scared for my life at the same time.
That's a good one. Well, you've been a difference maker all day, so that's what we're looking for. We got to finish it off here.
I'm with Todd. That's how I always felt when I drove here. It's kind of fun, but I'm kind of scared for my life at the same time.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. I got something else for these guys.
Tell me.
One lap down. Oh,
Do
he's back
not
on the lead
forget
lap now.
that this race is the first race of the playoffs. If you're going to make a quest and a bid for the championship, you're going to have to be good on this racetrack.
All right,
If you didn't
16
like
to
it
go.
this
Let's
time
see
around,
who's going to win.
You better get your attitude
Not
right
over yet,
because it's
Rubicon.
even more important next time.
That's a good point.
Well, here they come. The Chevy Camaro safety car heads for pit road.
Here we go. Green flag. Buggity, buggity, buggity. Let's
There'll
go
be
racing,
15
boys.
laps to go. Blaney brings them back to green.
Can Blaney
with
pull this
Suarez.
off? It's a battle of teammates. Suarez. Watch Suarez cause a big wreck here. Kyle, you got the wrong person in front of you.
I haven't talked about him much, but he was right there. Don't forget, right there at the end of the 500 as well. And teammates are going to be strong.
And Truex locked onto the bottom again. He was nestled right up to Cindric in the 2 there.
See both the 99 and the 2 car have to check up there, and the 2 car come off the bumper of the 12. Both of those cars of Austin Cindric in the 2 and the 8 car of Kyle Busch have been great pushers all day. Kyle Busch, as we talk, put himself in a position to push on the bottom lane, and now he's pushing Daniel Suarez on the outside lane to keep him up front. That's as good as we've seen that outside lane keep up on the first couple laps.
And Todd Gilliland, who led the most laps today, has had to pit for right side tires.
Kyle Busch told us, not much dancing partners left in our stable. He's got
Kyle
one right
Busch
there,
riding along with
Suarez
Kyle
in front
Busch,
of
y'all.
him, a Chevy. 2 Chevys on that outside, 2
Trying to
Fords on
win
the
it
bottom.
here. Here comes Ricky Stenhouse.
Denny Hamlin just came
thank
off
you,
pit
Robert.
road. They lap past him.
Big push from Busch on the outside of Suarez. Not quite cleared for the lead.
Jamie, how about
Side
the
by
99?
side, Blaney
He's been so
and
good
Suarez.
here. Daniel Suarez top 10, 3 of the last 4. He has a brand new crew chief as well. Matt
Ford wins
Swiderski.
today,
I talked to
Justin
him before
says.
the race. He said, I know how good he is here. We were 100% focused on this race car. We weren't giving up anything. That hurt us in qualifying, but here we are at the end. We got cars together,
Crash.
Mike.
Who is it?
The 4 into the fence.
Josh
And the
Berry.
9,
Oh,
Chase
and
Elliott.
Chase goes around again.
Goes for a double spin
Look
there.
at those guys.
Whoa, close call.
Josh
it wasn't
Berry.
the last
Oh, he was
Well,
having
they
such a
all
good
got
ride
checked
today.
Up. You see the toe link on the left rear is broke on the 4 car. Chase Elliott car is still rolling, but when we play this replay, you're going to see the 2 car have to get checked up and get stuck in the middle, and it jammed things up from the center 1 and 2 to the exit.
Sure did. Big movements there in the front of the line. Obviously, the crash was behind
Time
it.
to rub Bubba in the wall.
Got in trouble, had to lift getting into 1. Watch these runs. I was looking at Busch pushing Suarez getting in on the outside, but the push was coming as hard on the bottom, too. You see him lift. Cindric got tight, got up into Busch. He had to move, and here comes Truex on the bottom filling the void.
And when we talk about tight, for those of you at home that don't know, we see the 23 car and the 4 have a little contact in the 4.
Basically the aftermath of all of that transpired getting into 1. Finally wrecked down the backstretch.
When we talk about tight, that means the front tires won't turn. So Austin Cindric went into that corner, and the front of his car just would not steer. And he gets stuck in the middle, and you see the 23 car get a little bit loose, and then Josh Berry check up just a little bit and got loose behind him and spun out.
I'm glad we saw that angle right there. That movement of air is what made Berry loose. As soon as he got loose in front of him, it took the air off of his car. That wake in front of him dumped all the air off
Elliott
of his.
is hype.
Boy,
all hype. 2020 was a joke of a season,
in that situation,
Rebel
Clint, when you've got the wheel in it like that and you just check up, that car will sometimes just unload and spin out. It's hard to tell.
I don't think Chase is completely
check up right there when the 23 got a little bit sideways there.
I think he's still a little leery.
That just lifted Carson Hocevar.
Yeah, it was amazing. As soon as Wallace's car got loose, that thing followed suit right behind him.
Bubba needs to be Chastain's been chastain people today.
Nemechek just narrowly
300 likes. Thank you, guys. Let's go to 350. And see if we can get to 9450 on the subs. Thanks, guys.
Which way is he going?
George's like, oh.
Wow. You see him downshift, grab that gear quick. Another 80 gets slowed down. Heads up driving by him and probably a spotter telling him trouble ahead.
Oh, my goodness. 3 tires off the ground on Carson Hocevar's car.
Hocevar.
As he hits the 4 of Josh Berry.
Poor Hocevar. Hey, you still running to the end of the race, though. But that sucks for Josh Berry.
See how hard
he was
that
in the
thing
top
is to drive
10.
with that broken toe link on the left rear.
No run.
10th caution flag of the day. Still 10 laps to go.
2020 was scripted. Didn't all NFL conspiracy theories? Oh, lordy, lordy. My son loves NASCAR. Awesome, Aaron. Can we get 97 more likes? More likes to 400? That'd be awesome. Thank you, Kenneth Clark. Menace says, you're trying to blame Chastain for this one? He chastained him because he was close. Cobra says, Kyle Busch has survived this long. He has to win, right? He has to. It's got to win. Remember what he said in that interview? I have no friends here. I have no friends. And he's got a Chevy there with Daniel Suarez. But Chastain, his partner's in 8th. Stenhouse up there in 7th. You got 2 Toyotas, Truex and Bubba Wallace in the top 10. Lots of Fords, lots of Chevys. So it's been, look at Kaz Gralla, the rookie. He's in 10th place. Michael McDowell still around in 9th. Ty Gibbs, Eric Church in the chat. His boy is in 11th. Look at Priest, Hemrick, Burton, LaJoy just had that, almost got wrecked there. Chris Buescher, Hunter Nemechek, Haley, and then William Byron, who just got back on the lead lap, is in 19th. So watch that 24. Let's see what he can do. As we have 9 laps to go. If you're just joining us, make sure you're hitting that like button. We're trying to get to 350 on the likes. And trying to get some more subscribers. Hit that subscribe. Become a member if you like emojis. We have tons of emojis if you want to become a member. Today we have Kyle Larson, we had Keselowski, we had Kyle Busch, we had Chase Elliott, we had Denny Hamlin, we had Ryan Blaney, we had Truex, we had Logano, we had Byron, and Chastain. Those were your emojis you could use if you're a member, and it's 99 cents. It's really cheap. You can have those fun in the chat. So back to the audio. Here it is.
Daniel Suarez was ahead of Ryan Blaney by inches at the last scoring loop before the caution waved. And there is the difference. So it'll be Suarez with lane choice on the restart.
And that's because of that Cindric move, him having to lift. Blaney lost his help.
So Daniel Suarez, the new leader.
lost the battle.
Thank you, Rick. Gifted 5 memberships.
We're going to have
Thank you
not
so
more
much.
than 6 laps to race.
Thank you, Rick.
To settle this in Atlanta.
Thank you, sir.
What an eventful day.
You better buckle up. You think it's been eventful?
It's going to get wild.
Yes.
It's going to get wild.
It's going to be Block City. Here comes the runs. This is going to be awesome.
Celebrate
those
those
whoever wins this
5
thing has
gifted
earned their keep
memberships.
this day.
Thank you
Denny
so
Hamlin
much.
gets the free pass. That should move him to 1 lap down.
What do you think, Clint? I think you want Kyle Busch behind you. I think you want him to be your pusher. I think he's the best pusher up there.
Well, he certainly is. He's got a fast race car.
So
and he's got
let's see who got the
good
memberships.
experience.
Let's see.
He's already been in victory lane. You know,
Who got
he knows how to get the job done on this style of racing that we have
Let's
at
see
Atlanta.
who got him.
I like his
Congratulations,
chances.
Center Hill Cards. Congratulations, John Crotty. Thank you, Octavia. Congratulations.
Well,
and Craig Weber.
Here's the 8
and
radio
Coastal.
on which lane?
Welcome to the members.
Every time the bottom lane has gotten the lead going into 1 and 2, but they come detached at like the 3/4 mark, and then everybody for like the first 2 or 3 rows gets separated by like 1, and it kind of stalls out, and then they get all evened up by the time you get back to the start-finish line. That's just on the first lap.
Well, that's a pretty good assessment. You should be a book writer.
I'll add it to the list.
He's about as relaxed, even when we talk to him, as I think I've ever seen him. To be that relaxed in this scenario, pretty special.
Kyle's such a punk.
I saw that video, and I thought we were coming to the choose right there. I'm like, oh, man. There's going to be a penalty on Bubba.
That's
and
right.
I realized,
Suck it up, Buttercup.
That's what I thought. But
race.
I
Let's
noticed
go.
the light had not gone off on the safety car, so we were not at the choose. They added a lap, and we'll choose at 6 to go and race at 5 to go.
You think that same principle applies, though? Is that what you think, how they're going to choose, Kevin?
You think they're going to I mean, I think...
You think Blaney's going to take the outside?
Well, I think he's going to have to go off of what Suarez does, but I think... I just think he'll probably take the outside unless he wants to break those Chevys up like you're saying. So a lot of conversations happening between the driver, crew chief, and spotter.
So the first 4
Who do
are
you think
Chevy,
will get
Ford,
the win today?
Chevy,
I'm still
Toyota.
going Kyle Busch. He's there.
So the only opportunity for any kind of help would be if the 2 Chevrolets are together.
Well, Kyle told us that. Kyle Busch told us in the in-car.
Chat. I know.
There is no more friends. I'm out of them. They're either out of the race or they're not up here with me. I think these guys, it's every man for himself. I think you go where they don't.
UConn fan. Hey, CeeLo, what's going on, Cameron?
Track position's king now. Inside 10 to go, I want the track position.
Well, we know Truex wants the
See
bottom.
what does Suarez go?
That's where he's been
inside.
successful all day. All right,
Blaney
Suarez to the
goes
bottom.
out.
Kyle's going to go with him.
In,
That puts Truex up top.
goes in. Cindric
Pretty much
goes
exactly
in.
the scenario that we were talking right
the
there.
other one?
Go with
Bubba
or not.
Wallace.
So now the question is going to be, if the Chevys lead into turn 1 on the bottom, as Kyle Spotter said, the bottom lane would lead into 1. Can they prevail off turn 2?
I just don't think Suarez has the push.
As you said, Mike, talk about wanting to be on the bottom of the racetrack, but I think that he knew if he let Austin Cindric get right behind Blaney, he was going to have trouble breaking those guys up, being 5th on the bottom. So he knew he had to go high no matter what his car was doing in order to keep those Fords apart.
Well, the one thing we do know is it's all about the help behind you. If you're Suarez, if you're Blaney, it's the help behind you, Truex and Busch. And it all starts from the word go. As soon as you pick up the fuel, make sure that he's locked on your bumper. It's going to be a dead drag race, in my opinion, both lanes.
6 to go. Who's going to win this thing? Uh-oh, Recchi and Bubbles side by side.
Did they stall out enough to enable a Cindric or even Bubba to pounce on a 3-wide scenario?
Well, it's going to come down to who has to lift the least getting into turn 3. They're going to push through 1 and 2, but when they get to turn 3, how does that lift go, and who can stay close enough to keep their line moving and not have that big moment of push?
The lifting's
the best
you can't
racing community on NASCAR.
You're going to have to lift, though.
On YouTube, y'all.
You're going to
have to
green
lift flag, y'all.
We're going to find out.
Let's go.
5 laps to
Here we go. Green flag. Bangity, bangity, bangity. Let's go racing, boys.
Suarez gets the lead.
Certainly
Kyle Busch pushes him in.
For Suarez and Busch, but here comes the push on the outside, Truex Blaney. They're locked up on the outside. I think they're going to prevail off of 2 going down the back.
Suarez goes high, blocks Blaney.
Didn't get
Blaney
it,
goes to the outside.
Here comes Blaney on the outside for the lead.
We see those 12s. Blaney now the leader.
Now you see that top lane broke up, and you see the bottom lane reconnect. Ryan Blaney back down to block, just as we talked about Ross Chastain last week. You got to pick your moments where you try to put yourself in front of the lane that you think is coming forward.
47 lead changes, a new track record.
Such a huge save by Busch. Got loose off the 2. That's that wheel. Had a lot of wheel in it. Got tight and loose. Here comes Suarez on the outside. Got loose. Pushed Truex back.
It's going to be tough to pass Blaney, though.
And that puts Kyle Busch in the stealing seat. He is in position if he can marshal a charge here.
Chastain back in the mix. 3 wide on the bottom.
Here comes Rowdy.
Kyle Busch all by himself with a huge run into the corner, but Blaney is just doing an absolutely wonderful job of blocking. You see contact with Ross Chastain and Bubba Wallace.
3 to go. Suarez goes to the outside.
That Blaney's doing a whale of a job blocking. Can he keep him behind? The runs are going to come. Here comes
2 to go for Blaney.
We know he can push.
Let me see those 12s. Thank you for the 300 likes.
Now remember, the leader takes the white flag under green. The next flag will end the race.
A lot of energy on this bottom. Bubba having trouble keeping it down off the corners.
It's going to come down to Blaney and Busch.
See the flames come out of the pipes on Kyle Busch's car. He had to lift right there to not get tight, getting in a corner to try to put himself in position. But those guys don't have anybody behind them in that second row there.
1 lap to go. Sponsored by Credit One Bank.
It's all going to come down to getting into 3, I think. Here comes the energy. Here comes the support from the back.
Here we go.
3rd row.
Kyle doesn't have anybody to push him. Blaney goes to the inside. Suarez comes up.
Does he block high? Does he block low? Here it comes.
Here goes Kyle. He goes to the middle. Now 3 wide for the lead.
No, Suarez right alongside. 3 wide.
To the left. Kyle's got it.
Come to the flag.
Kyle.
3
abreast. Suarez. Blaney.
Oh. I think it's Blaney. Unbelievable.
Blaney.
3 wide finish. Have you ever seen anything like that?
Scoring has the margin between the first 3 cars.
Daniel Suarez?
0.00 seconds.
How awesome was that?
Suarez stole it.
Is under review.
How about that?
Oh my gosh.
Freeze stop motion to the line. That's too close to call. Unbelievable.
I thought it was Blaney, but that picture right there, I think they all win. Unbelievable.
Daniel Suarez? What the heck?
NASCAR is reviewing.
99, 12 in the 8. Race winner is the 99.
How about that?
99 race winner.
Daniel Suarez, the 32-year-old from Monterrey, Mexico, gets his 2nd Cup career win. His first one came last June at Sonoma.
This is a very popular win. Daniel Suarez, I said it last week in Daytona. He was in that picture at the end of that thing. Boy, was he here again at Atlanta.
Yeah, this last lap was just absolutely unbelievable as they go into turn 3. Kyle Busch is going to get a huge push by Bubba Wallace. Blaney doesn't pull up to get the middle lane blocked, and Kyle Busch puts it right on the outside of Blaney, woes them all down. Bubba Wallace gets tight, so really at this point it's a race between these 3 guys coming to the start-finish line, and it's just a drag race and nobody's going anywhere, and it comes down to a dead heat between the 3 of them at the start-finish line. What? That's unbelievable.
We'll believe it. That was awesome. And I love what you said there. As soon as Wallace slid up, it eliminated all the help from behind. At that moment, you knew it was a 3-car drag race to the finish. And Daniel Suarez, how about Jamigo?
Wow.
Huge win for him. That's going to be very popular.
7th win for Trackhouse Racing. Their last came at Phoenix in November in the season finale.
Suarez.
And Chevrolet doubles up with wins at Daytona and Atlanta. There's a high five. What a finish.
What a finish. What a race. Yeah, and night.
It's my new favorite track, boys.
NASCAR has a high-speed imaging camera aimed right at the start-finish line, perpendicular to it. They review that footage, plus the footage from all Fox and NASCAR cameras that are fed into NASCAR Control in order to determine the winner.
Man, Kyle went for it. Shot that gap. He was there.
I know he's frustrated, but holy
And if
cow.
Bubba
being
would have
part
been
of
a
that
little
3-wide
closer to
finish,
him, he
teammate,
would've
our
won.
team owner, Justin Marks.
So Rising Rhino, what's up, dude? Wow. Clutch win, that's right. Bush is my man, 3rd place. It's all right, that's right. 3rd place, 3P. P3.
Regan Smith, what a finish.
What a
It's
finish
over.
indeed. Daniel Suarez, it is a mob scene down here with your team. He's got the piñata, and the piñata is busted. What an amazing finish, Daniel. You found a way to get to the outside there. Did you know you had it at the line? Because none of us did.
It was so damn close, man. It was so damn close. You know, it was good racing. Ryan Blaney there.
Thank you,
Kyle
Shazil.
Busch. Austin Hendrick Cendric also was doing a great job giving me pushes. In the back straightaway, he didn't push me because he knew I was going to fight his teammate, but man, what a job, you know. We wrecked lap 2. The guy did an amazing job fixing this car. So, man, I can thank everyone enough. Trackhouse Racing, Freeway Insurance, Chevrolet, all the amazing fans here. Woo! Let's go!
Daniel Suarez, your winner in Atlanta.
$2 super chat. Cindric pushed Suarez
Kyle
to
Busch
win over
brings it
Blaney.
home third. I know this is not the position
They don't
you
like
want
each
to be
other
in,
anyway.
but what a
Suarez.
finish, Kyle. Anything that you could have done any differently there?
Yeah, typically the third, whoever's behind getting into 3 prevails at the start-finish line with the side draft and everything. So I think I was second to the 12 right there, and the 99 was the furthest back, and he made the ground back up with the side draft and stuff. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think you could stop. You know, that certainly wouldn't have put us in the right spot either. I don't think. But overall, just real proud of everybody at RCR, ECR, and you know, our Cheddar's Camaro was fast. So it's good to see Daniel get a win. I mean, we were helping each other, being Chevy team partners, and working together there. So, you know, shows that when you do have friends and you can make alliances, that they do seem to work, and that was a good part of today. But I was hoping to get a win because I know everybody wanted a free number 8 special on Monday from Cheddar's. So, damn it, we'll have to do it again and find another one.
Thanks, Kyle.
Yeah.
All right, let's go over here. We'll find Ryan Blaney talking to the media. We'll just jump on in here. And Ryan Blaney brings it home second. Ryan, I'll ask you the same thing I just asked Kyle. First off, what a finish. What a race for you. But anything that you could have done differently there right at the finish line?
It's been
Not
pretty
at the
good,
finish
Andy.
line. I thought I laid back enough in 1 and 2 to kind of not let them both lanes get that big of a run. I did that like the 3 laps before the end, and I was able to kind of manage it fairly well. And they just got both lanes shoving super hard. And I just chose the bottom, and it's the safest place to be. So
thank you for that
what a
$2
cool finish.
super chat. Appreciate it, man.
Appreciate the fans for sticking around. That's a lot of fun, and you know, that's always a good time when we can do that.
So you could have gotten chastised.
You know, race clean, 3-wide finish to the end. So happy for Daniel. That was cool to see. Fun racing with Kyle, and yeah, I can't complain. I've won them by very, very little too, so I can't complain too much when I lose them by that much. So proud of the body armor, zero sugar car. Ford Mustang was fast and close.
Great finish. Thanks for you, Mike.
Addicted says he's been really impressed with Kyle
Record
since he
number
left
of lead
Gibbs.
changes.
He's
Record
doing good,
percentage
man.
of cars in the field involved in accidents. 3/1000ths of a second decide the Ambetter Health 400.
Yeah.
Well, the Charlotte studio will pick it up on the backside, but what a day of racing in Atlanta.
Go get ready. Go get ready. All right, guys, that is that for the race. Congratulations, Darren Swart. Look at that. 0.003 of a second. Ryan Blaney just missed it that close. And then Kyle Busch finishes third. Yikes. Crazy, crazy. Suarez won. He did. Happy for Suarez. So he's in the playoffs. Netflix will love this. Exactly. 3/10,000ths of a second has to be the closest finish ever. We'll have to look that up to see if that's true. But, man. So Ryan Blaney second, Kyle Busch third, Austin Cindric fourth. So Penske finishes second and fourth. Bubba Wallace fifth. If Bubba Wallace would have been closer to Kyle, Kyle would have won that. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 6th, Ross Chastain 7th, Michael McDowell 8th, Chris Buescher 9th, Ty Gibbs 10th. Man, Harrison Burton 11th, Martin Truex Jr. Man, we thought he was going to win this race. Corey LaJoie, good finish. Kaz Grella, good run for him, his 14th spot. Chase Elliott with that disappointing finish after a wreck. Ryan Preece 16th. William Byron, he was one lap down going into those last laps. He finishes 17th. Hemrick 18th. Carson Husavaru had that spin on 19th. Justin Haley, John Hunter Nemechek, Austin Dillon, and then there's Denny, finishes one lap down. And then there is everybody else. Josh Berry, 10 laps down. He was doing good. Tyler and all these other guys there from Tyler Reddick down were involved in big wrecks and did not finish. Let's take a look at the lead laps here. Looks like Ryan Blaney. Nope. Let's see. Gillen had the most laps led at 58 today. Most laps he's ever led in his career. Then Kyle Busch with 28. Also, Michael McDowell with 28. Ryan Blaney with 31. And then Suarez, 9 laps today he won. So there is that. What a race. We'll see what Vegas does next weekend. But I'm glad everybody hung out today. And we'll see. We'll stick around here for just a little bit to see if someone else does some interviews. But wow. Daniel Suarez, I'm shocked. Best race, unreal finish. It was good. It was a good race. Lots of crashes, lots of speed, but it looked good. So let me thank some of our newest subscribers and super chats and all of that. Thank you, Super Chat, for Rafa King of Clay. Shazil, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate that. Troy Myers and Steve over on Facebook, thanks for the like. Larry Hayes subscribed. Delta Mike 1990 subscribed. Vicky Sellers, Brenda Ernest, Shawil Fairman over on Facebook liked. SML subscribed on YouTube. Doug Cutler and Elaine and Dustin and Lenny also liked the stream over on Facebook. SCHL5932 subscribed. Precado 302, he subscribed. Garrett Sullivan, thank you subscribing. Matt as well. Mike Wayne, David Long liked the stream on Facebook. Roger Maynard, Carol, Chad, Betty, Melvin, everybody liked on Facebook. Kevin Carpenter liked on YouTube, subscribed me on YouTube. Terry followed us on Facebook and liked us. So much love today, guys. Jackie liked on Facebook. Jackie followed us on Facebook. Ducky Ricky liked us on Facebook. STRM Ham21 subscribed to us. Loose Out of Turn 2 became a member. Thanks for that. Bunch of people liked us on Facebook. Thank you so much. Javier subscribed to YouTube. NASCAR 656. Bunch of people. The Bright Wolf became a member. Thank you so much for everybody. So Suarez's second career win, and we finish the day at 9,447. I'm trying to get all my friends in the NASCAR. They're missing out, man. It's fun, dude. Jerome says, awesome race, and it was awesome to watch with you. See you next week. Awesome. See you, Devin. NASCAR doesn't want to get sued. Slow cars. Let's see. Tex Pat says, why shocked? Suarez picked his way through the line. True. Yeah, you know what? I'll take that back. He was in the top 10 for a while and then did some good racing. I didn't expect him to win. That's what I'm saying. But what a finish. That's going to be a nice replay over and over coming to a short near you, I'm sure. So let's see here. Coach, thanks for the stream. See you, Coach. Thank you so much. Loaful Vision, home of NASCAR. That's right, Gator. Great show, Green Bay Packers. Thank you, sir. Gibbs needs some driver head class. That's right. Baby Gibbs. Thank you, Football Fusion. Thank you so much for that. And thank you, Bright Wolf. So if I missed your chat there, do apologize. But let's go to the preview. I don't think they're going to do any more interviews. What a weekend here in Atlanta. Started with qualifying on Saturday. Did the truck race. Did the Xfinity race. And now today with the race. Lots of subscribers, lots of likes, lots of members. And want to thank Spain. Love you, girl, for letting us hang out with you. I want to thank my mods who are always here hanging out, chilling with us. I want to thank my members who your hard-earned money go back to my channel. I appreciate that. And thank you for watching. And for everybody watching on replay, thanks for watching along. Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe if you're watching on YouTube, hit the like if you're watching on Facebook. Follow us on everything you got. And that is it for the day. I will see you guys soon. Next weekend for you NASCAR fans of basketball this week. Other than that, that's it. Good night from Tennessee. Congratulations, Daniel Suarez. His fast ticket to the playoffs begins today. We'll see you next week in Vegas. Good night, guys.
Yeah.